This is the payoff. Oh! This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome from this venue for the European U21 Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, coming to you live from the IWWC. That's the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. And yes, this is the venue of these championships, and we've done with day number 1 yesterday, and date number 2 comes to us in just a few minutes with the women's slalom series 2 to get things up and running, followed by women's slalom series 1. And there you see that there is a major change to the schedule, because we anticipate slotting in the jump finals for women and men, or women's and men jumpers somewhere in amongst that schedule. We'll try and keep you apprised of that development as we work our way along. But we will have a series of 3 to 1 tricks, and women's series of 3 to 1 tricks as well in the elimination rounds of each of those events. And yeah, it's going to be a strange day. Possibly end in one event while still trying to determine the finalists for another. But the reason why we've done this, of course, is to mitigate the effects of the varying weather conditions that we have here for this site. We had a beautiful day yesterday, absolutely bright sunshine, and couldn't ask for better conditions. Today, little different, little cloudy, little dreary so far as little spots of rain coming down here and there. But we should be lined up for some great tournament water ski action, courtesy of the European U21 Championships. Now let's have a look at some of the action that took place yesterday. And starting off with Maisa Jakobsen, and this jump number 2, jumping over 46 meters and taking the lead. And she was our last jumper off the 5-foot ramp height. And then there was a whole slew of competitors after her jumping at the new ramp height of 165 meters, and none of those competitors got anywhere close to that. But we're looking at this instant replay once again. She just absolutely drives off that turn and through the wakes. A little swing out in the air, and then she even admitted that jump could have been a little longer. She had held on with that left arm coming off the jump a little bit longer. But she'll be our number 1 competitor in the women's jump final. Now whether it will occur today or maybe in the future beyond today, we've yet to find out from our officials. It's pretty much an hour-to-hour reckoning as to our schedule so far as that is concerned. All right, then, let's have a look at some more of the action from yesterday, starting with Tim Field, who jumped a lifetime personal best, jumping 61.6 meters and jumping over 200 feet for the first time in his career. The Junior Masters slalom trick jump and overall champion for 2025. and just absolutely just pummeling it on jump number 2 and jumping over 200 feet for the first time. So well done. Great flight and just pressing out onto the landing, and he knew that jump was big. It was huge. But it wasn't the biggest jump that we had. That honor fell to the shoulders of Florian Path. And his jump was a pretty beefy one as well, jumping very close to his personal best, within about 2 meters of that, as a matter of fact. And some great jumping there from Florian Path from Italy. Now, that jump, along with his slalom performance that took place yesterday, was enough to give him an overall lead after 2 events. And he's certainly pushing hard and really pulling hard in the air to get as much out of that jump as possible. So that jump, a little over 62.8 meters. That's exactly the distance there for him. And some great jumping there. Now let's have a look at some slaloming from yesterday. Let's see if we can punch up some of the action from that event, if we can grab that on the screen. And yes, once again, Florian Path, he has the top score going into the men's slalom final, which we're scheduling for tomorrow. But he gets round number 2 and number 3 on 10.75 meters, and looked for a moment to have gotten enough to actually run the pass, but unfortunately stalling up on number 4 and getting to the wakes. But it is a score of 4 at 10.75 meters. That means that he is the leader going into the men's slalom final, and a good portion of the reason why he's in the lead in the overall battle after 2 complete events. Now, the third and last event that he'll be competing in is going to be the tricks, and that will be taking place a little bit later on today in the elimination round tricks series 3-1, and the women's tricks also series 3-1 as well. As we take our first shot of downtown Vienna, beautiful city, and we'll pick out some landmarks during the course of the next few events. As we get ready for this competition and the women's slalom series 2-1, and after the initial series of slaloming, Stella Anastasi, our very first skier on the water in these championships, still holds the lead with 1.5 on 12 meters. Alexandria Wimmer with a 3.5 on 13 is the closest to her with that score of 3.5 on 13. And Nelly Scholl's actually tying Alexandria Wimmer with her score of 3.5 on 13 meters. So looking for that breakthrough score to maybe bust this competition wide open. And we hope to see that with Series 2 and 1. Now we're going to have a look at that lead score from Stella Anastasi. Again, a good extension round number 1, a little broken over off that turn, but managing to get round that ski round number 2. Taking a bit of a hit there and scoring 1.5 on 12, and she didn't know it at the time, but that score would be the lead for quite a considerable amount of time, leading into this slalom series 2-1, and if that slalom score goes unchallenged for at least the next 14 or so skiers, she could find herself through to the women's slalom final. But there you go, refresher on the schedule for today. Women's series 2-1 in the women's slalom. That will be our first event, and from there on, from that point, it's going to be an hour-to-hour decision so far as our officials are concerned, and Elena Kunert, very, very sensitive to the concerns with the weather and the conditions and everything. So she's trying to make sure that everyone gets a fair crack at getting the good score right here at the IWWC, the venue of the 2025 U21 World European Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the presence of your company right here. And when we return, we'll have the Women's Slalom Series 2. And don't forget, you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel go to the YouTube channel, click on the subscribe link, and there you'll be a part of the live chat, and also will be informed as to the next live event that we broadcast here on TWBC. When we return, Women's Slalom Series 2 coming up next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking and overdrive. On your mark, get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Come play with me. Come play with me. I'm empty. I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me. Come play with me.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
everybody. I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Right then, we're just moments away from starting our first event, which is Women's Slalom Elimination Round Series 2, and then we'll go rapidly on to Series 1 afterwards. There are 13 skiers in this first series, and then there'll be 13 skiers remaining in Series 1. But after the earlier completed series, Stella Anastasi still out in the lead. Our very, very first skier to take to water in these championships is still the leader with 1.5 on 12 meters. Alexandria Wimmer, 3.5 on 13 meters, and a two-way tie with Nella Schultz from Germany with those scores. And you can catch up on all of the live scores as they happen by searching in Google under IWSF results. That will take you exactly to where you need to be. And here are the 13 skiers that will be leading off today's action. We've got Ledina Wolfersberg, Katarina Seslova from Czechia will be our second skier off the dock. Then we have Lily Dest and Katarina Hafner, Sophia Schuster, Jessie Schute, Nina Roscher, Molly Lee, Sophie Byra. We've got Nora Hansgaard, Sina Thompson, Josefina Krug, and Stamata Kosafania. So that will be the Series 2 that will be starting off today's competition. As you can see, a lot more cloud, a little bit darker skies, but we will endeavor to work our way through this event and the remaining ones on the schedule, as Ledina Wolfersberg are just trying to get warmed up and psyched up for for the event to come, and already seeing a little bit of activity on the live chat there from Kiersey Wolfersberg. She's tuning in and trying to offer her best lines of encouragement going forward. So just waiting for the green flag from our officials before we can send that boat in towards the slalom course. A few of our competitors are seen around about the dockside, and Becky Lathrop is our driver for this section of the competition.
Beautiful out there.
All right, day 2 starts right now. Wearing bib 97. It's Ladina Wolfersberg. 16-meter start. A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there off number 1 into number 2, but able to maintain a composure and a poise out there on the slalom course. 16 meters, no worries there. Ladina Wolfersberg. So she produces the first pass of today's action. Today's action is the schedule is going to change. It will vary in accordance to the weather conditions that we have here. To be decided as whether we will go in with the finals for the jump event in both the men's and the women's competition. We decided the 10 skiers in the women's jump and the 12 skiers in the men's jump. We already know who the finalists are going to be. And if that does come to pass, then we'd be in a strange situation of actually running one of the event finals before fully completing the elimination round series for another event. And then I don't think that I've ever experienced that in all of my years in announcing water ski tournaments on TWBC. It would be one of the very few instances, if possibly the first instance that's happened. But our chief judge and our panel of officials are extremely sensitive to the need of being able to provide the best conditions possible for our skiers. And if it requires a change in the schedule to do it, then so be it. Ladina Wolfersberg, 14.25 meters. Whipping that ski hard round off number 4 and number 5 and number 6. There you go. So Ladina Wolfersberg getting the job done. Now, for those of you that have been that are relatively new to this tournament and are watching the broadcast for the first time, you will notice that the lake is quite short on both ends, and to mitigate the problems that presents, we actually have 2 slalom courses in the water, two course overlapping structure, and it's something that I've personally skied on many years ago in Ruiplass in the Netherlands, and it's a course that does take getting used to, because back in those days, whenever you had an 8-buoy overlapping course, they didn't bother to make sure that the 5th buoy in each direction could be disappeared with a touch of a button, which is exactly what happens here. So when Ladina Wolfersberg attempts 30 meters in this direction, when she pulls out for the entrance gates, instead of seeing the 5th ball from the opposite direction come into her sight and affect her gate shot, that buoy is actually being wound down via remote control and disappears. Here we go, Ladina Wolfersberg, 30 meters. Look at her go. She's on this. She's round number 5. Can she make it round number 6? Yeah, there you go. And our first serious challenger to the current lead of 1.5 on 12 meters from Stella Anastasi is Ladina Wolfersberg. She had to work for it, though. I do have to grant her that. And I tell you what, some great skiing there from Ladina Wolfersberg in Women's Series 2 Slalom. So Stella Anastasi's a score that has held the lead for the entire day going into day 2 of action. Is now under threat. She certainly had to work for this, though. No two ways about that. Getting the ski outside number 6, taking a big old hit there, but managing to get the job done. Now she's down at the opposite end of the course, about 50 seconds of a drop time, somewhere between 40 and 50 seconds. By the time the skier actually sinks into the water, it's about 40 seconds before the boat motors away. But here comes Ladina Wolfersberg. Entrance gates number 1, taking the hit. Does she get outside number 2? Yeah, she does it. Oh, and takes the hard hit, and she gets 2. She is your new leader now. Representing Switzerland, that is Ladina Wolfersberg. Ladina Wolfersberg doing a fine job out there. Her personal best is 1. So yes, a new personal best for Ladina Wolfersberg with 2 on 12 meters. And she is just absolutely on fire in this competition. Scored up a personal best in the jump event yesterday as well to complement her performance in the slalom competition. Pulled as long as she could to get the ski round number 2. Knew that beyond that point she was unable to get a piece of 3. And I bet that probably hurt a little bit there with the hit, as she is pretty ready to express that sentiment right there. A little longish pull into number 1, and then number 2. She gets the ski round, takes the hit, skis beyond the boat guides, and there you go. Good skiing there from Ladina Wolfersberg. It took 1 buoy on 12 in order to advance to these same championships this time last season. So Ladina Wolfersberg, if that is anything to go by, then it might have seen a finalist skier. Katerina Seslova from Czechia, 16 meters. Ooh, getting a little bit jumpy there off number 3 into 4. And the same can be applied from 5 into number 6 there. So Katerina Seslova from Czechia. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about her, but just to let you know that our schedule will be changing a little bit during the course of the day. We're provisionally putting the finalists in the jump competition in either and or women's and men's. And or to have that event before we go into the last of our elimination series of tricks. So we'll keep an eye on the weather and inform you if that change will be made to either have the women's and men, or women's or men take to the water in the jumping final. All right, then some good encouraging words there from Becky Lathrop, our person at the wheel. Katerina Seslova. Personal best of 1 on 12 meters. It's a little bit of a ways away from that, and it looks like she's not going to get much towards that. She was all over the place there on that particular run. So she got round number 3, we believe, and couldn't get much beyond that. So it looks like it is going to be 2.5. So she got 4.5 there for that effort there, but things didn't exactly work out for her going into the second half of the course. She tried to get back on it. She got round number 5. Oh, and it was not in the best of shapes, unfortunately. So it is 4.5 for Katarina Seslova from Slovakia. Freudian slip there. She comes to us from Czechia. So now moving on, our next competitor representing Great Britain, it is going to be Lily Dest. A few of our competitors limbering up for their time out in the water, and obviously the weather being cooler than it was yesterday. Obviously the warm-up phase is certainly going to be important going forward. Lily Dest, personal best of 1 on 12 meters, getting ready to go. Skiing out at the Hazelwood Ski World facility along with Oxford Wake and Ski Club. And there is Ledina Wolfersberg, who is our brand spanking new leader with 2 on 12 meters. And we'll see if that score holds up as the top scorer in this series. It will be challenged, though. Let's see if the first of those challenges comes to us out of Great Britain. Lily Dest, who competed in the British National Youth Championships recently, and getting the job done on the opening pass. 16 meters, no worries there for her. So Lily Dest, as I mentioned, skiing in the British Nationals in the 2 rounds that she scored. She got 4 on 13 meters in round number 1 and backed it up with 3 on 13 in round number 2. Which was good enough to place Lily Dest 3rd in the U21 women's slalom competition there at Gosfield just this past week. So opening up with 16 meters and getting that pass done. As we look out towards the dock and see a few more of our competitors slowly but surely getting physically prepared for what needs to happen here, as we see a good few of our crowd along the shore side. Here we go, Lily Dest coming into the course right here, right now. Lily Dest, currently a university student in England. You'll find that that occupation is pretty much occurs pretty often among our competitors in this U21. And some of our university students actually ply their trade in the United States of America and ski for their respective teams in the national collegiate competition. And that season gets up and running again shortly after the World Championships, which takes place over in Richeto in a few days' time. And that competition will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Lily Dest on 14.25 meters, just trying to control everything that she can out there on the slalom course, and trying not to make too many unforced errors out there to keep herself upright on the pass in question. So 14.25 meters, not too bad there for Lily Dest, and now 13 meters comes up for her. All right, here we go, folks. This is Lily Dest, 13 meters. Or a little bit loose on number 1, but still managing to get a decent turnaround number 2. Now she is right foot forward, which means that she can turn number 4. She got broken over off number 4, as a matter of fact, and unfortunately unable to get round number 5. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count, 4 buoys there for Lily Dest on 13 meters. So that score from Lily Dest keeps her in the top 5 in the in terms of the slalom ranking order after she's competing. But out in the lead is Ladina Wolfersberg with 2 on 12. Katerina Kozlova from Czechia, our second skier out, scored 4.5 on the 14.25 meter line. And Lily Dest getting in the top 5 at this time with a score of 4 at 13 meters. So now we're down to our 4th competitor to take to the water. It's Katharina Hafner from Austria. And we're going to see her take to the water very, very soon. There she is on dockside, and standing next to her on dockside is Carla Bashik, the Austrian team coach. And Carlo accompanied the Austrian team to the U21 World Championships, which took place about 3 or so weeks ago over at the Lakes of Casting Stone in just outside Calgary in Alberta, Canada. And obviously, if you want to see coverage of that event, then you can rewind the previous live coverage of that of those championships right here on the TWBC's YouTube channel. And if you want to subscribe to that, then by all means do. You can be part of the live chat as well and be All right, then. So we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have continuing action here at the 2025 European Under-21 Championships coming to you from IWWF. We'll be back right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Needs a ball when he gets on.
Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and that's
large. Here to puts up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
All right, welcome back to Continuing Action. We are about 4 skiers deep into the Series 2 slalom event here in the women's competition at the U21 European Championships, coming to you live from the IWWF the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And the skier about to take to the water and wearing bib number 4, it is going to be Katharina Hafner out of Austria. All right, here we go, folks, coming to you on this opening pass. This should be 16 meters. Entrance number 1. In good shape here, I would say. Getting the task of getting through the opening pass well under control there. 16 meters. So there we go. And just to let you know that the schedule currently provisionally shows that this women's slalom series 2 rolling into series 1 is our first event of the day, and then afterwards we'll let you know what the next event of that schedule is, whether it's the jump finals in women's and or men. And then we're going to go into the last of our elimination around series events, which would involve the tricks in series 3 to 1 in both women's and men. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we are. As I said, that we are about 4 skiers into this competition as we look inside the towboat. Now, what you've probably noticed is the addition of one other person with a camera and a transmitter, and that is Kelvin Kelm, who's well experienced in this realm. There you go, good skiing there from Katharina Hafner of Austria. 2 passes in, and already trying to make a beeline towards the top score, which is currently held by Ladina Wolfersberg, who we saw just a few minutes ago. Katharina Hafner, who competed in this event around about this time last year. Katharina Hafner, we'll see what she's got. So Katharina Hafner doing a fine job there with that run on 14.25 meters. Now let's see if she sets herself up well for the next pass to come. It's 13 meters now. Critical run going forwards here. Good start here, but has to stay consistent. She can't afford too many more mistakes there to compromise her pass. And she's round number 5. Does she make a play on inside buoy number 6 there? So Katharina Hafner, who has a personal best of 2 on 12 meters, but won't get anywhere close to that score. She's going to have to settle on 5 on 13 meters. Five on 13 meters for Katharina Hafner. And just as a reminder to our good folks there watching, it took a score in excess of 1 on 12 meters to make it through to the slalom final in this event, this time last year. That event took place in the Stade Pietro in Lacanau, which is on the west coast of France. I'm sure a good few of the folks over there are watching intently, especially where it comes time to bring on a French competitor or two. But Katharina Hafner tried her hardest to try and get that ski around buoy number 6, and nothing was doing there. So 5 buoys on 13 meters is going to be it there for her. All right, so next competitor up is going to be Sofia Schuster of Slovakia. So Sofia Schuster from Slovakia, our 5th skier to take to the water. She, much like a whole smattering of other competitors in this series, has a personal best into 12 meters. Specifically, it's the score of 1.5. So we'll see if she can do something along the similar lines to maybe put herself into the next round of the competition. Okay, Sofia Schuster now. Good load there off number 2 into 3 and number 4. Opening pass, 16 meters. There you go, she's all over that one. Top score so far in this women's slalom competition is 2. 2 on 12 meters, courtesy of Ladina Wolfersberg. And trying to chase down that score with the grit and determination that is required to get that far in the slalom event. All right, so Sofia Schuster, I haven't seen her ski an awful lot this season, but we'll find out what her scores have been. Competed in a number of competitions and has registered a score onto 12 meters at the European Youth Championships. And that is indeed her personal best. Let's have a look and see what she does on 14. A little flat-footed there. Round 5, round number 6, and a good solid effort there. 2 passes under her belt, and cleared to go and attempt the next one. Sofia Schuster, one of our younger skiers in this U21 European Championship, age 15. And has gone into 12 meters on a number of occasions. The most prominent, obviously, is the one that I mentioned with the European U14s and U17s. But she also replicated that score at the Austrian Open a week or so prior to that event. And before that, she scored 1 on 12 meters at the Wien Slalom Cup, which was held right here at the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. So she's used to performing at that high level right here, and probably part of the reason why that she went to that event was in order to get some competition experience on this very, very venue. But let's see if she can hold that down and hold it together. $13 meters now. Just trying to hold her glide. Trying not to overshoot the boat. There's one broken over there. Round number 2, things are only going to get harder from here on out if she maintains this kind of form. And getting round number 3, but unfortunately making a play round number 4 that wasn't 100% stable. So it looks like it is going to be 3.5 on 13 meters. And Ladina Wolfersberg still in the lead at this time with 2 on 12. So moving right along now towards the end of our first half of skiers. Next competitor up is going to be Jessie Shute from Great Britain. All right there, so Jessie Shute is our next competitor out from Great Britain. All right, and taking the bold move of starting in on 14.25 meters. First of our competitors, at least to my memory, that started on that line length. Maybe Stella Anastasi may have started in on this same line length, but we're in the here and now. Jessie Shute, 14.25 meters. Current personal best, 4 on 12 meters, and he is the current British national U21 Slalom champion. Performed that score at the Youth Nationals, which took place at Gosfield Lake just this past week, and a big, huge shout out to all those folks that attended not only that event but also the British National Open Championships as well. A pleasure to be there. I know it was a little bit of a surprise to many seeing my arrival there, but I certainly appreciate everyone that made the effort to come on out and be part of those championships and part of the festivities as part of the British National Championship Series. Jessie Shute, for her part, getting through 14 and certainly one of the skiers of that competition, scoring a personal best right there. If she can get to 4 and maybe a little bit beyond, then things could start to get really, really interesting as we look out and see Jessie Shute chasing down the lead score, which is 2 on 12 meters. But first of all, she has to get through 13. Good hook up there. Making sure that she doesn't move around too much on the ski, but also letting the ski rotate and establish good cross-course angle. Yes, good aggressive stuff there from Jessie Shute as she now works her way to 12 meters and is now within 1/3 of a pass from tying the lead with 2 and a little bit more than that to take the lead. Jessie Shute. Looking at this this beautiful angle from way up high above the skier. Looking good and looking strong, and you can see the path that the ski is making, and how much angle the skier has to generate in order to stay in front of the pass. I mean, it's amazing the technology that's in play here to make these pictures possible. And as you can see, the crystal clear water here at IWWC. All right. So coming into course right here, right now. This now is 12 meters, just trying to bleed off enough speed so that she can make the gate shot. Round number 1 takes the good hit there. Round number 2, oh no, and the handle comes away from her as she makes it on the backside of number 2. Huge mistake there. 1.5 on the 12 meters, which puts her in a 2-way tie for second place with Stella Anastasi. Now, we wonder if that score there of 1.5 in comparison to maybe just skiing up and getting the two buoy count, could that be a major miscalculation there going forwards? Jessie Shute was certainly trying for a little bit more than 2 and to take the lead outright herself, but instead she ends up with 1.5 on 12 meters. And Jessie Shute currently in a 2-way tie with second place with Stella Anastasi. So now let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. We've got Ladina Wolfersberg, your current leader, with 2 at 12 meters. And the 2-way tie exists with 1.5 with Stella Anastasi and Jessie Shute. Those are your top 3 right now. Next competitor to take to water will be Nina Roscher of Austria. There we go, one of our happy camera crew here. That's Jeremy Scholl, who's been... And he's got more screens than Darth Vader. Got a cell phone, he's got another cell phone, he's got the camera viewfinder and then a supplementary viewfinder as well, as we take a look at how many screens has he got there. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to work with. And if you take the laptop and the pad out the way, then you'd only have 6 screens, just 6. You know, I mean, why would you need more? Anyway. Women's Series 2 continuing right along, and we should be relatively close to making a decision on whether we will go into the jump finals for the women's and men's competition, or women's and or men's competition in that event. Skier about to take to the water is Nina Roscher. Boat heading in towards the course. Looking good, looking in good shape here. Nina Roscher. There you go, not bad at all. Getting the job done with pass number 1, Nina Roscher. I'll try and get you a little bit of information for you on Nina. Looking at some of the tournament scores that she's posted in recent times. In the Internationaler Wiener Wasserski Club hosted Vienna Slalom Cup, she scored 1.5 on 12 meters. And also equaled that score earlier on in the season over at the No Wave Slalom Cup in Neuagen, also in Austria. So she hasn't skied much out of a native country of Austria. But let's see whether she is equal to the task of maybe taking the lead. And in order to do that, she has to score more than Ledina Wolfersberg with that score of 2, being our first skier of the day here. This is day 2 of action here at the European Championships for U21s. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as ever. Nina Rocha. Oh, a little bit of a bobble coming into number 6, but managing to take that pass all right. 1.5 on 12 is indeed a personal best, and there's a gate review in place here. A gate review in place here for that return pass of 14.25 meters. We'll have a look and see here. I don't think there's too much there to be terribly conclusive, at least from the angle that I was watching. Don't think she made much of a contact with the gate buoy, although the judges may have a different opinion. So Nina Rocha, who's been competing for her 5th season, and we'll see what she's got here representing Austria. Nina Rocha getting back into the competitive action after sustaining her 2nd ankle injury, which required her to be out of skiing for at least a month and a half prior to this competition. Missed the entire season 2 years ago due to injury. So she's been through the wars. Let's see if she can come out on top here on 30 meters. Nina Rocha, round number 4, hard snap into number 5, and this is 13 meters, and she gets that pass. She carries it all the way through into the drop zone, and a good effort there from Nina Rocha on 13 meters. Now, let's see what she has in store for us on 12. A little bit of personal redemption in play here, given the amount of injuries that she's sustained over the last couple of seasons. Slaloming can be quite brutal on the joints, especially knees and ankles. Not to mention being able to be strong in the core as well when taking some of those hits like that with your lower back isn't fun. But we'll continue to rock here. Here we go. Becky Lathrop mashes the throttle down, steers towards the slalom course. Becky Lathrop there. And slightly behind her, 12 meters further back, is Nina Rocha. There's 1. Does she make it round number 2? She stands up on 2, takes the hit, and good, solid, intelligent skiing. That gives her a tie for the lead 2 ways with Ledina Wolfersberg. 2 on 12 meters is now the tied lead between Ledina Wolfersberg and Nina Rocha. All right, and as we look at Nina Rocha with the entrance gates into buoy number 1 on the instant replay, handle coming up high and the ski moving down course, and she realized that any possibility or any ambition that she had to ski beyond number 2 went by the wayside with that turn on number 1, so she at least continued on. And the skier on the water right now representing Great Britain, this is Molly Lee. Molly Lee, who comes to us from the south coast of England, currently, to the best of my knowledge, a student at the University of Portsmouth, where she's studying marine biology. And not a bad opening run, just trying to dodge the raindrops, which is a constant theme of skiing in the United Kingdom during the summer months. And people are asking me, you actually have a summer? Well, we do. And we had it last week at the British Nationals. So Molly Lee getting the job done on the opening pass. All right, so Molly Lee, who comes to us from Great Britain. I'll give you some biographical information should I have it. As we see a bit of activity around about the dock side of Sophie Behrer from Austria as our next competitor. We've already established a lead, and it goes two ways with Ladina Wolfersberg and Nina Rocha. Chasing down that lead is Molly Lee, who has a personal best of 2.25 at 12 meters. Been skiing well this season, certainly in good shape for this event. And joining me here in the announcing point is Zane. How you doing?
Good morning, Tony. I'm doing pretty good. Weather's not quite as good as it was yesterday, but still no wind, so we've got pretty okay conditions for some water skiing. Looks like we've had a couple good scores so far this morning. I've kind of noticed that 13-meter pass has kind of called out a couple of our skiers. It's kind of the same common theme that we saw with our boys yesterday with the 12 meters. So hopefully maybe Molly can be our next one to crack it off, and then the floodgates will open up. We'll see a bunch of scores at 12.
All right, and Molly Lee at the British Nationals, British Youth Nationals last week, which covered the U21s as well. She scored a 2 on 12 meters in both rounds, in the elimination and the final. She scored 2 on 12 meters at the U21 World Championships in Predator Bay, and has been fairly consistent in getting to that point all season long, and her consistency is thanks in no small part to her ability to consistently run through 30 meters, which she has done right there, and has now put herself in a good position going forwards. But what do you do at this point? You know that getting round number 1 and number 2 and scoring merely 2 is going to be a decent score. It might get you into a runoff situation where we won't know right off the bat. But if she has a chance to get that ski round and maybe make a beeline for number 3 and possibly get a personal best for 1 and maybe a sure path to the final, what do you do at that point?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here at 12 is you just want to make sure you get the ski rotated around. And, a lot of times as we get to that shorter line length, especially the 12 meters, you start seeing skiers start trying to generate extra speed through the gates. And that's, you kind of want to do the opposite. The boat kind of gives you, with the zero off, it starts to give you a little bit of a push as you make the edge change out, so you kind of carry your speed out. So, you really want to see the skiers rotate the ski around and make sure that they, kind of hit the gates the same way they do at 14 and 13, so they have control of their speed into one ball and keep a tight line. Let's see if Molly can do it here as she rolls in, Tony.
All right, here is Molly Lee. Oh, round number 2, and consistent to a fault there. Molly Lee getting 2 on 12 meters. It's good enough for a 3-way tie of the lead between Ladina Wolfersberg, Nina Rocha, and now Molly Lee.
Yeah, I mean, and Tony, I thought she had a really good gate and got a really good 1, but then you see she pulls a touch long into 2 and just makes it where she can't turn it here. As we see her, she rolls in. That was a really good gate, in my opinion. And then here, you see she turns. She has a little slack line, but gets a good hookup. But here, you see she pulls really long, so now the ski runs. She has too much speed, and the rope goes in the water. Big thing there. We want to see her. You just take your, hit your pull zone, take what you can get, and then let the boat give you that, that push, if you will, out to 2, and her speed would be fine. Again, one more time, you see she rolls ski in the line, really good here. You see she turns, has the rope on the backside of the buoy, but then there she takes an extra long pull, and that's why you see her get there kind of late, and basically at 12 meters, you can start to pull yourself narrow. If you pull too long, you swing up on the boat too much, and you end up narrow. So just something that we'll kind of watch from these skiers coming up. But great skiing out of her. She's been very consistent all season, and puts herself in a 3-way tie for the lead.
So Sophie Behrer from Austria coming in on the opening pass. This is going to be 16 meters, the orange loop. Looking good, skiing through the rain here, and it's kind of what skiers in some of the colder countries are very well used to. And right here in Austria, it's something that Sophie is quite used to, apparently.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I know I've been in Denmark all summer, and they are definitely used to the rain. It rains about every 4 days, so you're definitely going to get some skiers that are from up north that are more accustomed to skiing in a drizzle and some rain, and we'll see if that calls out some of the skiers. But Sophie's looking really good here on her opening pass.
Did you say it rained every 4 days in Denmark?
Yeah, I mean you'll get some days where it's nice and sunny, and then you've used up the sun, and we're definitely going to get some wind, some overcast, and it's going to rain. So definitely gotten accustomed to a lot of rain. And it's a little bit different than Florida, where it rains and then 30 minutes later it's done and the sun comes out. It'll rain all day long, and the rain's picking up here, Tony. You can hear it kind of on the 10 above us, and you can see it. It's really starting to pick up. So that's something to keep in mind, that this could make it a little bit more challenging for our skiers coming up.
All right then. So. In Denmark, raining every 4 days, consider themselves fortunate with that. It rains every 1 or 2 days in the United Kingdom, and not known for our climate during the summer in the UK. But here we are in Austria. This is 14.25 meters, and getting the job done all the way through from start to finish. Good skiing, and don't see much wrong there, Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, I will point out, we were talking about the rain, Tony. It's not, I mean, it's raining, but it's still small drops. So that is kind of a better situation for the skiers than if we were having, bigger droplets.
It's not like hailstones or anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you start getting those bigger droplets, it starts hitting you in the eyes, and, it makes it really hard to see. I'm not saying that this little rain doesn't, but, it doesn't feel quite as bad as it would if we had, a normal raindrop or whatever. So, that is a plus for the skiers. I know it's not ideal, but these skiers are still working out pretty good. And Sophie's, not letting it bother her at all here as we take a look at the replay of her 14 meters. Looking strong. I know she probably skis here quite a bit, being from Austria, and she's looking pretty dialed here on her first 2 opening passes.
Maybe it's a hindrance to some, but for others, it may actually be of a help, because you have to pull through the wakes and get that angle more completely off the second wake, and then the ski works out going out wider. Here we go. There's number 1. There's number 2 on 30 meter. Oh, and trying to get a little bit more leverage there off number 2, but unfortunately popping the handle and getting 2 on 13 meters. 2 on 13 meters. No doubt she'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but Sophie Beira, who has a personal best of 2 on 12, swims into shore.
Yeah, and you kind of see her a little bit fast at the gate here, so causes her to come in, and when she comes in, she has the speed, so she checks up right there, doesn't quite get the ski all the way around, and now she shows up a little bit late to 2, and gets a big pull, but doesn't keep everything connected, get yanked up from the boat, and unfortunately for her there, she's loses the handle going across the wakes, going to 3 ball.
All right then, folks. We've got on the water. We've just had on the water Sophia Beringer. Sophie Berra. I sincerely apologize for any mispronunciation that I make to any names on this list. It's a continuing worry and a problem. All right, our next competitor up, it's going to be Nora Handgaard.
Now, I will tell you, Tony, I have skied with this girl a little bit. I've been coaching in Norway, and if I know, she probably has her ski goggles in the ski bag. So I know in Norway it would rain, and it would be dumping rain, and I'd ask them, hey, you want to take a break for a minute? And out they would come with a pair of glasses and say, no, we got these, we're good to go. So Nora's definitely used to skiing in some rain, and I don't think she'll let it bother her at all today.
A little bit of water is collecting up in our tent. We're trying our best to make sure that water doesn't hit any of the electronics that we currently utilize on this stage, as it were. As Nora Handgaard, personal best of 3.5 on 12, the current Scandinavian champion in U21 Slalom. A national champion U21 Slalom this year as well. And is also the U14 and U17 national slalom record holder for Norway. So Nora Handgaard, and not bothering to go with the goggles or anything like that, at least not for the time being. Maybe it's not raining that much at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the old F1 team boss thing. We got some rain droplets, but it's not super bad. I mean, it's still, like I said, they're really small.
You can still get away with intermediates.
Yeah, it's still like it's a bit like a mist, if you will. So probably not thinking it was bad enough to hit her in the eyes, and electing to
16 meters.
Electing to ski without him. But yeah, looking strong. Nora's been skiing really good. She's a super strong skier out of Norway, and has a really good ski style. So looking good there on the opening pass, and getting herself set up for this run. Actually, the rain, Tony, right now, as we're sitting here talking about it, seems like it's kind of dying off a little bit. So maybe Nora is living right now, and the ski gods are playing in her favor.
All right, then. So let's bring in Nora Handgaard from Norway.
Had a little slack there at the gate, Tony. Had a little bit too much speed, but seems to manage it pretty good off of 1 and 2. Let's see if it catches her out further down the course. A little bit down course off of 3, but big turn there on 4. And now she's back into it, and there you go. That's 14 meters in the bag. Kind of got a little dicey there at the start, but still, good skiing from her. I really liked how she managed her speed, kind of calmed down towards the back half of the pass, and didn't do too much. Didn't freak out, act like she was super late, and made up some room there.
All right, so that's how it's going right now for Nora Handgaard. See if we can find out a little bit more information. Next week, she starts university, studying for a master's degree in business. And apparently, like many in Norway, she has a swimming pool. Well, looks like someone was responsible for that line, because I've seen it a number of times before. But there you go. Nora Handgaard from Norway. She's through on to pass. Pass number 3.
Yeah. So gotten through the 14. So this is 13 meters. It's a must-run pass for these ladies here if they want to even give themselves a spitting chance to get into the finals. So I know she can run this pretty regularly. Let's see if she can do it here. Again, a little bit fast at the gate there, Tony. A little slack line. So
there she goes.
Could catch her out. You see a little slow off a tip.
Oh, and much like our previous skier. Oh my word.
Yeah, Tony, and that's just a product of that gate turn in with some slack. She's a lefty, so you'll see her. She turns in with a little bit too much speed, able to turn one ball, but then when she gets over to 2, that you carry all that speed that you had at the gate, and it catches you out. I thought she did okay here at 1, but right here you see she's got all that speed, and the ski doesn't want to turn, and then she loads up and just doesn't have the hands in the right spot. The ski's a little bit behind her, and the boat takes the handle away from her.
So 2 back-to-back scores of 2 on 30 meters. So Nora Handgaard with a 2 on 30 meters, tying with Sophie Bayra with the same score. 2 skiers are in.
All right, so it sounds like we're going to have just a really short break there, Tony. I think the drivers and everything are getting a little bit wet, and we're trying to keep them, dry and warm so that they can make it through this event, as it is supposed to rain. I think it's supposed to rain all day today, so we're going to take a quick one and throw the Bimini top on there for Becky, and then we'll get rolling again with the Slalom event.
All right, then continuing coverage of the 2025 European U21 Championships, coming to you live from IWWC, the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club, and we'll be back right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
everybody. I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, then, moving right along. We're now moving on to our third from last skier in this series. This is Sina Thompson. Second in slalom in the Swiss National Championships in U21, in fourth place in the open section of the Swiss Nationals. Personal best of 2 at 12, where she accomplished that last season. And if she can get to 12 meters and replicate that kind of score, then she'll be in a multiple weight tie for first place at this time. That is Sina Thompson. Not a bad opening run there, just trying to stay on track with that run. Sina Thompson out of Switzerland, getting this 16-meter pass under her belt, and most of our skiers at this point in the proceedings going on 16 meters, and maybe the odd one or two decide to go in on a shorter line length. But I think much of the decision making in regards to whether you're going on 16 and 14 is going to be ultimately dictated by the wind conditions. Wind starting to pick up a little bit. The rain is all but subsided right now, which provides a few of our skiers with a golden opportunity to get something substantial by way of a slalom score under their belt. Here we go, right here, Sina Thompson. Her brother, Dima Thompson, is currently one of our crew here on TWBC, and we thank him for it. He's running the dockside cam right now. This camera shot right here, he's behind that. And Sina Thompson right there into view. He'll probably give a little wink to his brother, right there, as she gets ready for 13 meters coming up next. Sina Thompson. Sina Thompson, the daughter of International Water Ski Hall of Fame inductee Elena Thompson, who's multiple-time world jump champion and an overall champion way back in the day, and still continues to compete to this day. Although she's picked up a whole raft of injuries along the way, and we'll see if she would ski in the upcoming World Championships at Ricetto, and that competition being brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, starting at 2 o'clock Central European Daylight Time on this coming Tuesday. The World Championships gets underway. Here we go. This right now is Sina Thompson. 13 meters. Getting a little bit pushed down course, and unfortunately unable to get an effective pre-turn and subsequent turn into buoy number 5. So it looks like she's going to have to make do with 4. So 4 buoys there for Sina Thompson as we continue our way down this down this order. Didn't look all that bad with the first couple of turns, but got bogged down off number 3, and things started to cascade from here. Just couldn't get that ski to turn for anything right there. Then she got broken over and just was not in the best of shapes off number 4 and had to give up the ghost at that point. So 4 buoys on 30 meters for Switzerland's Sina Thompson. All right, so Sina making her way back to the starting dock. And 2 competitors remain on this running order in the U21 Series 2 Slalom. Just to let you know that we have 13 skiers in Series 1. So we won't have an idea as to what the bubble score will be until we're at least 1 skier deep into that series. But for the moment, it's currently a 2 buoy total on a 12 meters shared. The shared lead with Molly Lee right now. And Nina Russia, 3-way tie for the lead. Stella Anastasi currently in a 2-way tie for 4th place with Jessie Shute. And that represents your top 5 competitors. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have your company here for the Women's Slalom Series 2 and 1. Then by the time we get to Series 1, we should have a fairly good idea of where we're going for our next event, whether it's going to be the jump event or straight into the tricks elimination. The original schedule called for this event that you're seeing right now, the Women's Slalom Series 2 and Series 1, and then just taking the tricks elimination rounds, 3 series for each gender, 3 to 1. But because of the weather conditions and the weather that we're anticipating for tomorrow, the judges are trying to formalize a decision to be made in regards to the jump event in both women's and men's, whether to put those events or one of those two events into the schedule and run that before we go into the tricks event. Skier on the water at this time is Josefina Krug. 2 on 12 meters is her personal best. And looks like she's written a chapter of War and Peace here so far as the bioshoot is concerned. Enjoys cycling and fitness, running, mostly skiing on water or snow. And she is actually a volunteer at our local fire department as well. That's an unusual one. So Josefina Krug, 14.25 meters. And currently studying at the university right now with a degree in business and economics, and just submitted a thesis this past Sunday. Hopefully things will be looking on the uptick there for her very, very soon. Her coach is currently Franz Oberleitner. So Josefina Krug looking in good shape for the most part. 2 passes under her belt now, 16 and 14. Now the intensity starts to ratchet up on 13. Okay, so looks like there is going to be a team captain meeting. It's taking place right now. Somewhere in the middle of that scrum, you'll find Elena Kunert, our chief judge, but the team captains are meeting right now to determine whether we proceed on with the jump event or carry on with the original schedule, which calls for tricks in the elimination round series. Oh, Josefine, and getting a little bit deep there around number 5 and unable to make a solid enough turn there. So it looks like it is going to be 4.5. 4.5 on 12 on 13 meters. Looks like the 2 buoys on 12 are on. So 2.5 there, not 4.5. My apologies. So 2.5 on 13 meters is the score there for Josefina Krug. And currently still in the lead, a 3-way tie for that lead between Molly Lee, Nina Rocha, and Ladina Wolfersberg. And I think that if I were any of those competitors, knowing what typically happens at that point whenever you have like a multiple-way tie for a particular spot through to the next round of the competition, or it could open up to 2, or maybe all 3 go through, depending upon what happens from here on this point. The possibility of maybe a runoff could be in play here, so I'm sure that they've got their equipment on standby, ready to put back on should that situation present itself. Josefina Krug with 2.5 on 13 meters, swimming into shore, and now we're going to have our last skier to go in the women's slalom series 2 elimination round. Stamatina Kosofania from Greece will be our final skier to take to water in this series. Stamatina Kosofania. Okay, Stamatina Kosafthania of Greece making a beeline towards the slalom course right here and now. 3 buoys on 12 meters is her personal best, and she's the Greek national champion in U21s in slalom and tricks. And Stamatina Kosafthania, currently a university student, and is currently a physiotherapy student. So let's see if she can work her way through this situation right here. Stamatina Kosafthania opening up with 16 meters and trying and get as far as she can down these runs, as we see our boat crew there at the far end of the lake. And now that boat motor's off with Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat. Our camera person in that boat is Kelvin Kelm, making his first appearance in Europe as one of our talented crew of individuals at TWBC. And for someone who hasn't been out of the country at all, it's certainly been an eye-opener for him in a lot of different ways. But on the water, Stamatina Kosafthania, 2.5 on 12 meters is her personal best, and the team captains are still in the midst of that meeting, and maybe we'll have a decision on whether to proceed on with the jump final. Maybe next after the Women's Slalom Series 1. They don't have an awful lot of time to make this decision, because we have 13 skiers remaining after Stamatina Kosafthania concludes her run. We typically run slalom very, very quickly indeed, and it's even quicker by the fact that we have a reduced drop time at each end, such as the great conditions that we typically have here, and the backwash being receded almost immediately hitting the shoreline, so it's there's very little bounce back, if any. Stamatina Kosafthania from Greece, look at her go on 30 meters. Knows that her chances of making it through to the final could be increased if she gets round number 6, and unfortunately coming up short. So that is going to be a 5 buoy count on 30 meters for Kosafthania, for Stamatina Kosafthania. And she got the good load off her number 1. And everything was looking pretty good here, but just losing little bits of time down the course. And whenever you add all of those together, then it becomes really, really increasingly harder and more challenging to get where you need to be on a particular pass. And it got to that point there, and unfortunately well inside number 6. So Stamatina Kosafthania is on a 5 buoy count on 13 meters. And 5 buoys on 13 meters puts her into a tie, a multiple weight tie for 6th place with Katerina Hafner. 5 buoys on 13 meters. So with 13 skiers remaining, we will know very, very soon what score will be necessary to advance. And here we go. The women's slalom leaderboard as it stands right now: Ladina Wolfersberg and Nina Rocha and Molly Lee all tying with the lead with 2 on 12 meters. Stella Anastasia and Jessie Shute, 2-way tie for 4th with 1.5 on 12 meters. Katerina Hafner in a two-way tie with our previous skier, Stamatina Kosafania. That is a 5-buoy count, and then you work your way down to a two-way tie for 8th between Lily Dest and Sina Thompson. Then you work your way down to a two-way tie for 10th between Nelly Scholes and Sophia Schuster. And here is the running order for the next 13 skiers. Maria Popova, Maisa Jakobsen, Claudia Komentova, Sofia Hosdevia, Leona Berner, Tuva-Lisa Rodefors, Judy Fay, Lisa Gussenbauer, Philippa Antonsen, Melatine Morel, Vittoria Sirocco, Ines Sola, Dora Varga, and finally, our final skier to take to the water is Dora Varga. There you see on the list, representing Hungary. 13 skiers, the first of them on the water right now. This is Maria Popova. Oh, getting almost overloaded there off number 1. Continuing to roll here, but not the most comfortable 16-meter runs that she will ever clear out there. All right, then. Looks like we have the results of the team captains meeting so far as a change to the schedule. And for those competitors and the teams that were anticipating a trick-in right after slalom, they might have their wishes granted as a result of the team captains meeting. So let's have a look at the schedule. We've got the men's trick-in series 3-1. Then the women's series 3-1 trick-in, and then from there we will continue on to the women's jump final, and then the men's jump final. We just did a switch there. We were anticipating doing the jump finals before doing tricks, but now we're going with tricks and then jump. And then the slalom skiers need to stay put as well, because there's a possibility of maybe doing the slalom final as the ending event of the day. Maria Popova. Oh, on 14.25 meters and going down there halfway through the run. Did not look at all comfortable from start through to finish. And Maria Popova has now invoked the bubble now. 12 skiers remaining. Whoever scores more than the lead score of 2 at 12 meters has a shot of making it through to the finals. Maria Popova, for her part, she got through 16, but 14.25 meters dumps it there on that turn, so 3.5 on 14.25 meters. So we've now got 12 skiers to go. Whoever cleanly exceeds 2 on 12 meters will have an immediate berth through to the next round. So just looking at this from Maria Popova, and just not at all comfortable from the get-go as she swims into shore. All right, then, here we go, folks, coming on in. This is Maisa Jakobsen. Maisa Jakobsen, who has had a pretty good championships at this point. She's the #1 seed going into the women's jump final, and has certainly been making a name for herself in that particular event. But she is also a pretty good talent on the slalom event, hence the reason why you see her in Series 1. Maisa Jakobsen, her personal best is 2 on 12 meters. But the reason why she is in Series 1 is because of her overall ability. Personal best in tricks 37.90. Her personal best jump is 49.1, and she produced that as the U17 world record. She did that this season in Polk City. And Maisa Jakobsen, a fantastic competitor, and she also won the U17 World Jumping Championship last season at the Lakes of Casting Stone just outside Calgary. So some good skiing there. So far, so good. 16 meters. And there's our coach, Zane Nicholson, along the shore side as monitoring the situation as it stands right now. He was a part of that team captain's meeting to determine the schedule, the remaining portion of the schedule for today. We're going to go into women's and men's tricking after the conclusion of the slalom event. Rain is picking up again, but I'm sure that'll be water off a duck's back for someone like Maisa Jakobsen, who skis in Denmark, where apparently it rains every 4 days there. And raining every 4 days in Denmark, it would be considered to be an Indian summer in the United Kingdom, where it rains pretty much, well, either every day or every other day. All right, then. So Maisa Jakobsen getting through the opening two passes, just trying to maintain her posture here, and you know, at least giving herself a shot at making it through to the next round of the slalom event. Now, if she can get a piece of 3 on the pass to come after this one, which is 13 meters, then she will have a path through to the women's slalom final, and thus have a great chance of maybe featuring among the top 3 in the overall battle. But she needs to get through 13 first. Now she needs to pummel these weight. Oh, and just unable to get that ski deep enough in the water without popping the fin off. So it looks like it's going to be a 3.5. 3.5 on 30 meters for Maisa Jakobsen, and that currently forces a runoff situation. Now, the only way that runoff situation would not be in play is if that score of 2 on 12 meters is performed less. A score of from the remaining competitors is going to be less than 2 on 12 meters, not once but twice. But for the meantime, there is one spot open potentially for between 3 skiers who are currently tying with the lead right now with 3 on 12 meters. And those 3 skiers, I'll recite the names off in just a moment, but we're seeing Maisa Jakobsen on the instant replay. All right, then. So Maisa Jakobsen taking an early bath there on the 13 meters. She won't be too happy there. So maybe she'll take out her anger and frustration with the jump event and try to calm her nerves in preparation for the tricks event. But certainly has a lot of work to do to stay in contention in the women's overall battle. So currently in the 3-way tie for the lead, and at least assuring themselves of a potential runoff, Molly Lee, Nina Rocha, and Ladina Wolfersberg. And in order for all 3 to make it through the next round, their respective scores of 2 at 12 meters need to go unchallenged, not once but twice. between the skiers that are about to take to the water. The first of which is Claudia Komentova from Czechia. All right then, folks, here we go. 16 meters for Claudia Komentova. She's competed in a number of different slalom events. Her personal best is 3.5 on 12 meters, and also skied a little bit in San Gervasio in that Pro-Am. But Claudia Komentova excellent on the first pass. Enjoys surfing, windsurfing, snow skiing, snowboarding, and hanging out with friends and family. Claudia Komentova needing to outrightly score more than 2 on 12 meters to advance straight away through to the next round, and thus keep our multiple way tie for the lead waiting. The three skiers there: Molly Lee, Nina Rocha, and Ladina Wolfersberg. All right, here we go, coming on in. This is 14.25 meters for Claudia Komentova from Czechia. Checks up into number 6 and looking good and looking in good shape here. Just trying to steady her nerves and just work away from one end of the course to the next. Just allowing that ski to make its turn and do what it's designed to do. And try not to force the issue too much in the process. So Claudia Komentova, her personal best is around the halfway mark on 12 meters, so she would need to get somewhere close to exceeding that in order to put herself right there in the driver's seat for a position in the slalom final. Now here we go, Claudia Komentova. 13 meters. Looking good. Her personal best is 3.5 on 12. Let's see what she has here. 13 meters, 6 buoys there, and now she's within striking distance. A piece of 3 is what it needs, was what she needs in order to advance through to the slalom final. 4th. So the U17 European Trick Champion in last season. 3 bronze medals at the European Tricks, 1 in the Euros for Tricks. 1 bronze in the European U17 for slalom. And has attended the US Junior Masters in 2025. And competed in the tricking event in that competition. And Claudia Komentova, definitely tricking is a bag. Her personal best is 63.60, and certainly certainly a more substantive personal best than those from the other remaining events, but it is a score of 3.5 on 12 meters. If she can get somewhere along those, if she can get somewhere around that area, then she will have a beeline to the final. This is 12 meters. She gets round number 1, takes that one to go. Round number 2. Now let's see if she can make a play on number 3. No! Oh my word, it is now a four-way tie for the lead for 2 spots. Four-way tie for the lead for 2 available spots through to the next round of the final. So it's getting rather tight towards the top. Claudia Komentova. She certainly had the target in mind. There's number 1, and trying to be soft on number 2 in order to keep a tight line, but then she got broken over off her number 2 and then saw that target go whizzing by. It keeps her in contention for a spot through to the next round, but she's going to have to do battle in a potential runoff to make that happen, potentially. But now she's going to have to wait and see what occurs between now and the end of regulation in the slalom competition. And now, coming in on her opening pass, Sofia Hotsdevia, skiing for the white flag of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation. 16 meters opening pass. Not a bad opener. And Sofia Hotsdevia, who's already making a name for herself, I mean, dating all the way back to last season, where I believe that she made it through to the slalom final. She got ninth in last season's European U21 slalom final with a score of 2 on 12 meters in that final, having qualified with 3.5 on 12, and it's going to take a score of a similar vein in order for Sofia Hotsdevia to make an impression along a similar lines. Sofia Hotsdevia, well, I'll give you a little bit of biographical information here. 3.5 on 12 meters. That was last year, and that was in those championships. U14, U17, U21 European champion, 3rd place in tricks and overall at the Open Europeans, which took place less than 2 weeks ago, and is also a multiple-time European champion in the cable versions of these events. So, Sofia Hotsdevia, looking good, looking strong. Sofia Hotsdevia, round all 6 there. Now getting ready for 13 meters coming up next, and just settling down in the water and just going through some of the keys through her mind right now. Sofia Hotsdevia. Skiing with a technique and a style all her own out there. Really barreling down off number 3 to get a nicely ahead of number 4, which is a strong side turn. She is a righty. And just skis neutrally on 135 and has been able to tune her ski to be able to do that effectively. So, Sofia Hotsdevia. $13 meters, a pass that she must get through. There's one. There's number 2 on 13 meters. She has to make it through this pass and get more than 2 in order to immediately make her way through to the final. And she's halfway there. She's gotten through the pass. Now she's got to get past 2 on the next one. Sofia Hotstevia. And Sofia, who is competing under the white flag. It's a national designation for skiers that aren't able to compete under their regular flag or nationality due to bans for conflicts and that kind of stuff. So instead of actually punishing the skiers themselves, the IWWF have this special designation. It's very, very similar to a lot of other sports, and in which certain nations are extremely competitive, and instead of punishing the athletes, they would rather have this designation to allow them to compete and compete effectively, it would seem. Here we go, Sofia Hotstevia. This is 12 meters. Now she needs more than 2 to advance here. There is number 1, taking a good hit there. Round number 2. Oh, she's round number 2. Does she make a pass? Yes, she does. She's round number 3 to the wake. Ladies and gentlemen, your first competitor making it through to the final for absolute certain is Sofia Hotstevia. 3 on 12 and taking the lead in the process. So great skiing there for Sofia Hotstevia, and see how she did this. She got round that number 1, but left a little bit towards the boat. But however, she kept that line tight because she knows that if she skis into a slack line, then her ability to hold that position in time for the next turn will be compromised. She skied that one smart and intelligently and got the job done. It is a 3-buoy count on 12 meters. Some good targeted action here from Sofia Hotstevia. And there you go. Ski kind of riding up a little bit in the face off number 1 into number 2, but it doesn't matter at that point as long as she had a tight line at the tail end of number 2 and gave herself enough room to get around number 3. She did enough to qualify for the women's slalom final. That is Sofia Hotstevia. Skier on the water representing Austria. It is Leona Berner. Rejoining me here at the announcing point is Zane Nicholson. How you doing, sir?
Man, Tony, I'm doing all right, trying to stay dry. I know the rain has kind of subsided right now, so that's good for our skiers right now, and it was great to see Sofia punch her ticket into the final, and now let's see if we can get Leona Berner through it. Right there, a little bit slow off a 5-ball. That was a little bit shaky there at the end of that pass, but, good thing about it is we talked about it yesterday, these skiers take a couple warm-up passes, so that first one kind of allows them to have a couple bobbles and get through it. So good job making it through that one there for Leona.
And Leona Berner from Austria will be starting collegiate action in the NCWSA. She'll be at Rollins College this fall with an international relations major, so look forward to seeing her pursue that career path. Started skiing at the age of 3. First competition was in 2017, so a little while back. So she's been competitive for about 8 years now, and her personal best is 4.5 on 12. That is Leona Berner, and didn't exactly have the best of her times at the U21 World Championships at Lakes of Castingstone. Actually took a pretty brutal fall there, and was trying to shrug off that little bit of an injury going at the European Open Championships about 10 days ago. But she's here, she's fit, and ready to go, ready to rip here. 14.25 meters. Back to you, Zane.
Yeah, and she's crushing it through this pass. This looks a lot stronger than the opening pass there. You see on top of the whole pass, and makes her way through that 14. So, there she kind of got her rhythm a little bit more dialed and in tune. I don't know if maybe she normally starts at 14 and just took an extra pass to, kind of set up for the gates or what have you. So that was a good-looking opening pass. And I'll tell you, Tony, from the Worlds, she had the coolest photo of the weekend. I know it probably wasn't something she wanted to see right after the jump event, but a week or two later, that was the coolest photo she had coming off the ramp. I know, the photographer there got a really good photo of her. So was able to get a pair of jump skis. I know she had a break of her jump skis, got those, figured out, and we saw her at the Open Europeans, and now it's great to see her here skiing at the U21 Europeans.
And jump skis aren't exactly the easiest thing to obtain, especially new these days.
Yeah, no, and I mean, one of our skiers from Denmark had the same problem at Open Europeans. We broke a jump ski, and that was kind of put us in a bit of a pickle, and we had to work on getting him set up. But yeah, it's great. The water ski community is always good there to help her. So Leona Berner coming in. This is 13 meters, must run pass.
Indeed it is. Leona Berner through the entrance gates, getting a good hard start there on number 1, trying to get out to Bowie's line quickly and on time, and not trying to move too much on the turn itself. Leona Berner, tight line, round 5 and number 6. There we go. Good skiing there from her, Leona Berner. 4.5 on 12 meters is her personal best, so the next target for her is definitely doable for a skier who enjoys running, road cycling, horse riding, Pilates, reading, and snow skiing. So she's no couch potato.
No, definitely very fit. You can kind of tell in her body physique. She stays very active and looking good as she's making her way through this pass, as we see on the replay. And she's looking really dialed. Like I said, that first pass had a little bobble here and there, but these next two, she's looked super strong and setting herself up to get her a good score here on the next pass.
Yep, and definitely has a physique that really works well with tournament water skiing, especially with slalom.
All right, Tony, 12 meters.
All right, here she goes. More than 2.
Yeah, anything more than 2 puts her in. Let's see if she can get a good one here. Gets a pretty decent one here, so it looks like she's going to get a play on 2. There's that play into the finals now.
That's it. Look at her go. She's still continuing to ski. She's eyeing up a start further down the running order. It is 4 on 12 meters, and that is enough for Leona Berner to advance, and she has the lead to boot. So far, so good there for Leona Berner. She's through to next round, and she has that lead score of 4 on 12 meters. Now, how did she get there?
I mean, so she rolls in at the gate. I mean, the big thing here at 12 is to make sure you get the ski up under the line so you can kind of control your speed into 1. I thought she did a really good job there, and then got over to 2, kind of made a little bit of a safe play at 2. So it didn't give her the best didn't give her the best play on 3, but got a turn at 3 and then got over to 4. So set herself up and put her on top of the leaderboard. So good skiing there out of Liana, and congratulations to her for punching her ticket into the final.
All right, then punch the ticket that she did alongside Sofia Hotstevia, who had the lead of 3 when Leona Berner went out there on the water. So now Sofia Hotstevia now relegated to 2nd, but she is through to next round of the competition, as well as Leona Berner. Tuve-Lisa Runoff from Sweden coming up next.
All right, 16-meter start here, Tony. So, kind of taking, I think everybody likes this gate shot for the 13 meters from the dock end. So maybe we'll see a little bit of change as we get to our top seeds. But Tuve-Lisa looking really good here. opening pass. That was nice and smooth. Nothing to really to scream about. Just getting dialed, getting her feet up under her, feeling nice and smooth.
And to Velisa Runoff, one of the last two competitors to make it through to the slalom final. Actually, one of the last three competitors to make it through to the slalom final in the previous version of these championships, the U21 Championships of 2024. And in those finals, she scored half on the second pass that she attempted. And certainly not the best of scores. So a little bit of redemption, but she needs to get there first. For Tuvelisa Runoff. For those of you watching from around the world, we most certainly appreciate you doing so, and hopefully you enjoy the coverage as our Swedish supporters trying to get behind Tuvelisa Runoff.
All right, 14 meters. Like you said, look dialed on that first pass. Let's see if she looks the same here. Gets a nice, good start. And, yeah, she's looking really good here as she's making her way through 14. A little bit narrow there at 3, so I'm going to have to work a little bit at 4, but looking good off of 5, and there you go. She's through that pass. So now,
nice.
Now on the must-run pass to even give yourself a chance into the final. So, we've seen this 13-meter pass kind of call out a couple girls, but I'm kind of expecting the rest of the girls to be able to get through it. And, we'll see most of the scores into 12. Hopefully we get some into 11 meters as well.
And to Velisa Runoff in the U21 World Championships. She competed in the slalom event, ended up in the 15th, so a little ways outside from making it through to the slalom final. So a skier that's got the bit between her teeth right here and looking to try and conjure up a little bit of magic and redeem herself, and not only once but twice. So there we go. Good skiing there for Sweden's Tuvelisa Runoff. And coming up, it's going to be, what is it, the next pass?
13 meters there, Tony. So got to run this one to give herself a fighting chance to get into this final. Knows she needs more than 2. And she punches her ticket in at 12. So let's see if she can get through this one here. Nice play on 1. She rolls over to 2. That's a pretty decent 2. Let's see how 3 is. Much better at 3 than the 14-meter pass. So now she's on top of it. A little bit handle high at a 4, but still looking good. And there you go. That's another skier through 13 meters.
Great skiing there. Much to the delight of our Swedish supporters along the short side. There we go. Tuvelisa Runoff.
All right, and we see here on the replay, looking nice and smooth, working through this pass. There's the 3-ball turn, if I'm not mistaken. And here you see the handle comes a little bit high there, kind of rocking to the back of the ski. But, she doesn't freak out here at 5, just kind of takes it, gets a good turn there, and, gets through it. She's been having a really good season so far, skiing real well. And I think right now she's thinking, really wants to join her Swedish teammate Leo Cederqvist in the slalom final here, which I believe is happening later today. Had a bit of a change in the schedule just due to weather, so looking to punch her ticket in here. So now got to get a good gate, got to get a good play on 1 to get over and get around 2, and then then the work is to get around 3. So let's see what she does here. She rolls in. That's a pretty good gate there, Tony. Let's see what happens at 1. Good 1.
There she goes, number 1. Round number 2. Oh, she's coming up a little bit short, or just making that ski get outside buoy number 3. It's either going to be 2 1/4 or 2 1/2 there, but Tuvelisa Runoff, if she has either of those scores, then she's through to next round. Otherwise, she will go into a 5-way tie for 3 spots.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit conservative there, Tony. Had a really good 1, and then here just kind of stays over the ski to make sure she doesn't fall over. And that caused her to be late to 3. But I think she gets the ski around 3 balls, so we'll wait and see what the officials give her. But that should be good enough to get her into the finals.
Now, this is the view that that the judges would typically look for whenever it comes to deciding whether she still has the handle out of the buoy line in time for a certain turn. She gets around that number 2. She starts pressing on the ski. Yep, she still has the handle in her hand by the time that ski makes it round the buoy. So it is going to be 2.5. But that is enough. That is just enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. That is Tuvalisa Runoff. Julie Fay from Switzerland is approaching the course next. Let's see how she gets along here.
All right, Tony, and this is a 14-meter start, so we're getting down and busy a little bit quicker here with Julie. We'll see. She looks smooth as she gets through it. I thought she was a little bit hot at the gate, but manages her speed pretty good. And there you go, six full buoys at 14 meters.
All right, so Julie Fay come into this competition with a personal best of 3 at 11.25 meters. The 2023 U21 European Slalom champion from 2 seasons ago, and the Swiss national champion from last season in U21. Haven't heard too much of her since those times. Competed in the European U21 Slalom Championship last season and scored a 4th place finish with 3 on 12 meters, having gotten to the final with using a score of 5 on 12 meters. So she's fairly consistent, going halfway down and towards the end of the course on 12 meters, and would need something like that to really set this competition alight there, Zane.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, like you said, you get starting at 14 meters and really looking strong, on that pass. So you can tell she can get down the 12-meter pass. And right here, this is the one you got to run. Like I said, I think the rest of the girls in this event will run this pass pretty easy. This is I think maybe the first time we've seen 13 meters from the far end of the lake, and she's looking really strong here. She's getting through this pass, and
that's the mark of confidence right there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she comes out and stomps the first 2 passes and looking really, really good here. Through these first 2 and through 13 meters. So now 12 meters. Again, we know that you got to get more than 2. So you might see some of these skiers kind of come in, be a little conservative on 1 and on 2, and then once they get the ski to turn around 2, now it's game on to just get everything around 3 and then try to run the pass and see how high you can set the bar for the next skiers coming up after her.
All right, so we've got some competitors through to the slalom final. That's Leona Berner, Tuvalisa Runoff, along with Sofia Hotzdevia. All 3 of those competitors that I mentioned through to the next round, and there are 2 available spots for those competitors that are currently tied on 2 on 12 meters. That is Ladina Wolfersberg, Nina Rocha, Molly Lee, and Claudia Komentova. So needing more than 2 1/4 buoys in order to advance. All right, there, here we go. Julie Fay, this is 12 meters, getting a good turn round number 2. She makes the turn on number 3, but she harbors greater ambitions here. This is 12 meters. This is the lead score. And oh no! And she collapses into buoy number 6, and she hits that water hard. That boat needs to make her way back towards her to ascertain her condition. But I tell you what, she's done enough to score through to the final, but she is hurt.
She looks hurt, man. That was a tough one right there. She looked fine off a 5 ball, and then just got the tip in the water, and she's laying there. So Becky's got the boat back to her. We're gonna go check on her. Hopefully she's okay.
mean, she's moving around in the water and appears to be somewhat fine, but that's only just an initial faraway diagnosis of what we saw there. But Julie Fay, you don't want to take too many of those.
No, that was rough, Tony. That was a good one. I hope she's all right. We'll see on the replay. Maybe we can see what happened. I mean, I was sitting here thinking, I was like, I said something about being conservative, and she came out and attacked this pass, big one ball. You see right here, it brings the handle to the inside, so a little bit of a check there off of 2, but then makes a big play on 3. Looks good here. Over to 4. I mean, I thought she had it when she made this turn here. She's all over the pass. Everything looks okay. Gets a turn on 5. And then, sounds okay. Yeah, it just looks like right when she came over the wakes, that ski tip drop, and she stuck the ski under the water. And I believe she's a bit injured here, so she's not feeling very good. And hopefully she's all right. I know we got medical people here, so she's in good hands. But we'll have to see. Hopefully she's good and not too injured. Hopefully just knocked the wind out of her. But we'll wait and see.
She took that head first, though, which is always a concern whenever you...
Yeah, and I mean, and it was one of those ones, Tony, where you stick the tip and you just kind of hit the water and stop. So let's see here. She comes across. She hits the wake. You see she's pushing on the front, and it just bounces on her, and she hits that tipping point. And looks like we've got her on the back of the boat. She is sitting on the boat and is moving around, so that is a plus, but... we'll check on her and see if she's good.
Now, obviously, there's a concussive element to that kind of fall, which means that the officials will have to look her over alongside a medical staff here to determine whether she would be in a position to continue skiing in this competition. Now, she's done enough to ski to slalom in the final. No two ways about that. She has the lead score, more to the point, with 5 on 12 meters. Julie Fay doing enough to achieve the number 1 position and earns that little red tick that's next to skiers that have made it through to the next round of the competition on my sheet here. But tell you what. That is some pretty gutsy skiing right there. And Julie Fay not only wanted to take a place into the final, but take the lead with it. Let's give it up for her, please. Julie Fay. So the remaining skiers coming up are going to be Lisa Gusenbauer, Philippa Antonsen, Melitine Morel, Vittoria Siracco, Ines Sola, and Dora Varga. So, Lisa Gusenbauer coming up next, representing Austria alongside Philippa Antonsen, who will be after her. Then we'll have 1 French, 1 Italian, 1 Belgian, and 1 Hungarian skier to take to the water. So hopefully everything is okay so far as Julie is concerned. Lisa Gusenbauer, wearing bib number 5, representing Austria. She is our next competitor. All right, here we go. This is Lisa Gusenbauer. Coming to us from the canton of Oberösterreich and competing here in Lieber-Österreich in the lower area of the country, not too far outside of the main city region, the main city canton of Vienna.
Yeah, and so we just saw Lisa get through 16 meters there. So, not taking that 14-meter start that we've seen from our last couple skiers as we see our medical personnel taking care of Julie. Looks like she's moving around okay. I know they're probably checking her to make sure, we got concussion protocol and make sure everything's all right. But she looks like she's moving around okay. So hopefully that was just, kind of rung her bell and knocked the wind out of her. I know we don't ever want to see that from our skiers, but if we just got the wind knocked out of us, that's the best scenario that could happen, in that situation. So she's in good hands here on the shore, and we take a look at the replay here from Lisa Gusenbauer as she makes her way through 60 meters. Was looking nice and smooth there. Never easy to go out after you see one of your competitors in front of you take a crash, but she seems like she's got her head in the right spot and gets through that 16 meters.
Yes, indeed, and Lisa Gusenbauer on the water right now. Her personal best is half on 11.25 meters. Enjoys tennis, swimming, and snow ski in the off-season. She's been European champion, runner-up in the European Championships, third place at the Europeans. So Lisa Gusenbauer has the distinction of being the only European representative in the women's slalom final at the recent U21 World Championships. So she has that going for her.
Yeah, I mean, she skied really, really good at the Worlds. So, carrying that on, I think she's been having a good season, and hopefully that'll translate into today's slalom right here.
And ending up with a 10th place finish in those championships with half a buoy on 12 meters. But she's going to have to go above and beyond that particular score in order to qualify for these finals. Lisa Gusenbauer actually scored 5 on 12 meters in the preliminary round at those U21 Worlds at the Lakes of Cast in Stone.
Yeah, and she just went right inside a 6-ball there on that at 12 meters at that tournament. So definitely capable of getting well down 12. She's run it a couple of times, so hopefully we could get her through that pass here. But she's got to get through this one first. 13 meters, a little bit abrupt at the gate, so she was a little late there, Tony, when she turned in. We'll see if it catches her out. You see a little bit of a hitch off of 2 just because of the gate, and now she's kind of carrying that through. The
13
pass.
meters. Pass that she normally runs, and she does so today.
Yeah, and that'll be something to look for, Tony. She, like I said, she was a little bit fast at the gate, had an abrupt turn, and I kind of looked like she was a touch late when she went through them. So you see it there. She was a bit late there, closer to the left-hand gate buoy, but got through that pass. And okay, and we just got confirmation that Julie is okay. We never want to see a skier, fall and end up a little bit injured, but sounds like she's okay. Just kind of got the wind knocked out of her, so that's good news to hear from our end, and we look forward to seeing her in the slalom final a little later today. But right now, let's see if we can get Lisa Gusenbauer into the final. Knows she needs more than 2, so she needs 2 1/4. She punches her ticket in. With how she's been skiing, I know she's thinking about running this pass and putting up a huge score for the last few competitors in this slalom event.
All right there. So a personal best is just into 11.25 meters. Let's see if she can make an effective play on 12 meters, the preceding pass. Good gate glide, good roll in towards number 1. She gets that one to go. There's number 1. Round number 2. Does she make a play on number 3? Yes, she does. Does she get for the wakes? There you go. That's 3 buoys. Targeted skiing, knew exactly where she needed to be. And Lisa Gusenbauer, fine performance there from her.
Yeah, Tony, and I thought she did much better at the gate there. When she rolled in, she started that turn in a little bit earlier and kind of got the ski to roll up under her. So that was better there. I think maybe a bit conservative going to 2-ball just to make sure she didn't blow the tail or fall over there. And then, got the ski outside of 3. And, right now, kind of you were saying it yesterday, you can't win it right now, but you definitely can blow it. So she didn't allow that to happen. You see that a little conservative there, making a speed check there at 2-ball just to stay over the ski, and then throws the ski outside of 3-ball, and there you go. She's your next skier that has punched their ticket into the final.
Good skiing there from Lisa Gusenbauer. She knew exactly what she needed to do to advance and be part of that women's slalom final, which could end up taking place a little bit later on today, subject to any changes in the schedule. And our next event after we get done with the Women's Series 1 Slalom, it will be the Tricks event. I believe the men will be first in that endeavor. And then we're going to go with the women afterwards in the Tricks, in the elimination round. Skier on the water coming to us from right here in Vienna. This is Philippa Antonsen.
Yeah, and the hometown skier skiing at her home lake. We saw her brother Nicky yesterday punch his tickets into the final, and so we're going to see if we can't get Philippa in as we got our first watch party of the day sent in. So shout out to everybody that's sending those watch parties in, and we like to to see how you're watching the events.
Yep, they're underneath that tent there. So and if you're watching us from elsewhere around the world, please submit your photo of your watch party. Would love to get them up on the screen. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. It's right there on the top of the menu. The main site as well, waterskibroadcasting.com. Just follow the link at the top of the page from there, and be a part of the global watch party, as it were. And this, the European Championships in U21. All right. So we're having a little bit of a watch party ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Tony. I think we've got the best watch party of anybody. We're here at the lake. We could turn around and see the skiing live, and then, we've got the TV in front of us watching like everybody else at home. But
here we go.
Right now we are watching Philippa Antonsen coming in. This is 14 meters, so, just still a warm-up pass for these skiers, just making sure they get through it. I know the nerves are probably here because she's the hometown girl, definitely wants to punch her ticket in, and there you go. She gets through that one, looks nice and strong, and
indeed.
And we would love to get her into the final with her brother.
All right, not looking too bad there. Philippa Antonsen will study in Madrid next year in their first year of college. 3-time European champion in U14, 1-time European champion in U17, and once a runner-up as well in the European Championships in U17. So looking to try and up her game and get herself a position towards the top in U21. And so far, so good. 2 passes under her belt. And we await her next pass, which should be coming up very, very soon. So 16 and 14, 13 meters comes up next. Right here on a home side to IWWC Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club.
I'm always impressed with your German pronunciations, Tony.
I try.
We all know, and I think you do a really good job at it. So Philippa Antonsen, 13 meters, must-run pass.
Oh, look at this.
Slow one ball there, Tony. So going to have to work here off of 2. Needs a big turn off of 3.
Oh, no. And loads up on 3 and just pings it towards the boat. And that means that opens up one additional spot for the potential runoff. So 4 competitors will now be competing for 3 potential spots in the runoff, should it come to pass. And but what happened here with Philippa?
Yeah, you just see she kind of comes through the gates here, lets those hands get away from her as she makes the edge change. So that causes that ski to not really want to turn at 1, and now she's kind of in scramble mode. Does okay off of 2, and then you see here she just bites off a little more than she can chew out of 3 and gets a little deep, and the boat just yanks back onto that. That Nautique boat's really strong and, just unable to hang on to that load that she created right off the buoy. Again, we see one more time from the boat view. She comes in. You see how those hands get really high and get away from her. So now the ski starts to run, doesn't really want to turn on the nose, and now she's in go mode. And here, takes it down course. I thought she did okay off of 2, and then here she took a bigger turn than I think she needed. She needed to try to get a turn here to get to 4, and then she would have been back into it. But just a little bit too much there, and that's going to be a little bit of heartbreak there for Philippa. Great skier, skiing at the home site and just not quite able to put it together today.
All right, then. And Philippa Antonsson, who actually took a year off last season because she broke her foot while skiing. So just trying to rehab and get back into full-on competitive mode. But it can be quite tough, especially if the circumstances in which you injured yourself are related to anything that you want to potentially do going forwards.
Yeah, and it's great to see her back on the water after sustaining that injury last year. I know I came here and coached at the end of the summer, and she was still kind of a little bit injured, and so it's good to see her back on the water. And we look forward to getting her at some other events and see her, soon.
All right, so let's have a look at how things are stack up so far as skiers making it through potentially to the next round. Julie Fay, who has a 5 buoy count on 12 meters. She's through. Leona Berner with a 4 on 12.
All right, Tony, and we've got our first skier that I think we've seen in the ski goggles. So Melantine just making sure that the rain's not going to affect her. Again, it kind of stopped for a little bit, but as I stick my hand out from under the tent, we're getting a little bit of droplets here. So, not wanting anything to get in her eyes. I don't know if she wears contacts. Maybe that's a reason why, too. I know if you have contacts and water gets in there, you go from being able to see to almost being blind. So, Melantine coming in. This is 14 meters. Makes a good start there off of 1, and looking pretty good here, so not looking like those goggles. Oh, a little bit of a big turn there off of 3, so a little deep there, but again, these first passes are just a warm-up pass. I know Melantine's pretty consistently getting it into the 11-meter pass, so kind of a little shaky there off of 3, but that's why we run these first few, is to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to kind of get dialed, get the nerves pushed back, and get yourself set up to make the final.
And Melody Morel also competed in the San Gervasio Junior Challenge. Personal best is 1 at 11.25 meters and has a pretty well-rounded overall capability as well. And do I detect the sun starting to peek out through the clouds?
No, Tony. It is overcast and it looks like it might rain. I don't know. I
think there is some sun starting to poke through. It's getting warmer.
I think that's very wishful thinking, but I love how you've got a glass half full approach to today, Tony.
Well, you got to. Someone has to. Come on. But Melantine Morel wearing goggles, similar type goggles to what Taylor Swift actually wore after LASIK surgery.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not a huge Taylor Swift fan, even though we are from the same hometown in Tennessee. But right now we got Melantine on the water. This is 13 meters. Rocking and rolling. This one looks a little bit more dialed. And, see, not getting that deep 3 ball like we saw at 14 and rolling her way around 5 and over to 6. So that'll be 6 buoys at 13 meters.
There you go. Not looking bad there. Melantine Morel using those goggles to great effect there. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that you lived in the same town as Taylor Swift all those years ago.
Yeah, so I live on the state line of Gallatin and Hendersonville, Tennessee. She's from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Went to Hendersonville High School. So yeah, that's that is one of the famous people in the Nashville area. If she started off as a country music singer, not a pop star, and so that right around that area is perfect for for those kind of singers. So. Not really my cup of tea, if you will, but, I will say that she has she's blown up and done really well. I will say I do know, Tony, my go-to karaoke song, though, is a Taylor Swift song because it gets the people going.
All right, then. So, Malatine Morel. How did we get to this point?
I think you made a comment about Taylor Swift, and we got off on a tangent. So why don't we bring it back in? So
yes, indeed.
This is 12 meters.
12 meters.
We know that we got to get more than 2. So 2 1/4 punches her ticket in. I know she's probably thinking about getting to 11 meters and wanting that top seed here. Let's see what she's got. Good gait. See if she gets a big play on 1. A little bit slow out of 1 there, Tony, so going to need to work here.
She's going to have to work this one into number 3. Good extent. Oh, look at that tight turn on number 3. She's ahead of the game here. She's round number 4, getting a good hook up on number 5 and 6. And the first one to make it through that pass cleanly, that is Malatine Morel. And she's through to the next round.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, Tony. I thought she had a pretty good roll in here at the gate, but then was a little bit conservative off of 1. Just didn't want to fall over here. So you see her kind of stay on the tail of the ski here. Didn't get it all the way turned. Does the same thing here at 2. But then for everybody watching on the replay, watch this 3 ball. She goes in. Now it's attack mode. Bam. She knows she's into the final, gets a big turn, and now her sights are on running this pass and seeing how high she can push this lead score for our last 2 skiers in this competition.
All right, then. So waiting on 11.25 meters.
All right, we got another watch party, too. Tuning in, we see the best crew at the lake. Not 100% sure which one it is, but we love getting these watch parties in, and
yes,
and
indeed.
They're really fun to watch. But right now, let's watch Melantine come in. This is 11 meters. She is your leader. Ooh, and didn't quite get the start she wanted, but that's a full 1 at 11. That's a big and respectable score considering the conditions. I mean, we don't have a lot of wind, but it's been kind of raining. It's a little bit. It's not a little bit. It's a lot colder than it was yesterday, and that kind of can play on the skiers on the start dock. You gotta get ready to ski, and you're not as warmed up as you would like to be. But Melantine right there, making her way through it. Congratulations to her. She's your new leader, and that's a big score for the last 2 skiers in this Series 1 women's slalom event.
All right, then. So we'll see if we can go down the running order as we prepare to bring on our last 3 competitors to go in Series 1 slalom. So from as far as I can see, we've got a number of skiers through to next round as BA lands their flight into Vienna Airport, not too far away from here. It's been ages since I've flown British Airways.
Yeah, I know the last time I flew through Britain, Tony, they got me really bad for my ski bags, and I will do everything in my power to stay out of
London
Heathrow.
Heathrow.
Oh my gosh, yes, it was so bad, and they were lucky that it was my water skis and not my clothes, because I just would have bought new clothes with how much it cost to ship everything home. But all right, we're rolling through. This is
14.25 meter start for Vittoria Soracco.
There you go, and getting down. We're I think our last 2 skiers will also do this 14 meter start, and looking good as she makes her way through that pass.
Okay, some great skiing so far. We have 6 skiers who have who have scores that put them straight through into the next round of the competition. Melitine Morel, we've got Lisa Gusenbauer, we've also got Julie Fay, Tuvalisa Runoff, Leona Berner, and Sofia Hotstevia. We have the potential of the runoff, which could be realized if any of our remaining skiers comes up short of 2 buoys on 12 meters, and that would actually create enough spots to bring all 4 competitors through, if the numbers are correct.
Yeah, and Tony, the rain is picking up. We're now getting some semi-decent droplets coming in here, so that is something that could play a factor for these last 2 skiers. Like I said, we saw Melantine with the goggles, so she was expecting that maybe the rain is. Maybe her radar and her pit boss was a little bit too early on that, but right now Victoria Soraka coming in. This is 13 meters, a little bit handle high off of 1, so ski on the back of the ski at 1, but
fighting for survival here.
Yeah, now she's back into it there, Tony.
There you go.
Yeah, and that was the most rain that we've had in quite some time. So, not letting it bother her too much and getting through it, and now she's going to have a chance to make it into the final. So, again, we know that bubble score, to get in is we've got to get a piece of 3 ball, and we're guaranteed in. If she gets 2, we're going to have a runoff for 5 girls for 3 spots. So. We'll have to see if she can make a play on 1, get around 2, and then get over to 3. Definitely going to need a little bit better 1 ball than she had there if she wants to do that. But looking good right here. You see her. She makes this turn right here, puts herself all the way back in this pass, and gets herself through it.
All right, Vittoria Sorako, who has competed for the last few seasons over at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, has scored a victory in the Junior Challenge at least a season or 2 ago, to the best of my recollection. And here she comes, Vittoria Sorako. This is 12 meters, getting the hook up off number 2. Does she make it outside number 3? Yes. That's exactly the score that she needed. Nothing spectacular there, but just doing enough to see her ski through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, Tony, and you see her, she kind of hammers this gate. So as a lefty, we're able to turn when we have all that speed, but then you see it call us out over here at 2. She comes in, the ski just doesn't want to turn, kind of gets on the tail. She carries some speed down, and so now she knows just got to get the ski outside of 3, throws it out and gets that full 3. So we'd like to see her be a little bit more smooth on the gate turn in, not go so hard through it so she doesn't generate too much extra speed into 2 ball, but still punches her ticket in and makes it into the final, so she's got another chance at it, and hopefully maybe she'll get lucky and not have to deal with the rain in the final.
All right, so moving on from Italy to our next nation, which is going to be Belgium, and Ina Sola will be our next competitor representing that nation. There we see Caroline down there. I don't know what she's doing.
Looks like she was washing off her shoes. I know when everything gets wet and we kind of get on this gravel, they'll get a little dirty, and it's not very fun to be walking around with rocks on the top of your flip-flops. So got them cleaned off, and shout out to her and the rest of the Atkinson family that they've done a lot to get the lake set up for this championships. And we saw Philippa ski a little earlier today, and we look forward to seeing Nikki ski a little later on this afternoon in the final. All right, Tony, and the rain is picking up. It is definitely getting stronger. We can hear it on the tin above us, but if you stick your hand out from under here, we can definitely feel some bigger droplets. So, definitely could come into play here with Ines. I think she's probably definitely skied. Most of these skiers have probably skied in a little bit of rain, but, you know, I know for me, if it's raining, I like to wait till it stops raining. So, you know, probably not something that she does all the time, but
I just left it to the proclivities of the driver. If the driver's prepared to go, I'll go. All right there, Ina Sola coming into the course, opening pass.
all right, this is 14 meters there, Tony. Let's see what she's got here as she makes her campaign, trying to punch her ticket into the final. Ooh, a little bit slow there off of 1, so we'll have to see. Again, slow off of 3, so big turns on 2 and 4. Can she get it here? That was a much better turn there at 5 balls, so I don't know, that maybe we'll watch that as we go through this pass, if that's a common theme, or if that's just, you know, kind of her way, just staying nice and calm and chill and not doing too much. But we see here at the gate, rolls in really nice here, but then when she turns, it's just a touch slow. And then over here on the 246 side, you know, she gets a really good turn. You see the hands come exactly where she wants them to be, and you know, really efficient on the backside of the buoy.
So 14 meters successfully run. And looking in great shape here. Just a well-controlled skiing at this point. Nothing earth-shattering. Just doing what she needs to get done, and that is to get through the opening pass, and then her destiny in relation to making it through to the finals. 9 buoys further along. There we see Vince there with the 1s and the 2s inside our luxurious tent.
And there's Enos's dad watching on the bank. I know he's probably a little bit nervous. I know the parents get real nervous, and Enos is out here looking strong through the gate here. Now, that's a much better one, Tony, so I think she was just kind of staying over her feet on the first pass, trying to get through it, and this one, now she's in attack mode. This is much better skiing here on pass number 2.
Full on attack. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing, Tony, is that 14-meter pass, sometimes you can over-ski it. If you attack too hard, you know, you don't have the rope right off the backside of the buoy, and it's very easy to fall over. So, you know, maybe that's what we were seeing on 14. She was just trying to not over-ski it, and then, you know, then when you hit 13, now the boat's there, and you can kind of be a little bit more in go mode, and that's what we're seeing here. But I really like the gate. You know, she keeps everything nice and tight, gets everything where she wants to be, rolls the ski under the line, so you know, gives her a good swing to start the course, and that was a big turn there on 1, and then, you know, you see that onside turn there at 2. Looks really nice. That was nice at 14, and you know, this was a much better pass.
Indeed, and some great skiing. Very much under control here as she gets ready for pass number 3. And that third pass is going to be the one that decides her fate ultimately in relation to making it through to the slalom final. It is 12 meters, and if she gets a piece of 3, then she's in. Let's see, nice glide out there for the gate shot, rolls in nicely. There's number 1, little hop on the back there. Now she knows that getting around 3 is well within her capability. She knows that she's through to next round. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this there for Ina Sola. Round all 6 buoys on 12 there. She comes into this with a grit in her teeth and ready to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, and that was good. Again, Tony, she's a touch slow on the 1 through 5 side, but something that I would like to point out that she does really well is when she gets her hands back on the handle, she doesn't ever try to generate more speed. She just kind of waits on the boat to load up on her, and so then when she hits the pull, she gets a good swing from the 0 off. So we see here, I think maybe this might be a little bit of a conservative turn there at 1, just making sure she gets the ski around, gets over to 2. Now there's that big onside turn there again, kind of checks up there to make sure she gets over 3. Once she gets here, you see on the tail, but she waits on the line to be there, doesn't really push the nose back into the water and generate extra speed. And you know, this is a nice solid looking pass. I mean, other than you see a little check. But right there, see, the ski came up, the rope wasn't there, but she didn't start trying to pull it out. She just waited on the rope to be there and then gave it a pull, and, really working really well with the 0 off. And, that's what we like to see out of our skiers. So now we're at 11 meters. Lead is 1. And I know her and Melantine have been duking it out all season long. So let's see if she can get a good play here off of 1. Gets a good turn off of 1. Let's see what she's got at 2.
Little open into number 2 and gets the 2 and to the wakes. There you go. That is Ina Sala.
Yeah, and you just see, she basically made sure she got outside of 2 ball. I thought with that gate in 1, she could have gone a little bit further, but, did exactly what she needed to do. She was your top seed today, or she's got one more skier after her, but she took the lead here and put herself on top of the leaderboard, and that's a big score for our top-seeded skier, Dora Varga, to go and chase. So we'll see what she's got here in just a minute, but nice 1 ball here, and you see the hands get up and away from her there going to 2, so she comes in a little narrow there, but makes her way through it, and that's a big score there from Ines.
All right then, folks. Getting ready. Our next skier, our last skier in regulation for the Women's Slalom Series 1. We already have a large number of skiers making it through to the final, but this, whoa. Hello, something happened there. Okay, there you go. Dora Varga getting ready to hit the slalom course. Now, we'll tell you the possible scenarios that concern Dora Varga with the 3 potential scenes that could stem from this performance. It's 16 meters opening pass. Rather a little bit there of a scenic route to get to where she needs to go, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, and I mean, I rode in the boat for her site familiarization, Tony. They needed a counterweight, and I was really impressed with this girl's ski style. I know we had seen her ski at San Gervasio. She competed in the pro event there, and I really, really like the way she skis. I thought she did a really good job. She was having a little bit of trouble here when she skied in familiarization of being a little too fast at the gate, but I thought there she had made some adjustments from her familiarization, and that was a solid-looking opening pass. And strong skiing there out of Dora.
And this venue here must seem to be like a big open water lake, because the lake that she skis at, Sylvia Lake, has to be one of the smallest slalom lakes out there. It's about 40 meters wide and a little more than 500 meters long. So you're definitely working with an 8-buoy overlap.
Yeah, I know. And I've seen some videos from that lake. That is super narrow lake. That's what I told her. I asked her about it. I was like, I'd be scared to ski there just because you basically turn in right in front of the weeds. You don't have much room for error. And if you end up with a lot of speed and pop the handle going behind the boat, you end up there in the cattails. So, this is probably a little bit less nerve-wracking for her here, having a little more space. And again,
here we go, 14.25 meters, getting a good hook up there. Now, the scores that come as a result of this performance. If she scores more than 2 to 12 meters, then she is through. If she equals, then she goes into a runoff situation, 5 for 3. But if she conjures up a score of less, then that invokes the runoff situation.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I thought here, really good gait, really gets the ski to roll up under her, and looks strong through this pass. Another thing to point out, Tony, the rain has come in. This is the most rain we've seen all day today. It's kind of coming down now, so a little bit unlucky there for Dora, but hopefully she won't let it bother her and can get through this next pass and give herself a fighting chance to get into the final.
The 4-time Hungarian national champion, Dora Varga, her personal best is 2 on 11.25 meters. That is equal to the current lead score that exists at the moment, courtesy of Ina Sala. So 30 meters. So coming into the course now. Dora Varga, a lot of pressure on her shoulders right here. This coming in on 13 meters. There's number one. I'm sure that she's used to skiing in these kinds of conditions. Dora Varga letting the ski run down course a little bit here, trying not to move around too much on the turn, which might compromise her ability to get onto the 12-meter line, which is the next run. So let's re-emphasize once again on 12 meters coming right up. If she scores less than 2, then that brings the run yes. So that would mean that it would negate the runoff situation. If she scores 2 exactly, then that runoff situation plays out for between 5 skiers for 3 spots. But obviously, if she takes the score more than 2, then that invokes the runoff situation between 4 competitors for 2 spots.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, as we see the replay here, I really, really like how tall she stays over the ski. She stays nice and stacked. You kind of pointed out she took a little bit of speed down course, but, never really tried to hammer the turn. You can run passes down course. You just definitely don't want to push on the ski too much, and I thought Dora did a very, very good job there. Let's see if she can get the good gait here that she needs. A little bit slow there as she turns in, so this is going to make her have to work.
There's one. There's 2. She's through to the next round. She stands up, and there you go. Good skiing there from Dora Varga. Explores her way down that pass.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see she was a little bit, not super happy with that score, but punches her ticket in. And I mean, I'll give her big props. This is the hardest rain that we've had all day, so she had the toughest conditions of all the ladies, and still went out, got the 3 that she needed. You see, she's losing speed here at the gate, so when she turns in, she's having to work to get outside of 1, and the ski's just not quite wanting to turn like she wants. So you see the slack line there, not getting a very good swing into 2. Had to pull a touch long there to 2, but still manages it pretty well, and there you go, gets ski outside of 3. So she's punched her ticket in, and now we're gonna have a runoff here to see which ladies are going to make it into the final.
Right, you are, as we look at Dora Varga once again from Hungary, punching her ticket. As you rightly said, there's Zane through to next round. And now we have 10 skiers that have potentially gotten automatic spots through to next round via their scores that were in excess of 2 on 12 meters, but we still have 4 competitors to chase after 2 spots for the final. So let's have a look at that leaderboard if we can get that up on the screen. But there you go, Ina Sola, your leader with 2 on 11. Melody Morel 1 on 11.25 meters. Then Julie Fay with 5 on 12. Then Leona Berner with 4 on 12. Then a multiple way tie for 5th place between Lisa Gusenbauer, Sofia Hotstevia, and Vittoria Siracco, all on 3. Also with 3 is Hungary's Dora Varga, 2.5 for 9th place there for Tuva-Lisa Runner 4. Then in 10th spot, and this is where it gets tricky with the runoff situation, Claudia Komentova, Molly Lee, Nina Rocha, and Ladina Wolfersberg, all tying right now for 10th spot on 2 on 12 meters. And therefore, there will be a runoff potentially between those competitors.
Yeah, and a few of these skiers, Tony, have been out of the water for quite a bit of time. So, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
In fact, 75% of our competitors in the runoff were actually from Series 2.
Exactly. So, I mean, they're going to have their work cut out for them. And there we go. We got another watch party. That's from my crew there. That's Peter Jakobsen. So, Mize's dad, shout out to Peter. He's definitely helped us out on our trip. So, we love getting those watch parties. And I hope you're enjoying your work day and you get a little extra free skiing here in this slalom event. and I'm looking forward to it. I always love a good runoff, Tony. And, you know, like I said, we were sitting there talking about it. You had these girls that skied in Series 2, and it is tough to go out and run 13 meters cold off the dock. You know, we see the guys do it all the time, but most of the time the girls don't really do that until you start getting with the top pros. I mean, even at the pro event, there's still a lot of skiers that start at 14 meters. And, you know, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge for these girls here in this runoff.
All right, they're conducting the draw right now to determine who goes out first, second, third, and fourth. It's 4 for 3 spots, right? All right, then. So in this runoff situation, which will determine the 10th, 11th, and 12th, we have 4 contenders here. Claudia Komentova will be off the dock first, then Molly Lee, then Nina Russia, and Ladina Wolfersberg. All right, then. So a lot of action going on, and we had a runoff situation yesterday in the slalom for the one final spot there that was eventually won out by Mikhailichenko.
Yeah, but that was just for one spot. So this one here, we're you know, we've got a couple more spots on the line, and you know, so a little bit more up for grabs. So we'll see as we get everybody situated, getting everybody ready, and you know, again, I love free water skiing, and we're going to get some more of it here.
And it could potentially go into a double runoff if it's still tied after.
And wouldn't that be even more fun? Free skiing, you know. So. Yeah, I mean, and there is going to be a heartbreak here for someone. I mean, this is a tough situation, and you know, you never want to be that first person out, especially when you did all the work and you see girls that ran the same score as you make it into the final, and you know, you're sitting on the outside looking in. But we see Becky there, kind of talking to the skiers, and you know, we're getting everything figured out, and then we'll get these skiers up on the water here in just a second. But I'm really looking forward to this runoff.
Okay, and as we get ready for the runoff situation, let's have a revised look at the current schedule for today. We're about to go into the runoff situation, and after that we'll go into tricks, starting with men, and then continuing on with women. And then we go into the men's jump final and women's jump final. And if we have time after that, then we'll go into the slalom finals.
Well, Tony, I'm just going to be honest. After yesterday, we pulled 138 ski rides. I think we might be able to do it with how they're doing.
We're pushing for another record.
That would be pretty rad. I know that was we had a great day, a full day of water skiing yesterday, and you know, we were popping through these events, and I thought there was no way we were going to get that much skiing done, and it was super impressive. You know, shout out to all the organizers and everything, getting everything ready, trying to give these skiers the best conditions possible, you know, for this under-21 championships, and you know, hats off to them. And I know a lot of people had to work kind of a long day, and
if we tried to push for more ski rides, we'd have to move the event to somewhere slightly further north in the midsummer, you know.
Yeah, no, you're right, but I think we can get it done. I mean, they're doing a good job, and the you know, the organizers and judges are doing a very good job about communicating to the teams and the skiers, and you know, again, giving everybody the best opportunity. With the best conditions that they possibly can. You know, the one thing you can't control is the weather, and you know, they're trying to set it up for these skiers to have the best, you know, the best opportunity to ski their best.
What's the earliest you've ever skied in the morning?
Well, I mean, you know, I've definitely skied photo shoots at you know, 5:30, 6 o'clock with HO. You know, I always make a joke with people when I'm at a lake coaching and they want me to ski super early. I worked really hard to get my open rating, which means I don't ski before 9 o'clock. So,
okay.
But yeah, so, you know, definitely we moved this event early, a little bit earlier, 7:30, and you know, the skiers have been out here, and So you know, definitely trying to. I definitely hats off to everybody just trying to make sure the conditions are as perfect as possible. You know, for our skiers this weekend.
Yep, I certainly remember the days way back in the 1980s where I was in my formative years learning slalom in the United Kingdom, specifically over at Thorpe Park in England under the tutelage of one Paul Seaton, certainly one of the legendary coaches, and he was the guy that basically sculpted Andy Mappel's slaloming technique into a world beating one, starting with his world championship in 1981, and you did it the hard way in England. I mean, if you had rollers or rough conditions, tough. Get through it. Get on with it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that's that. I think that's why Andy was so good. You know, he skied in everything and you know, trained in everything, and so then when you'd go places and conditions are perfect, you know, he was ready to go, and it was actually easier to ski there. So, you know, some skiers, you know, like I say, are a little spoiled. I know I've definitely been to Florida where it's you know, just a little bit of ripple of wind on the water, and you hear people saying it's too windy. And so, you know, I like to tell them to toughen up, Buttercup, and go take a ski ride.
Indeed, and certainly the better slalomers are the ones that can take on varying conditions, all different types. You know, wind, hail, snow, whatever. You know, and they get through it. You know, I mean, skiers like Jamie Bull and Regina Jaquist, and I mean those are the kinds of skiers that really know how to tough out passes at any given time.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you spoke on Jamie Bull. I know when she won the Worlds last time at Jack's, that was tough conditions. It was really, really windy, and you know, went out and got it done in the wind, and so, you know, you're right. Her and Regina definitely are one of those ones that can tough it out. So, all right, we are rolling along. We are in this runoff, and I believe that is Claudia from Czech. So she's the first skier out. That'll be a 13-meter start. So,
and this is the only competitor that's involved in this run-up from Series 1, Claudia Komentova.
So she kind of got lucky on the draw. You know, she's been on the water off the water the least amount of time. So we'll see if this pays off for her here. So we bring her in. That was a good one ball there, Tony, for Claudia. Let's see if she can get all the way through this pass. Yeah, looking good off of 3 over to 4. Ooh, a little bit shaky off of 4, but still making her way around 5. Can she get outside of 6? There she does. So that's the first skier in this runoff, you know, making it through 13. So you know, that sets the bar for the next 3.
And I think the task going forward for each of these competitors is do not finish last, because the last one out is out.
Yeah, no, definitely. You got to make sure. I mean, and Claudia definitely setting herself up, because you know, when you've been up the water for as long as you have, it makes it hard to get in. I think most of these girls started at 16 meters, so you know, this is 2 passes further than what they normally start at, and you know, that's a bit tough. And she, you know, a little shaky there. You see the boat pulls her up off of 5, but gets through it, and now puts a pretty good pressure on the last 3 skiers.
Nice slide on 6 to get that ski round. So there we go. That is Claudia Komentova on pass number 1, 13 meters. We see on the starting dock Molly Lee getting ready to go, and let's see how things pale out here. Rolls in. There's number 1. A little bit of a stall there around number 2, and checks up, and oh my word, she establishes 1 1/2. Now that could be the door opener.
Yeah, I mean, and that would have been a spot right there, Tony, where I probably would have tried that S turn. You know, she turned the ski in and rolled it to that other edge, and didn't really eat up the rope, and unable to get the full 2. But you know, again, a little slow there off of 1, had some slack, but but did get outside of 2. But now we're getting word that there is a gate review, so we'll have to wait and see what the judges say here. If she got through them or if it's going to be a 0. That would be huge if she scores a 0 and then the other girls make it through 13. Then all they've got to do is just go through the gates and call it a day. All right, but they approved them, so that'll be 1.5 at 12 meters. So
wow.
A little bit of drama, but nothing too crazy, and that's the bar to meet. And now we're moving to our next skier, Molly Lee, and Tony. She's from Great Britain, so I'd say she's probably pretty used to skiing in some rain. I know you guys get a lot of rain, and so this is probably kind of just another day for her here at the lake.
Yeah, we're a tough bunch there, the British, and we've been known to slalom way beyond the sunset. Let's have a look and see what Molly Lee can do. With the opening pass of 13 meters, probably fair to say that she hasn't practiced this strategy too much. Here she comes, 13 meters.
Ooh, she got off the handle really quick there into 1, Tony, so now carrying a lot of speed down course.
Oh, and tried to load up early there off a number 2, and unfortunately getting in a little bit deep there, so it's going to be a score of 1 1/2.
Yeah, I mean, and you could just see it, Tony. She came through the gate. We'll see on the replay here. When she comes through, she just dumps the ski, hops off the handle, and now she starts running with the boat. You see right there. So she's carrying down course speed and then comes to 2 and really tries to bite it all back here and just can't hang on to it and pops the handle. So that's going to leave the door kind of open for these next 2 skiers. They just basically got to get through the gate round 1 and stand up and get back to the wakes at 2. So, that's a bit of a bummer for our second skier out in this runoff. That's definitely gonna make it a little bit easier for the next 2 skiers.
All right, that's Molly Lee leaving the door wide open for a number of competitors. Then all they have to do now is just basically come down on the opening pass, score more than 2, and they've done it.
Yeah, but the other thing, Tony, I mean, it's 13 meters, and it's you can't be too conservative off of 1 because then the ski won't turn and you come up short at 2. So it's going to be important that you don't go too hard at 1 ball, but also you don't go too easy and don't get the ski to turn. So we'll have to see as we see our next skier getting ready on the dock.
All right, next skier on the dock, I believe, is Nina Rocha.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to her a little earlier, yesterday, and I know she had kind of had a little bit of an injury, hurt her ankle, so it's good to see her back here and skiing at a high level and, able to be here and be competing for the finals. So we'll have to see once we get the boat back to her, get the rope in the boat, and see if she's able to, get at least a full 2 here at the 13-meter pass and punch her ticket in to the slalom final later today.
All right, so Nina Rocha, personal best of 1.5 on 12 meters. Doesn't need to do anything close to that in order to make it through to the next round. If she can just get round number 2 and S turn out, then she'll make it through. But obviously, if she harbors any ambitions of starting a little bit later on this running order in the finals, which could prove to be advantageous if she wants to go that route and succeed.
All right, here we go. We're going to get Nina in. Like I said, the score to beat is 1.5 here on this pass. So got to get through the gates, get around 1, get over to 2. Let's see if Nina's can do it here.
All right, here we go. This is coming into the course. Nina Rocha. There's 1. There's number 2 into the wake. No, skis stands up and gets round number 3 and did exactly what was needed to prevail.
Yep,
So,
and there you go. Punched her ticket in. So now we've got 1 more skier left, and I believe this one is the skier that has been off the water the longest there, Tony. So we'll have to see if she can, if she's able to get around one and get the full two. But good job from Nina there, knowing what she needed to do and getting around two. Kind of, again, you see her playing a little bit conservative. You don't want to fall over at one or fall over at two and then put yourself in a situation for another runoff. So congrats to her making it into the slalom final, and then we'll have to see who that last person in is, if it's going to be Molly or if it's going to be Ladina.
All right, then, and because of that score from Nina Rocha, and because there is one score above her, that means that the running order would probably lean heavily to Nina Rocha taking to the water first, because her score was 3 on 13 meters. Now she can't start any worse than 11th.
Exactly right. We'll have to see what Ladina has here as we put her. We see her getting warmed up. I mean, I know it's cooling off, Tony. You see she's got the jacket on the dock. I know I'm sitting here in the announcer's booth. I've added an extra layer. It's getting a little chilly here, so we'll see. She's been off the water for almost 2.5 hours. So we'll see if she's able to get a play on one, get over the two, and get the full two. But we see Nina there. She's happy. I think she's sitting there talking about one ball to the people on the bank was a little bit dicey. It almost looked like she was about to drop the shoulder and maybe fall over at one, but managed to stay over the ski, stay on her feet, and get herself in.
All right, then. So it comes down to one final skier for the one available spot remaining. 4 skiers are contended for the 3 spots, and getting ready to go, wearing bib 97, is Ladina Wolfersberg, and looking to join her compatriot Julie Fay into the slalom final, but needs to score more than 1.5 on this opener to advance. So Ladina Wolfersberg, I'm sure she's getting plenty of support on the YouTube channel. I know that Kiersey is one of our staunchest fans watching this YouTube channel, which will feature Ladina Wolfersberg, our final runoff skier. Last slalom in action for the moment. There's one. There's number 2. She's through. She's round number 3, but she wants to take it all the way down. Number 4. Not enough to run the pass, but enough to make it through.
Yeah, she didn't want to be that first skier off the dock later today. Wanted to have at least one before. Right here you see, didn't quite get that great of a turn, but stayed over the ski. Now she knows she needs to get to 2. Gets over 2. That was a fairly decent turn there, with considering how she came out of 1, and now she was just pushing to make sure she wasn't first off the dock. And great ski in there from Ladina, and punching her ticket in. So that's a little bit of heartbreak there for Molly Lee. Skied well, been very consistent on how she's been skiing this season, and unfortunately she is the first one out. But congratulations to those 3 girls, and we'll see them in the slalom final later today.
All right, fantastic skiing. So let's have a look at the leaderboard, and these are the 12 skiers that have made it through. Nina Rocha in 12th, Ladina Wolfersberg, Claudia Komentova. They all advance via the runoff. Then we go on to Valisa Ronafor, Dora Varga, Vittoria Siracco, Lisa Gussenbauer, Sofia Hotstevia, Leona Berner, and then your top 3 feature Julie Fay. In second spot there, Melatine Morel with 1 on 11, and your leader after the elimination round with a score of 2 on 11.25 meters is Belgian's Edith Soller. So that concludes the slalom for the time being. We'll continue on with the tricking with the men. They'll be taken to the water in that category next. Tricking series 3, 2, and 1 in that order, and then we'll go with women's series 3, 2, and 1 tricks. Then we'll go into the men's and women's jump final, followed by some more slaloming with the ladder series of with the finals of those events. So some pretty decent action so far. Rain coming down, making it a little bit of a challenge for many of our competitors, but this is the 2025 Euro U21 Championships coming to you live from the International Wasserski Club of Wien. And when we return, we will have some more skiing. We've got the Open Men's Tricking Series 3 Elimination Round. All that and more to come right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over.
Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go on, go! On your mark, get ready, set, go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over.
Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here to put up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Well, hello, welcome back to continuing live coverage of this, the 2025 European U21 Water Ski Championships. We're going to go into the Tricking Series 3. It'll be starting off with these competitors. We got Benjamin Susi, followed by Artem Filipenko, and then Mateo Georgis, Christos Petropoulos, Will Shanahan, Albert Gros, and Oscar Domino. And we'll get those trickers up on your screen very, very soon. And for those of you that have just missed the opening action out of the women's slalom, the opening of today's action in women's slalom, you're more than welcome to scroll down the bottom of the webcast player and join the coverage right from the start, which also featured a runoff, a four-way runoff for 4 spots, in which Ladina Wolfersberg, Nina Rocha, and Claudia Komentova all prevailed enough to make it through to the 12-skier final. Commiserations to Molly Lee. She ended up in 4th spot out of that runoff and was the first person out. So she ends up with the unenviable position of being in 13th spot in the women's slalom here at the Euro U21s. So we will continue on. Looks like we've got, I believe we've got Franz Oberleitner at the helm of that towboat this time around. It's going to be a little bit of a change from his jump driving duties that we saw from him yesterday. Our driver crew consisting of Becky Lathrop, Jorge Gussenbauer, and Franz Oberleitner. And we'll see what transpires. Starting off with the U21 Men's Tricks Series 3, Benjamin Susi. All right, as we continue on, what has it historically took to make it through into the U21 men's tricking final? I'll give you that stat in just a moment. It took a score of around 5,700 points there and thereabouts, 56-30 as a matter of fact. Okay, so Benjamin Susi, a scratch there as our first competitor. So instead of him, or Antoine Marin, who is also a no-show here, it will be Artem Filipenko, skiing under the white flag. All right then, folks, coming in for pass number 1, Artem Filipenko. Personal best, 41.40. This is a specialty event. Wake line 5 front. You don't ordinarily see this. Wake line 5 front, not bad there. Foot in the back binding, wake 5 front. Positional, wake 5 front, reverse 310 points for each of those moves, including that one, the wake 5 back. Ski line back, going to the front, and now he's going to do the first of hopefully several flips. There's 1, there's 2, and getting a little bit discombobulated with the second. So there we go. That it's Artem Filipenko. Wake line 5 front. That's a trick that just screams old school, doesn't it? But beautifully executed wake 5 front, and the reverse looked just as clean from this perspective, keeping that handle very, very close to the small of its back. And there we go. There he went into the wake 5 back, and then ski line back again, a little bit out of sorts here, again a little bit disjointed, but not enough for him to be prevented from landing that backflip as his first of his flip moves. Going round the buoy and trying to do likewise. And I think he might have had designs to put a flip twist towards the back there just for good measure. But there you go. That is Artem Filipenko. And then Franz Oberleitner steadying the ship a little bit here with his driving in this section of the competition. Men's Tricks Series 3. Now we have enough competitors in the men's tricking competition to warrant a 12 skier final. And to give you an idea of what the numbers look like so far as the remaining series are concerned. Actually, in this series, we have 8 competitors, Series 3. In Series 2, there are 12 competitors. And then in Series 1, there are also 12. So whoever has the lead beyond our first skier in Series 1 will have an immediate ticket through to the next round of the competition. So here we go. This is Artem Filipenko, toe tricks. Looks like he's wrapped up for either a toe 5 back, which it is. Reverse toe back and toe front. Surface toe back-to-backs. Looking good there. Toe side, does he go for the toe wake back? Yes, he does. Nice little hop there. Toe wake front. Losing a little bit of time with this toe wake back-to-back and unfortunately taking a fall. But a good steady opening salvo of tricks there for the men's tricking series of 3. So well done to him. Artem Filipenko swims into shore, having completed his effort there. Matteo Georgis is coming up next from France as we take one last look at the tricking produced here by Artem Filipenko. Just trying to hold that toe foot there to the standing leg. Always a good thing to have happen. Having that toe foot next to the standing leg ensures that you're better able to control the pull and momentum that you generate over your trick ski. And almost getting landed out the back here. Now the toe wake back to back. He got locked in with this reverse, but locked in a little bit too much. Didn't start to open out until he got well past the tip of the wake. And that's the reason why he fell on that. Okay, Matteo Georgis from France coming in. So let's see what this young competitor from France opens up with. Couple of side slides. There's a wake back and wake front. Oh, and going down there, and Matteo Georgis, and so far as his tricking ability is concerned, the French obviously brought him in more for his slaloming attributes than his tricking. But let's have a look and see this opening pass with a couple of side slides and working his way through the remainder of the tricks here in Series 3. Now Matteo Georgis, who has a personal best in the slalom event, I believe, a couple at 10.25 meters. And many have called Matteo Georgis the heir apparent in slalom to the likes of Sasha Deska. Personal best of 1 at 10.25 meters. Does not list a personal best in tricks. Not too sure why, but we'll leave that to speculation, of course. 2024 and 2025 European U17 Slalom champion. And so far as the youth championships are concerned, next season it will be held in Agrinio in Greece. And pleased to say that TWBC next season will be broadcasting that event live from Greece. We're already starting to assemble some events for this season while we're still in the midst of going through this one, which is always nice to have, being able to plan for tournaments that far in advance. And getting all the right infrastructure in place to make it a success, as was the case here for the European U21 Championships right here at IWWC, International Wiener Wasserski Club. There's the Waco, Surface O reverse. Oh, he's going to go for the flips now. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and taking a fall. All right there. So Matteo Georgis will be picking up whatever pieces he left in the lake and make his way back towards the shoreline. But a decent array of tricks, surface O's to get things higher up in the tempo field. And then he edged out and tried the backflip and went. Didn't exactly put the ski upwards and behind him on the execution of that flip. Normally, that's the key to making that trick work. He just did a straight up back somersault, or at least he tried to. But that was Matteo Georgis. Christos Petropoulos from Greece coming up next. All right, waiting patiently before we bring on our next competitor and pushing the boat out. We've got Christos Petropoulos in the water, our first competitor from Greece in this tricks event. Christos Petropoulos. Then we have 3 more skiers to go before we end off this series. Will Shanahan being first of them. Great Britain, then Albert Gros of Germany, and Oscar Domino from Denmark. Setting up the speed. Looking good here. Just trying to get it settled down, and looks like he's going to do something along the lines of a Waco. There it is. Little untidy up on the landing, which contributed to the amount of wait time that he had to recover. There we go. Line back and line front. Here he goes for the wake line back. Steadies it. That wake line front. Does he have anything more? A couple of sides. And that should do for him with pass number 1. That is Christos Petropoulos. So a little bit of old school towards the end of pass number 1. Okay, so our first point score is coming through. I believe 37-30 for our first competitor out. 37-20. Here we go, Christos Petropoulos. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Good solid skiing here. Foot in the back binding, surface O, surface 5. All right, he stands up both runs there. I'm sure the Greeks would really appreciate that. Matteo Georgis, 770 points, coming through with that score. And the only outstanding score that we have is Christos Petropoulos, who has just returned to the dock, and he should be satisfied with that effort. So we'll look out and see his score in just a few moments. Christos Petropoulos. Getting some good air here on the toe wake front, and enough to where he can continue on with a couple of side slides beyond that point. Foot out of the toe strap, foot in the back, and then he just took a little bit of time before he got settled in as he went there for the surface O and then surface 5 back. And that was enough tricks that he had. Next competitor up along this list is going to be Will Shanahan. Right, here we go, Will Shanahan. Coming to us out of Great Britain, and we'll see what he has in store for us right here with tricks. I think he's skiing on an old HO Extreme trick ski, at least judging by the red bottom of that particular ski. Surface back, wake back to back, and now surface back to backs. Surface 5 front, surface O reverse. To the back, wake 5 front, 310 points for that, and it's a reciprocal reverse. He's still there. trying to do a Waco at the very end and didn't quite have enough pull to make that trick doable. But it's not a bad opener there for Will Shanahan. He's still got one more 20-second pass to come, but I mean, he had some good tempo on this particular effort. We have point scores already. Artem Filipenko with 37.20. Mateo Georgis with 770 points total. Christos Petropoulos, we will get the score from him very, very soon. Should be able to get it before we conclude Will's tricking. There's your current leaderboard. Filipenko from the white flag with 37.20 points. Our next score might even take the lead, considering the performance from Christos Petropoulos. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. This is Will Shanahan with toe tricks now. Looking okay there with the initial toe tricks, including that toe side, toe back, and toe front. Reverse toe back and reverse toe front. Less than 5 seconds to go. There we go. There's the line back and line front. A couple of sides at the end. And all right, he stands up all the way through. So it's seen some stand-up performances there. Certainly each putting themselves in a good position to score pretty high, depending on how their runs are constructed and the accuracy of each trick performed. But that's Will Shanahan successfully returning back to the dock there, having completed 2 stand-up runs, which included a toe wake back. Looking at the instant replay here, looking towards the boat. Some good technique there, some technique to improve upon so far as his tricks are concerned. Nice skiing there from Will. Very, very methodical. Very patient with his tricks. He knows he's got a bunch of time to work with, so he. There we go with the line back and the line front, and a decent effort there all the way throughout there. That is Will Shanahan. All right, we're now down to our penultimate skier in men's Series 3 tricking. It'll be Albert Gros. We're pushing the score now. It is 1,070 for our for one of our previous skiers. 1,070 for Christos Petropoulos. All right, here we go, folks. Albert Groh from Germany. Setting his boat speed up. Toe tricks first. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe back and toe front. Just trying to stay steady with the toe tricks. Albert Groh, wake line back. Line front, line back, wake line front. And I don't think enough time at the end of that run to put in many more tricks, but I would suggest that maybe half of the tricks that he did produce in that step sequence would have made it before time. All right, so we're seeing some more tricks towards the end here with the instant replay with the wake line back and a good step sequence, and went fairly slow and methodical on pass number one. That might have robbed him of a few tricks at the end, such as these two, the line back and the wake line front, and we'll see in the fullness of time if those tricks actually made it within the 20 seconds that he had at his disposal. That was Albert Groh. Oscar Domino is going to be coming up next. Here is Albert Groh. There you go, transitioning across the wake and going through his back-to-backs. Surface moves. Oh, look at this. Continuing on. Waco. There's the wake back. Wake 5 front. Wake and goes into Waco with the wrap there. But another stand-up run there. So some great skiing there. The guy is in the Series 3, obviously cooperating with us in our endeavor to try and get these tricks events done as quickly as possible, and certainly the easiest way to get that done is to be efficient and not have to pick up anyone out the water as a result of a fall, at least not on after pass number one. Some wonderful tricks towards the end there, including that wake 5 back, and then the wake 5, the attempt to the wake 5 front towards the end there. So we've had a few scores already, and most of those are subject to a video review, including the score from Artem Filipenko with 37-20. Will Shanahan with his score of 1,640 points is currently in second place. Christos Philippos from Greece with 1,070. Matteo Georgis with 770. And we're still waiting on the score to come through for Albert Groh. One more competitor to go. It's going to be Oscar Domino. Okay, looks like we're waiting as some technical issue is trying to get resolved as we got Oscar Domino about to take to the water representing Denmark. All right, let's see what we've got here from Oscar. Current point score that's in the lead right now, 37-20, courtesy of Artem Filipenko. Starting off with a ski line, Oscar Domino. Oh, and goes down hard there on that to wake back-to-back. And wow, that was quick. Be interested to see what this replay looks like. It was definitely one of the more spectacular falls that you'll see. Ski line back, recovers to the front. Then goes for the back here. Oh, man, that'll put a knot in his back, I can tell you that. And being picked up and will now be deposited towards the opposite end of the lake as he gets ready for pass number 2. Now, still has some options at this point, whether he can continue to go with toe tricks or do a re-ride or actually a repeat of his first pass of handle moves. So Franz Oberleitner getting ready to position the boat towards the in the opposite direction, and bringing in our current athlete out there on the water, Oscar Domino from Denmark. All right, moving swiftly here. Oscar Domino rounding off men's tricks in series of 3. Here is Oscar getting the boat settled in. Toe tricks on pass number 2. Attempted the toe 5 back, but unfortunately didn't have enough line tension or consistent line tension from the front through to the back. 540 degrees later. Couple of toe. Oh, and trying to recover from a reverse toe slide, and unfortunately unable to do so. So he'll swim in, but he will get the points for the tricks up to that mark. So just looking at this once again. Toe wake back and toe wake front. We're pushing another score coming through. Will Shanahan, it's 16-40. Okay, 16-40 there for Will Shanahan. Albert Gros, we've got 27-20 there for him. And before we go on to our next series of tricks, your top 3, looks like this. Artem Filipenko still in the lead with 37-20. Albert Gros in second place with 27-20. and Will Shanahan in third with 1,640. Those are your top three. Next series of tricks is Series 2. First competitor out will be Victor Rastrom. All right, here we are. Series 2 men's tricks. Difficulty level is going to be a little bit higher here compared to Series 3. Waco to start, then wind it on for his back-to-back moves. There's a wake back and wake front, and we'll do the reverse before he goes in and sets up for the flips, which he does one of them. All right, nicely done. A little tail grab at the end, which won't affect his point score. But you get style points for that, I reckon. New boat driver Jorgi Gussenbauer taking the wheel from Franz Oberleitner, who's done a fine job with the tricks in Series 3. So 1,010 points for our latest score. 1,710 for Oscar Domino. Oscar Domino 1710. And that puts him ahead of Will Shanahan, who is now in third with 1640. We'll keep an eye on these trick scores and how they shape up so far as their positioning is concerned. Here comes Victor Rastrom. Toe back, toe O, and then a toe back and toe front, toe wake back, toe wake front. Couple of toe sides there as he works his way out. Wake line back, line front, line back. Going completely old school here with his tricks. And nicely done there for Victor Rastrom. And it would appear that if he got all those tricks situated and counted and marked, it should be enough for the lead. That lead is courtesy of Artem Filipenko, who scored 37.20 with the 2:22 passes he produced. All right, so as we move on from one skier from Sweden in the form of Victor Rastrom, we'll get the point score from him in just a few moments. We'll bring on Norway for our next competitor. It'll be Magnus Larsen. All right, here comes Magnus. Let's see what he's got with the 2:22 runs that he has at his disposal. Magnus Larsen setting up behind that Nautique towboat from Correct Craft. All right, here comes Magnus Larsson setting up for the backflip. Oh, nicely sweet landing there. There's the reverse. Here he goes. Turns away from the wake, goes with the flip twist, and manages to land that one too with a couple of side slides out there. Nicely done there. Good, solid skiing. And now his toe pass is coming up very, very soon for Magnus Larsson. Looked in very, very good shape there for the first of his backflips. Yeah, certainly knows how to control the lift on that ski and where it's directed towards. All right, some activity dockside there. We'll see an Italian come up very, very soon in the form of Florian Paff. We'll also see Clarence Laveau from France preceding him. He is our next skier to take to the water after we see Magnus Larsson do what he needs to get done to put out a score that could put him into the lead at this point. There we go. There's some wake tricks, wake back and wake front, initial and reverse. Ski line back. Waco, and unfortunately taking a dive there on the Waco, just didn't look to have enough balance before he went straight in for that one. So there we go. That is your skier. That was Magnus Larsson. Magnus Larsson swimming into shore, and he will leave the way clear for our next competitor, which will be Clarence Laveau. Victor Rastrom with 29.90. Victor Rastrom with 29.90. That puts him in second spot right now. Victor Rastrom of Sweden. We're yet to get the point score for Magnus Larsson as we wait for skier number 3 here in the Series 2. That skier is going to be Clarence Laveau. All right, then, bringing on the Frenchman, Clarence Laveau, who's known a little bit for his showmanship out there on the water, and sometimes he does some things that would be ill-advised if he was just purely out there to search for a particular score or a particular position. Toe 5 back, good solid effort there in order to make these tricks happen. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe, no, not a toe 0 in, toe wake line 0. Or toe wake line back. We'll have a look at this in the instant replay in just a moment, but looking good. He's gotten that pass under his belt and certainly doing better so far, pass for pass, than he did at the U21 World Championships. So strong as you like there, Clarence Laveau. Seemed very, very steady with those toe tricks. Nothing terribly exciting this time here for Clarence Laveau, but he just needs to be effective here, not only for himself in the overall competition, but also in the team competition as well, because the French team will be heavily dependent upon the scores that he puts through to add to the existing team totals. So 1,920 for Magnus Larsson, 1920, 1920 for Magnus Larsson. Okay, here comes Clarence Laveau. Setting the boat speed up right. C1, 0 ballast. About 31K, if my reckoning is correct. Position to the back there. Mo back, reverse. Now here he goes with the half jack. Boom, nails that one. Flip twist to the back, to the front. Flip twist to the back. What has he got left? Ski lines. There we go. Ski line to back. Ski line. Oh, ski line back. Look at this. Front flip towards the end. Look at this. Wake 5 back. Yeah. Yeah, do not count this guy out in the overall competition. That is Clarence Laveau. Fantastic skiing there all the way through from start to finish there. He was in a rhythm and was not about to relinquish that. Mo back. The skier who comes to us from the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe, which is French territory, which is why he's eligible to ski for the French team on that basis. Flip twist back, and then he goes in for his ski lines, a ski line back to back, a positional to the front, and then from there it goes in for the ski line O, and then he has a ski line back left as well, and then sets up for the front flip. Boom! Nails the landing. And about this point onwards, he's just all kinds of excited there. That's Clarence Laveau. Fantastic skiing. And that will be a big, big boost there to the French team total. Not too sure what the team classifications are at this point in the proceedings, but I would imagine that France are very much up there and in contention alongside the likes of Italy and Ukraine. Here we go, folks. Bartol Schmidt from Denmark. Anticipate that score from Clarence Laveau as being quite high, and the point score for that will probably take a while to come through. But we'll get that as quickly as we can. This is Bartol Schmidt. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Toe 5 front, toe O. Oh, and unable to get a firm grasp of the rope in order to attempt a toe wake O. Then looking at this towards the end, toe into wrap. Tried to grab it initially, but unfortunately unable to get a grasp of the rope before he continued on towards that towaway code that he had planned. That was Bartel Schmidt. Skier about to take to the water from Italy is going to be Florian Pfaff, and he is already in the top three in the two events that he's already competed in. Now, it may be asking for a little much for him to be in the top three or even the top five so far as this event is concerned, but he'll certainly give it a good college try, as it were. All right, then, moving right along. Second pass for Bartel Schmidt from Denmark. Let's see what he produces out there. Here we go, Bartel Schmidt there with the ski line back and landing that one, is able to get through the second and final 22nd pass of hand tricks. But there you go, Bartel Schmidt. Fine effort there from him, and we'll look forward to seeing him a little bit later on in this competition, possibly. All right, Bartel Schmidt going from trick to trick here, and we're looking for a point score for Clarence Laveau. In just a moment, we'll pop that up on the screen, the provisional score for him. Bartel Schmidt there with the ski line back and has got a couple of side slides to come afterwards, but a stand-up run there on pass number 2 for all intents and purposes, but no doubt that he'll be a little bit disappointed with the effort on pass number 1. Florian Pfaff about to take to the water. All right, we've got Florian Pfaff out there on the water. A skier who ordinarily competes in collegiate tournaments in the United States when he's not here on the continent of Europe or representing Italy for that matter. Second ski line back to the front. What has he got remaining? There we got a back-to-backs, wake 5 front, wake 5 front, Waco, and Waco's there. There's the backflip. Here he comes. Won't be able to win the overall using the tricks event, but he can certainly prevent himself from losing it in this section of the competition. Getting through on pass number 1, certainly tricks by no means Florian Pfaff's a specialty, but if he can just minimize the potential damage that tricks could have upon his overall, then things will only start to look up here as he gets ready to compete in the slalom and the jump finals here at the European U21 Championships. There we go, Florian Pfaff Getting some good tricks there towards the end, including that Waco as he set up for one of his two backflips. Spends a lot of his time training at Jolly Ski, which is in the San Gervasio in the northern portions of Italy, specifically the area of Lombardy. We'll be going to Rocchetto next week for the World Open Championships, and that will take place in the region of Piemonte in Italy. And that competition will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Make sure you check that out, and whenever you need a reminder as to the next time we go live in that respect, you can do that easily by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. And at the same time you do that, it gives you access to the live chat on any given broadcast that we put out. So, we've just seen a point score coming through of 2070. Here we go, folks. This is Florian Path. Toe tricks. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake back to back. Reverse. Toe wake O. Toe wake line back. Or toe back and toe front, I beg your pardon. Yeah, there you go, standing up both runs there. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Florian Path. He may not make it through to the men's trick final. There's certainly plenty of skiers out there that are certainly more capable than he is on a trick ski, but he at least makes sure that he produces a performance that keeps his overall aspirations alive going forwards. That is Florian Path, a member of Louisiana's Raging Cajun water ski team in the United States. I'm sure he has a lot of fans across the world checking in on his performance. I'm sure Kendra's watching in as well. And looking at this performance there with toe tricks there, just managing the line, just waiting on that line to tighten before moving forwards. Now, some trick skiers, especially towards the high echelons, don't even wait for that to happen. They go straight into their next trick and a trick on total slack line to use up every little piece of that 20 seconds of time that is at the trick skier's disposal. Couple of toe sides at the end, and Florian Path, he should be as happy as Gilligan right now. All right, then, we're going to take a quick pause, just one or two technical issues to resolve, and once we do that, we'll have continuing coverage of the 2025 European U21 Championships coming to you live from IWWC. We'll be back right after this.
Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go. Here we go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida,
Well, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2025 European U21 Championships. Oh, and really throwing himself into that one. That is Joshua Verhaeghe of Switzerland. So Josh Verhaeghe getting picked up now, and we'll have a look at this first of two 20-second passes. Ski line back, which may have an issue attached to it, given how low that rope was towards the water. The rule is that the line must be completely out of the water during the entire rotation of a ski line trick. And there, Josh Verhaeghe going in for the first of his backflips. I don't know what that thing was, but it was kind of like a hybrid between like a back roll and the rotation needed for a front flip. But falling on that and limiting the amount of points he would have scored beyond that point. So it looks like we're going to get a point score coming through very, very soon for Florian Parth. These points are points are coming through, and these points are all over the place, at least from my perspective anyway, but the least said about that, the better. We got Florian Parth. His point score should be coming up very, very soon up on your screen. All right, and while our next competitor waits to take to the water in the form of Leonid Martinov, Josh Verhaeghe from Switzerland getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. This is a wrap for a toe 5 back. A little bit of a partition spin there, which could result in that being classed as a toe O and then a toe back. Look at this, some good tricking, continuing to rock here, and let's see what he can do. Toe wake line back. Oh, nicely done there from Josh Verhaeghe. Fell about 3 or 4 seconds prior to the buzzer sounding on pass number 1, but using every little bit of time on that 22nd second run there. That is, yeah, don't do it, Ladina. Come on. Josh Verhage dabbing himself back towards the starting dock. They're into that, the Swiss, about 3 years too late. But there you go. We've got Josh Verhage with the instant replay. All right, then. So working our way down this list, we've got Leonard Martinov from Ukraine taken to the water now. Now, for some of our scores that have been previously published and not up on the screen did have 1 or 2 timing issues regarding to it. So what we're going to do is we're continuing the event and retiming those that have a question mark next to them in regards to timing. So that's what we've got going on the ski line back there for Leonard Martinov. Wake back-to-backs and winding on to the wake 5 front. Good effort there. Now going in for the backflip. Boom, hits that one. Does he go for the second one? Yes, he does. Hits the downslope a little bit aggressively. There's the front flip. And unfortunately didn't quite get enough height and enough rotation to make that trick happen. But a good sequence of tricks there. That is Leonard Martinov from Ukraine. So Leonard Martinov starting off very, very sprightly there with the ski line tricks. Leonard Martinov, who has a personal best of 4,300 points. And is into football, basketball, and tennis amongst his other pursuits. Tricking 4,300 points. That was a recent personal best in one of the previous tournaments this season. And the Ukrainians are certainly a very, very close-knit group of competitors. They go to a number of different tournaments during the summer, you know, and they all stick and all band together. And it's certainly quite admirable to see themselves conduct themselves in that way. As we continue to roll here, we got Jorgi Gussenbauer at the helm of that towboat as we now work our way down to about the 3/4 mark of the Trick-In Series 2 elimination round. Next competitor up should be Ales Poliador of Czechia, and then Peter Oravec from Slovakia. So as we continue on, we'll be into Series 1 Trick-In next after the end of this series, which is Series 2, and then from there we have the women's Series 3 2 and 1 tricks. And then provided we have enough light, then we will continue on to the remaining events on our schedule. But right now, Little bit of a dreary day. There's some clouds up in the sky. The sun did promise to peek out for a time or two, but that quickly fizzled out. Some toe tricks here. Just trying to get these tricks linked together and be able to differentiate between toe back and toe back to backs. Oh, quick spin there to the front there. Toe out and toe in and toe back out. Nicely done. And yeah, good skiing there. And wanting a little bit of crowd participation. He's going to get it from the team members of Ukraine. Here we go. Leonard Martinov, who would ordinarily be skiing over at the Sentosa Skiing Club, had it not been for the continuing strife and conflict that is going on in that part of the world. But like I said, they do stick together, the Ukrainians, no matter where they happen to travel and train to, and train from, rather. So some good skiing there generally by the Ukrainians in this competition, who could potentially cause a bit of an upset in the U21 team classification. I will probably say at this point that the French and the Italians are probably making the best inroads at this point in time, but the Ukrainians do not count them out. All right, then. So let's continue on, shall we? We've got Ales Poliador from Czechia. Here come Ales Poliador, I should say. There we go. Toe, oh, nicely done there with the toe 5 back. Very smooth, very continuous. The judges will like that. Representing Czechia, this is Ales Poliador getting good grip of that rope there for the toe wake line back. Toe wake back to back, and unfortunately didn't lock into the reverse toe back position long enough for him to edge cleanly and make that trick a reality. But there we go. That is Ales Poliador, who has a personal best of 46.50 in the tricks event, and the national champion in, well, he says everything. Well, I guess in the youth divisions he can probably lay claim to that, but there you go. That is Ales Poliador. Skiing here at the U21 European Championships for 2025. Ales Poliador, great to see him out there on the water, looking to try and put some scores together that will be close enough to his PB. All right, Jorgi Gussenbauer having picked up Ales Poliador, has taken him down towards the end of the lake, and in that time skis get changed out, lines get changed as well. For most competitors at this level, they have a certain line length that they like for toe tricks, and a certain one that they like for hands, as well as having a different boat speed and different zero off setting as well. And even a different handle just to cap everything off, or a different type of handle where it comes to toe tricks, where there are a number of ways that you can strap that harness onto your toe foot. But here we go. This is Ales Poliador ski line back to the front and working his way. There's the wake back-to-back. Winding it on, wake 5 front, the good spin there, positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse. Oh, he's all over the lake there. There we go. There's a Waco, good improvisation there. Flip to the back, reverse, and a side slide. And yeah, he was rather fortunate to not fall on that transition after doing the wake 5 front. But there you go. That is Alice Polidor from the Czech Republic, otherwise known as Czechia these days. We have 4 more competitors to go before we round off this series. That is Peter Oravec and Harrison Crossland, Sergei Denyushki, and Giuseppe Acquaviva. The 4 competitors left in this series. But as you can plainly see from the instant replay, he looked in very, very good shape there. But he went in for the 5 front and just didn't hold on to that trick very, very well. And that sent him over the wake. And in that transition over the wake, he did perform a Waco, rather improvisational there, but still able to get that point score because he hadn't produced the Waco before that point, I believe, or even its reverse. But here we go. We have got Peter Oravec, who not only is a fantastic competitive water skier, but he's also dabbled in table tennis at a national level as well. Peter Oravec. Wake 5 front there, wake 5 front reverse. Oh, losing the grip of the handle there. That's going to cost him some time. There he goes. There's the backflip. Here he comes for the reverse. Nails that one too, but he slips out the back there. Just cases the top of the wake, and he just stuffs the landing. And here he goes with the ski line back. We've seen this enough times before. There's those awake back-to-backs. Then winds it on in with a surface back-to-back, and then into a good cut and good elevation there with the wake 5 front, and then a wake 5, then a positional wake 5 front. And now going in for his back flips there. He was lucky to land that first one, casing the top of the wake there as a result. And then just not getting on the front foot on time, to fully stabilize that landing. And that is Peter Oravec from Slovakia. All right, then, pushing a couple of scores out. Okay, we got Joshua with 29.40. Joshua Verhage with 29.40. Okay, so we've just seen a couple of scores being thrown up on the screen. 29.40 and 37.30 for Josh Verhage and Leonid Martinov, respectively. Still working on getting some other scores out and getting those confirmed. So we have got Peter Oravec here from Slovakia. Smoothly done through his toe tricks there. Toe 5 front, good pull here. Toe out, toe straight back in. Toe Waco, reverse toe back, toe ache back to back, couple of toe sides, toe ache back and toe ache front. Easy as that, isn't it? There you go. That is Peter Oravec from Slovakia, and good solid skiing there. Aside from the second flip where he fell on his back, it was a pretty decent performance for the skier who has a personal best of 43.50. That is Peter Oravec, the Slovak national champion in overall tricks and jump. Okay, so still waiting on the scores for Alex Poliador and Peter Oravec. Obviously, Peter Oravec, the scorer, will wait for his, because he's only just gone off the water. But after those competitors, our next one comes to us from Great Britain. It is going to be Harrison Crossland. Just waiting on the boat to fill up the ballast tank to his specific need.
Okay.
All right, coming on. We've got Harrison Crossland. All right, here we go. Harrison Crossland there. Positional to the back. Back to front flip. There we go. Now he goes in for the guts of his flip sequence. There's a flip twist to the back. What does he have left? Wake 5 front. Positional to the back. Wake 5 back. Now going in with some surface spins there. There's the 5 front. What does he do? Ski. Oh, and oh my word. How on earth did he do that there? He lifted that ski above his head while trying to perform the ski line back and coming off second best in that regard. Flip back to front and then goes in for the regulars. Looking good there, looking fairly good on that one. There's the flip twist back to end off that sequence. Wake 5 front, then positions himself for a wake 5 back, and nicely done there. Hand-to-hand 540-degree spins. Not the easiest of things to do. And there's a Waco towards the end, and well, he got the height, just didn't get the rotation down. That was Harrison Crossland, our third from last skier in this series. All right, as we continue on, just answering one or two questions posed on the screen here with the live chat, and one person asked, when is women's tricks? Well, I can tell you it's going to be directly after the conclusion of the men's tricks, and it will take us a little bit of time to do that, but rest assured that we will have some women's tricks on for you very, very soon. We are still in the midpoint. We are still about 3/4 of the way down the list, a little over 3/4 of the way down the list in the Men's Trick Series 2. 2 competitors remain on the dock there for Men's Series 2, Giuseppe Acquaviva and Serhii Danielewski, who will be skiing up next. Here we go, Harrison Crossland. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Toe in, toe out. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Yes, and little sense of frustration there towards the end there for Harrison Crossland. Probably didn't feel quite up to his usual high standards there with that trick and run, with that trick and attempt. But there you go. That is Harrison Crossland sinking in and returning back to the dock after his go out there on the water here at the IWWC, which is the International Wiener Wasserski Club. So Harrison Crossland looking at this once again. Looks in good shape there. And now we're moving right along to Sergei Daniushki, skiing under the white flag here in this competition. Just doing some warm-up tricks outside of course. Sergei Daniushki. All right, keeping a good tight line prior to the toe 5 back. Oh, nicely done. Very, very smooth. Quick turn on the toe wake back to back though. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe back in. Sergei doing a grand job out there, but getting a little bit bogged down. Toe wake line back, but forced into that situation there because of his previous trick. Had to at least attempt the toe wake line back, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short on the landing, and now he's got to concentrate his efforts here on his second and final 20-second pass of tricks. Sergei Daniushki. Toe 5 front. And everything looked pretty much dialed in at this point. Grabs onto the rope there, getting a good rotation. And there we go, going down there towards the end and getting ready now. Just trying to get psychologically focused upon the second and final 20-second pass of toe tricks. It's now been picked up and brought down towards the end, and he'll have a few moments to get that ski off and get it changed out for a ski that is more suited to performing hand tricks than the one that he had on, which is his toe pass ski. He'll also change out the lines. He'll change out the boat speed. He will do all kinds of stuff there. Certainly in a highly nuanced event, skiing, trick skiing. A lot of moving parts, not least of which is the boat, the Nautique, driven by our driver, Jorgi Gussenbauer. And a big shout out to our driving crew. Going forwards, Jorgi Gussenbauer and Franz Oberleitner and Becky Lathrop. All right, setting up. Here we go. This is going to be the pass number 2. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface back to backs. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 front reverse. Wake 5 back. What does he have? Edging outside the wakes. There's the first backflip. Here's the second one. Nicely done. Positional to the back. Flip back to the front. Here he goes. Flipped front to back. Nails that one shut. Ski line back to the front. What does he have? There you go. All the way through on pass number 2. That is Sergei Danielski. He's going to be pleased with that. Certainly combined with his slaloming effort and jump effort earlier in this competition, he could have he could potentially have a top 10 position in the overall if he keeps things going in that general direction. Good flowing pass here from Sergei Danielski, who makes his current residence these days in the United States of America, in Winter Garden, in the Horizon West portion of the Central Florida area that is Orlando. His sister is the highly regarded overall athlete, Sasha Denierskaya. But there you go. That is, well, that was Sergei Danielski. So we're now moving on to our final competitor in Series 2. It's going to be Giuseppe Acquaviva. Setting up the boat speed here. Let's see what he's got with toe tricks. Toe 5 back. Good elevation there for the toe 8 back to back. And it's reverse here. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Elevation is absolutely crisp there, as well as that one, which was a toe wake line O, and unfortunately started to edge back towards the wake before he completely landed that trick, which was the toe wake line back to back. But the effort was certainly there, and taking the fall within about 2 or 3 seconds away from the end of this this opening pass of 2. So racing through his tricks one after the other, including this toe wake-o, which is a trick that courted quite a bit of controversy over the last week or two, considering recent events in how that trick has been scored in certain scenarios.
Yeah, Tony, that is definitely one of those ones that has had a little bit of controversy. People are trying to figure out what is considered credit and what is not. We'll have to see how the judges do it this weekend. Maybe.
All right, then, just looking over at the starting dock, we see Becky Lathrop right there in the center, and I think she's going to jump in and pull some trick in. Starting off with Henry Oldorf from Switzerland, then Yanis Kosathanos, then Vincent Ahama, Eduardo Lamalfa, Ivan Zeletsov, Tom Parkin, and the rest of the main players in Series 1. So, Zane, how you been?
Man, I'm doing all right. Trying to stay warm. That cold front's rolling in, and temperatures kind of dropped on us, so definitely not cooking like we were yesterday afternoon. I know the back of my legs are a little sunburnt from yesterday, but we're enjoying a good day at the lake, a lot of good skiing, and it's nice to see everybody out here and crushing it in this trick event.
All right, then. So we've got on the water at this time Giuseppe Acquaviva. Looks like he's going to wrap in for something along the lines of a wake 5 back. Boom, hits that one nicely. Ski line back to back. Goes in for the wake 5 front, and now he goes in for the backflip. Good height and elevation here. Look at this, 2 backflips. He's got 4 more that he can do, starting with the flip twist back to front. And here he goes with the front to back. He can do 2 more flips beyond this point. Mo back to back. And what does he do? I think he was tempted to throw the half jack in towards the end, judging by how he was standing on his ski right at the end point of that pass. But with 2 effective 20-second passes there, that is Giuseppe Acquaviva.
Yeah, and a nice looking hand run there from Giuseppe. Getting it down to the end, skiing to the dock, and I think you're right, Tony. I think maybe if he gets into the final, he'll be looking to throw that half jack there at the end of this run.
Look at this, trick after trick, one after the other. That ski line and back looked in very, very good shape there. The 5s as well, and then look at him with this flip sweep sequence. The boat went up in speed at this point. Just a regular back flip, and then it's reverse, and then he positions himself for a twist to the back. So this will be the flip twist back to front. Then he goes for the flip twist front to back. And then from here, he stalls up and gets ready for another back flip. Now watch his positioning towards the end. There, right there. That is a sure sign that he was going to attempt something along the lines of a half jack, but he just decided to hold it at that point and let the chips fall as they may.
Yeah, so Tony, I did see in our captain's chat that they are going to take a little bit of break here. I think we had a little bit of a problem with the timing, so they're going to have to go back and retime the people from Series 3 and Series 2 and get everything situated because we had a little problem with the scores there. So we're going to have a little technical break, and then we'll get rolling back along here with this trick event.
All right, then, and this is continuing coverage of the 2025 European U21 Water Ski Championships coming to you from IWWC. That is the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And then we'll be back right after this.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in.
Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go, go! On your mark, get ready, set, go! Here we go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, heads around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking and go, on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable
Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking it over, go! On your mark, get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
come play with me. I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, then continuing on to Series 1, tricking, we have Henri Odorov of Switzerland. Getting ready for first of two 20-second runs, starting off with toe tricks. Let's see what he's got. Toe 5 back, smooth turn there. Should be credit there. That is a good-looking start there. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg, reaching down for the rope, toe wake-o. Toe back and toe front, and toe wake line trick. Oh, very, very close to taking a fall at the other end, and thankfully the pin person involved with that little endeavor was had nerves of steel, as much as our skier certainly did. Henri Odorov from Switzerland. So Henri Odorov from Switzerland standing up on his first of two 20-second runs. All right, just looking at the end of this this toe run, toe wake line back, and then goes in for the toe wake line back to back, and just managing to scrape himself off the deck there and continue to ski. All right, so transitioning from one pass to the next, from tricks from toe tricks to hand tricks. All right, moving on to second pass there, a backflip. And it's reversed. Let's see if he can go for the flip twist, which is the natural progression from that point there. Then position for the flip twist, a back reverse. Mode back to back. Now going across the wake here and just trying to keep things going. And unfortunately, about 3/4 of the way into that run, succumbing to a fall. But there we go. That is Henri Oldorf from Switzerland in Series 1 tricks. Now, the latest news that we have, so far as our officials is concerned, now they attempted to retime some of the performances that we saw earlier in Series 2, and the decision was made to actually retime those passes, not prior to the trick in here in Series 1, but a little bit later on. And they figured that with the time crunch that we have to make sure that the skiers got quality sets out there, it was best to use that time more wisely with the skiers out there on the water rather than expend too much time on land without any activity going on going forward. So with that in mind, a lot of the trick scores that were published on the IWSF scoring site are provisional scores. They can be taken with a little bit of a pinch of salt before we rescore them and have a more accurate time in that vein. So we're going to score those later on. And we're gonna continue as is with Series 1. Now, obviously, if there's a huge score, we'll make sure we'll try and get you the nearest point score that we can possibly have at this point, given what we know about our timing issues, and we'll try and keep you informed. But most of all, we'll try and keep you entertained with some great trick skiing. Yanis Kosoftanis of Greece, our second skier to take to the water. Now we have 12 skiers in this trick in Series 1. Now setting up for a pass number 1. This should be a toe tricks. Okay, looks like he is doing either a toe 5 back or something else out of that wrap. There are only a couple of other tricks that you can possibly do out of that wrap, but the most common one among our skiers at this level is the toe 5 back, toe wake O, toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back. Does he go for the reverse? No, he he goes for a side slide or two just to maximize the amount of points on that first of 2 20-second runs. There we go. That is Henri Oldorf. That is Yanis Kosoftanis, I do beg your pardon. Yanis Kosoftanis getting through pass number 1. And he'll be changing out skis and other equipment here as an elite level tricker. He certainly has a trick ski that is more suited for handle pass tricks. The line length would have probably been changed as well, along with the boat speed and the zero off and even the handle, as I mentioned before.
Later, boy.
0.3, 0.5. Exactly.
All right, moving forward, we see our skier out there on the water or about to get back on the water. It's Yanis Kosoftanis. Second out in Series 1. There is Yanis Kosoftanis there with his opening few tricks there. Thrown his head back there for the back flips. Flip twist to the back. Slows down for the ski line back. Boat speed going down rather quickly there. Wake 5 front, wake, and stuffs the wake on his attempt there for the reverse 5 front. Probably won't be too happy with that, but he at least gets some points on the board for Greece. That is Yanis Kosoftanis. Lands backwards on his first flip. Then works his way through the rest of them. You can do upwards of 6. The maximum flip limit you have is 6 of those tricks in a particular run. So you have to be wise with what flips you can choose from. There's a whole slew of them. As we go down this list, you'll see more often than not skiers are opting to go with the mode back-to-back first. And it's reverse, so leaving 4 more flips to do of varying degrees of difficulty. Our next competitor to take to the water is going to be Austria's Vincent Ahama.
Okay.
So Vincent Ahama. Here he comes, setting the boat speed correctly, toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, now toe 5 front. Is moving quite a bit across the back of the boat. That's going to be cause for concern going forward. Toe wake O landed very, very stoutly indeed. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back. Does he go for the toe wake line back to back? Yes, he does. Couple of toe sides at the end. A good solid run there. A little bit off balance on 1 or 2 of those tricks, but he certainly had a good array of tricks, and all of them high point scoring the tricks, so he didn't have to put that many in. So working his way, his momentum going forward looks very clean, looks very, very neat. Then crouched over, then edged up to the top of the wake to do the toe wake-o, keeping his weight towards the tip of the ski. Toe wake line back. And toe wake line back to back. All right, beautifully executed run for our competitor from Austria. It is going to be Vincent Ahama. Coming up next after him is going to be Edoardo Lamalfa from Italy, but not until we see Vincent Ahama produce the tricks on his second and final run. All right, here he is, coming into the course right here and now. Vincent Ahama, positional to the back. Mo back to back, all casing the top of the wake. That could be a cause for concern, but there we go with the flip twist back to front. Regular flips now. No, there we go. That was a flip twist to the back. And it's reversed. Let's see what he's got. Front flip. Continuing on, wake back. Back to back. Ski, goes in for the 5 front. Ski line back, bouncing from one trick to the next. There we go. Vincent Ahama from Österreich. So great skiing there from Vincent. We'll see if that's enough to send him through to the next round or not. But almost got pitted out there on that first move, which was the Mo back-to-back. Then did the flip twist back to front. Then very, very late with that rotation there for the flip twist back, and its reverse was a heck of a lot better. Then goes in for the front. Oh, solid landing there. A little bit of a shoulder charge to complete that trick. But good, solid skiing there from Vincent Ahama. Moving right along. Next competitor out from Italia will be Edoardo Lamalfa. Now Edoardo Lamalfa, an important member of the Italian team. The Italians in amongst it in the team overall competition, and they would like to try and keep their noses out towards the front here. Edoardo Lamalfa, Mo back to start things off. Mo back, no, flip twist to the front. Regular back flips now. Flip twist to the back. Does he have anything more? Flip twist to the back reverse. Let's see what he's got. Ski line O. What does he have remaining? Ski line back. For 5 front to the very end, a 310 point to move right at the buzzer, and I would suspect that he is practiced enough with this run, so he knows what the timing is and knows exactly where he is at any given moment in relation to the clock. That's why he's able to edge it smoothly and precisely for each one, because he knows that he doesn't have to rush these tricks an awful lot. So just do one after the other, including that ski line O. Then the ski line back, he waits for the line to tighten up. Then the 5 front there right to the very end. So there we go. That is Edoardo Lamalfa. Next skier getting ready is Ivan Zeletsov from Ukraine. So there's certainly going to be plenty of focus on the remaining 8 or so skiers, including Ivan Zaletsov, and even before him, Eduardo Lamalfa. So let's see what he has coming in. A reminder, the decision was made to retime many of the scores that were posted before Series 1. But that is going to be done after the event is completed. Oh, and Eduardo Lamalfa getting in deep there with the toe 5 front, and unfortunately there for him taking a dive at the 1/3 mark of that run. He did a neon perfect handle pass to start things off, and the tricks that he had to work with here with the second and final 20-second run looked pretty good. But it's from this point onward, letting that toe foot come out just a little bit too much, and then that forces him back on the ski. And unfortunately there for Eduardo Lamalfa, letting that raw Italian emotion get out from his system. And Eduardo Lamalfa will lose a whole bunch of tricks as a result of that. So Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine getting ready to go with his 2 20-second runs. All right, here we go. Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine has certainly been having a pretty good time of it in recent weeks, being a part of that Ukrainian team that medaled in the team classification event at the Open Europeans, which was held recently. Ivan Zaletsov has a personal best of 83.10. Toe tricks first. Oh, toe wake line 5 back there early on in the run. Toe wake line 0. Toe wake line back. Does he go for the toe wake line back to back? Yes, he does. Thrust that ski over the line there in mid-rotation. Fantastic effort there from Ivan Zaletsov. Tremendous effort there all the way through. Multiple-time Ukrainian national champion, 2023 European champion in jumps, European jump champion in U17 and team overall classification in the recent European Championships. Ivan Zaletsov definitely looking good here. Toe wake line back-to-back proceeded with some remarkable tricks, including the toe wake line 5 back. A highly dynamic run there, and certainly a good effort to start off with, as we see Vincenzo Marino getting ready for his go. He'll be coming up fairly soon after Tom Parkin, who's on dockside right now, getting ready to go. And actually rushing to be ready, as a matter of fact. So Ivan Zaletsov, who's looking to make this trick final, was was unlucky, number 13, in terms of not being able to make it into the jump final, jumping 52.1 meters, despite being one of his better jumps and maybe a personal best. Unfortunately, did not see him in through the men's jump final. But look at his flip sequence, though. Look at this. Boom. Going from one trick to the next there. Absolutely on fire. But unfortunately, the ski skipping out on him upon the landing. But did he do enough? Has he done enough point-wise? It's certainly not too displeased with that effort, as Ivan Zaletsov opens up with the half jack, which is a back-to-front twisting front flip. Those front flips, just absolutely incredible tricks there. Good elevation on each one. And there did the flip twister to the back, and then did the reverse. Then here things started to get complicated there with the mode back to back, which tends to be a top loader trick in the context of a handle pass. It's normally put on as maybe one of the first two tricks, given the complexity of the move to prepare for. But Ivan Zaletsov decides to put it 2/3 the way into the run, and obviously that's his prerogative, but certainly important enough to highlight. Skier about to take to the water and get ready to go. This now is Tom Parkin of Great Britain. 6 more competitors to go after Tom Parkin before we go into the Women's Series 3 Tricks Elimination round. Boat speed is set here. Half jack to the front. Front flip. Front flip reverse. Got 3 more flips that he can do. There's regular backflip. And the regular. This is the final one that he can do. Flip twist back to front. Ski line back. Does he have anything more here? And wake back to back at the end. That is Tom Parkin. He nails that pass shut. Good skiing there, Tom Parkin. And we'll wait to see what his second and final 20-second pass will yield for us. The height, the lift on many of these flips was definitely was on point here. Let the handle get out away from him though on one or two of those, which kind of delays his recovery time, especially right there. But managing to hold on to everything that he had on pass number 1. We'll see how things pan out for him on pass number 2. That is Tom Parkin from Great Britain. Tom Parkin, who has a personal best of 85.30. Let's see if he can get somewhere close to that. It's going to be the first time that we've seen someone do a toe 7 wrap, but convert it into a toe wake 5 back, toe wake front, a couple of toe sides, toe back to backs. Now wind it on, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Tom Parkin motoring along. Toe wake O, toe wake lino, leaving that foot behind him a little bit there. And that didn't exactly set himself up well for the toe wake line back, but getting the majority of the tricks that he wanted to on that particular run, and a good solid effort there from Tom Parkin. It may be enough to send him through to the final. We won't know for certain because of technical issues. We're retroactively scoring the tricks against our timing system that has made life a little bit difficult for us for the sake of putting trick scores out. We want to make sure that they are correct and they are timed correctly. So that's why the officials are going to take some time out of the action of the event to go over each of the performances with a fine-tuned comb and retime the performances that were directly affected due to that technical difficulty that we suffered a little bit earlier on in the competition in Series 2. All right, we've just seen Tom Parkin. Now our next competitor is getting ready to leave the dock, and that person is Vincenzo Marino from Italia. Here we go, Vincenzo Marino from Italy, from specifically the island of Sicily. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. Now winding it on, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, and look at him go. Toe wake, oh no, and falls on the toe wake O. On going from inside to out there. That is Vincenzo Marino, and I think that the reason why he fell was that the release mechanism got caught up with a little bit of slack line here. We'll double check to see it, but let's have a look at this. Vincenzo Marino got a good portion of his tricks credited. And just looking at this, nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary here. So yeah, absolutely, that line got caught in the rope there upon the landing with the toe wake O, and that released the line. Now, hopefully that release mechanism is still intact, because if he manages to get through this pass and put out a score that could potentially see him through the next round, he's going to have to make sure that his trick ski is fully functioning for the final. But maybe a little bit early to be suggesting that right now, as Vincenzo Marino gets transported down towards the opposite end of the lake. Coming to us out of Italy, this is Vincenzo Marino. All right, mashing the throttle down. Yogi Gussenbauer now brings in Vincenzo Marino into the course. Now with that early fall, we're robbing him of the potential for more points after that toe wake go. Could that be the difference in the overall competition? Who knows at this point? Vincenzo Marino Let's have a look and see. Elevates himself well there for the mode back-to-back. And it's reverse. Here he goes. This is going to be some backflips here in the middle. Flip twist to the back. Now flip twist to the front. He's out of flips now. He's going to go for the ski line O. Back. Ski line back-to-back. What has he got left? Ski line back to the front. And there you go. Good, solid run. Slap in the water. I don't know maybe out of celebration, but probably more than likely out of a little bit of frustration for not being able to get through the first 20-second pass of tricks in tow. So we'll see how things shape up. It might not turn out to be that bad for Vincenzo Marino, at least so far as his performance is compared to some of the others that we've seen thus far. 12 skiers go through to the men's tricking final, don't forget, and we've only basically scratched the surface so far as the scoring is concerned. And for those of you that want to take a look at our live scoring, you're more than welcome to by going to IWSF results. Just put that in your Google search, and then it will present you with a link at the top of the page which you can navigate from and to the live scoring for this event. Normally we would have the results from the live scoring plastered up on the screen with each skier, but at this time much of what is coming from our officials is speculative at best. That is nothing is coming out from our judges right now because of earlier issues, and we have to rescore a lot of our previous competitors' performances due to timing issues. So there's that to consider. All right, there wearing bib 101, Adrian Elias from Slovakia. Adrian Elias now. There we go. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and the reverse. Toe 5 front, toe wake O, toe wake line O. A little bit of a slide there on the toe wake O reverse. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to back. Oh, and not too sure what he was about to attempt there, but it was probably something quite spectacular, and he just didn't have the time in which to perform the move, but he stands up all the way, which is a commendable achievement, given the tricks that he put in on his way to that end. So Adrian Elias. Looked in good shape all the way through. No fault in there on pass number 1. So working his way all the way through to the end, and normally the coaches would ordinarily tell you that if a toe trick skier is turned backwards away from the boat, and the ski is straight up and down, in other words, not likely to catch an edge. Now, a lot of coaches will keep the skier skiing and elect not to pull a pin on him because that's probably the strongest position to recover from. You'll see that a fair bit among our elite athletes, especially when they try to land in toes from stuff such as a toe wake line 5 back or a toe wake line back to back. But there are many other tricks that involve the skier landing backwards away from the boat. And here we go. This is Adrian Elias from Slovakia. 32K, C3, no ballast. Mo back to back. There you go. A little bit low in terms of height here. But maybe the reason for that is he wants to quicken up these tricks, and one of the easiest ways that you can do that is to stay low to the wake. All right, standing up all the way through, Adrian Elias in good shape and putting Slovakia amongst the contenders here in the team classification. Great skiing there from Adrian Elias. And we're down to last 4 competitors to go in Series 1 Tricks Elimination. So the height was good for much of these tricks here for Adrian Elias, especially the ski lines towards the end there. And there's the wake 5 front and the wake 5 back. Relatively simple stuff there towards the end, but they all score the same amount of points, whether you are putting it at the beginning or the middle or the end. As long as there's 540 degrees of spin and air between the ski and the wake, it will be credited as such as a 310-point trick. All right, so Mikolauchenko, who's already qualified for one final, the men's slalom final, did that yesterday via the runoff situation. And here he comes, looking to try and put his stamp on another event final. Let's see what he can do with the tricks event. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse, surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back to back. What does he have more? Toe wake line back to back, and he tried a standing toe wake line 5 back, just out of time on that one. Threw that in as a little bit of a lagniappe trick, a little bit extra. Lagniappe is a Cajun French term, meaning just that little bit more. And he was looking for exactly that at the very end of this run. I mean, the tricks that he put in were just absolutely dynamite from start to finish. They certainly know how to do toe tricks in Ukraine, and looking in fine form there. Picking up the ski and doing the full rotation with the toe wake line O. And there was the toe wake line back to back and its reverse. And then he tries the toe wake line 5 back, led with his shoulders into the 540 degree round, but unfortunately there for him, much of the ski and the body failed to go along with him, so he fell at that point, and the point scoring stopped a little bit before then. All right, then. So continuing right along, we got Mikolauchenko. Coming in on pass number 2. Now setting up that boat speed. Critical that he gets that done early so he can get settled in and get ready for the first few tricks that he has to throw into the mix. handle pass right here and now for Mikhailichenko. He too is a contender in the overall competition as well, but much of what he does so far as firepower is done using the tricks event, and he needs to try and get some points on the board and doing it quickly. Reducing the boat speed, ski line 5 back, ski line back to back to the front, ski line O to the back, ski line 5 front. Oh, and missing the handle there on the rotation. But yes, he's happy with that. Normally when a skier falls that close towards the end, they're normally fairly disappointed that they weren't able to put in some of the little lanyard tricks that normally get thrown in at the end of the run. But so far as Mikhailichenko is concerned, he believes that he's done enough to maybe put himself into his second event final. So Mikhailichenko, who jumped actually 47.9 meters for what I believe to be a new personal best there for him in the earlier jumping competition. So when you add the overall totals in relation to those types of scores to what you're seeing right there, I mean, it's going to be absolutely incredible what this guy is will be capable of in the next few years. Let alone then, what about now? Okay, third skier from last on this men's Series 1 trick-in elimination round. Representing the white flag, this is Vasily Mazurkovic. Setting up for a toe 5 back. Inside the wake, he does that toe wake back to back, toe wake back. No, bulks out on the reverse. Wise move there. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake O. Double grips on the line to make it happen. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line, no, toe wake back, toe wake line back to back. Look at him go from start to finish. Wonderful skiing there for Vasily Mazurkovic, and he had a plan, and the plan was to stand up at all costs and take out the tricks that were necessary to make that happen. That's exactly what he did there. Reverse toe back, toe wake, surface toe back to backs, and then he wound it on there for the toe 5 in, toe out, toe straight back in. Getting good elevation here, good spin with the toe wake line O. And doing some great toe wake line tricks towards the end, including this one. Toe wake line back to back. And just throwing in just a little bit extra at the end there, just to add some points there at the tail end of that 20-second pass of trick moves. About to take to the water is Dominic Kuhn. We'll see what he has in his repertoire very, very soon. He will be our penultimate skier and representing Austria in the process. Then after Dominic Kuhn, we'll see Tim Wild, and I'm sure that he's very, very close by as well, getting ready to go. And just like that, the camera pans over and we see Tim Wild getting ready to rock. Here we go, coming on here. This is Vasily Mazurkovic. Mo back, reverse. Planting that ski beautifully on those moves there. Flip, twist back, and it's reverse. He's got 2 more flips that he can do. There's the front. Here's the front reverse. He's out of flips now. Boat speed reduces in velocity here. Continuing on. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. Look at that, and just absolutely stomps that run. 2 stand-up runs there for our skier representing the white flag. There we go. That is Vasily Mazurkovic. And Vasily Mazurkovic has been on an absolute tear in recent times. New jump personal best he produced over at the European Open Championships to produce a performance in concert with everything else that he did over there in the last week or so. Vasily Mazurkovic. But just absolutely dominating out there on the water in the tricks event. Vasily Mazurkovic. And Vasily is actually going to be a feature in the jump final as well. Hopefully he'll add this tricks performance, that tally towards a prospective bid for the tricking final, which I'm sure that will take place within the next day or so. And right now, getting ready to go. This here is Dominic Kuhn. All right, Dominic Kuhn. Let's see if he can put down a good marker here in the U21 men's tricking competition. Toe wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake-o. Good height there, toe wake line-o. Stepping over that line. Going from one trick to the next, not trying to go ahead of himself, and there you go. That pays well there for Dominic Kuhn, getting through this first pass of tricks. Started off with a positional toe wake back and front. Deciding not to go with a big trick to start off with. I kind of suspect that he had a toe wake 5 back in his in the beginning portion of that run. Decided to take that out and continue on with the toe wake back, and in order for him to keep himself on top of the water for the remaining tricks that we see here on this first 22nd pass of 2. And because he took that trick out in the beginning, that saves him about maybe about a second and a half, 2 seconds at the top of the run to allow him to do whatever he would typically struggle with towards the end of the run to get in time. And now we've got Tim Wild on the starting dock. He is about ready to go, but not until we get Dominic Kuhn situated with his second and final 22nd pass. Battle for the overall continues unabated here. We've seen the likes earlier on of Florian Paff, the presumptive leader in the overall competition at this time, based upon his slalom score and his jump score in comparison to someone like Tim Wild, who is going to go out there and give it his best shot in the men's tricking event. Don't count out the likes of Vincenzo Marino, who, despite falling rather early on his tricks, he may have enough to send him through to the final. And if he is in through to the final, then you got to watch out, folks, because this skier has the potential of making some noise in the overall competition. Here we go. So, a little family affair in the boat. The mom in the boat and presiding over Dominic Kuhn. His uncle is driving. Here we go. Dominic Kuhn up. skipping out on doing the mobe reverse in so that he's able to do the remaining tricks, including that front flip. And there's the front flip reverse. Nicely done. Ah, look at this. Squatting down towards the end in order to stay upright. There we go. Let's give it up there for Austria. That's Dominic Kuhn. Just throwing in everything but the kitchen sink out there. And a tremendous effort there for Dominic Kuhn to keep him in contention possibly for the overall. So soon we saw him compete earlier in the, I believe the slalom event, and we see him tricking that there, getting a little bit more in terms of boat speed there towards that little sequence. I believe has 1 or 2 changes in boat speed on his second and 22nd pass. But beautifully executed towards the end, getting in a little bit deep. But there you go. That is Dominic Kuhn. All right, we've got our final tricker to take to the water. Final male tricker to take to the water. It is going to be Tim Vield. All right, so Tim Vield looking to try and get into his 3rd event final. Jumped over 200 feet for the first time earlier in this competition. That was yesterday. He also slalom well enough to make it through to the final in that event. Now let's see if he can continue this streak here. The US, oh no, he dropped out of that toe wake co and went in for the toe wake lino on the opposite wake. Let's see what he's got. Toe wake line back to back, and he's all over the show here. So toe wake line 5 back. Is that going to be in time? Well, he's probably grateful enough that he survived that pass, but probably will be a little bit disappointed in the eventual point score unless he pushes something completely out of the ordinary with his second and final 22nd pass. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and then the toe wake back to back reverse. Everything looked pretty sweet and looking pretty good at this point. But then as he wound things on there, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, but then he didn't fully grab onto that line with the right hand, and that just sent him reeling into confusion there, even though he was able to produce the toe wake line toe wake line back, and then front and back, toe wake line back to back. And Betty's grateful that he has a sure hand on that release system. Toe wake line 5 back. Christophe de Vergier is a coach and the German national coach in the towboat. And looking pretty smart there with that toe wake line 5 back. So our women's trickers in Series 3 ought to be getting ready around about now, because we are going straight into that event. Noelle Hammerlink will be our first skier out, followed by Ella Bjorlen, then Marta Suarez, Charlotte Korsten, Electra Dwemer, along with 3 others to make an 8-competitor Series 3. And then we'll go into Series 2 and then Series 1. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Tim Field, our final skier in the Elimination Round Series. Let's see what we've got here. Positional to the back. Mobe reverse. Skips out towards the front. Goes in for regular backflips, except for that one, which was the flip, twist, back reverse. Front flip. Scales down the boat speed. To the back. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 back. Good height there. Ski line back to back. There you go. Sending it. Absolutely. Yeah, he's going to be halfway pleased and halfway frustrated with that performance. That much I can tell you. Would have liked to have gotten a little bit better toe pass. He missed on that toe Waco, and that kind of sent him out of rhythm a little bit. But however, he was able to put about 4 or 5 more tricks after that point, and they all looked pretty good, at least from this vantage point. But tremendous effort, good elevation where the tricks require it, especially with the backflips, including the front flip. You need to give yourself enough room to allow that ski to come in from behind your back and be slammed straight into the water, and still have enough in hand to be able to ski away from it. But there you go. That concludes the tricks event in the men's competition. We'll try and get you the point scores as quickly as we can, but understand that we still have issues to contend with the scoring for our earlier series of Series 2. And once we resolve those, then we'll be in a better position to give you the scores for Series 1. In the meantime, U21 girls starting list. Noel Hammerlink will be our leadoff skier in Series 3, followed by Ella Borlian, and then Marta Suarez, Charlotte Korsten, Elektra Dwemer, Molly Lee, Ladina Wolfersberg, and Hara Gleika. So, 8 competitors in Series 3. I believe there are 12 more in each of the remaining 2 series in the tricks event. Actually, there are 10 in Series 2 and 11 in Series 1. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to step aside, so make sure you grab your favorite chair and your favorite beverage. We're about to throw down with women's tricks elimination round, Series 3, right here at the European Championships for the U21s, coming to you right here from IWWC, that is the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And when we return, Women's Series 3 tricks next. All right, then. Series 3 women's tricks about to start. Noelle Hammerlink will be our lead-off skier, followed by Ella Bolin, then Marta Suarez, Charlotte Korstin, Elektra Doimer, Molly Lee, Ladina Wolfersberg, and Hara Glika. All right, then, 8 skiers in this series, 10 in the next, 11 in the last. All right, then, moving right along. We have the tricks event in Series 3 women's competition, the elimination round. Noelle Hammerlink from the Netherlands. This is our final event, in which is an elimination round. Every other event from beyond this point is going to be a final. Noelle Hammerlink. Oh, holding that trick together. Well done there. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front, a couple of side slides, and she should be happy with that. We'll see what she's got in terms of a score, possibly, as we move forward. I did mention a little bit earlier that we had some issues in regards to the scoring from Series 2 onwards, and there was timing issues that presented themselves, and the decision was made in order to preserve enough time to run the remaining schedule for the day, that we suspended the retiming of the trick scores that we had concerns with. And once we get done with the events of the day, which includes the jumping that we had scheduled, once we have that, then the judges can return to the tricking without interrupting the schedule of events. So, Franz Oberleitner at the wheel of that Nautic towboat. This now is Noelle Hammerlink. Toe back and toe front. Yeah, trying to do the remaining tricks that she had on the pass that she had from the first pass that she didn't perform. Surface back-to-backs, and probably fair to say that that Noelle Hammerlink hasn't been tricking for that long, and doing the basics, but doing the basics right there. So there we go, Noelle Hammerlink, our first skier out in the tricks event. So she stands up both runs, and not a bad little performance there on the whole. So Noelle Hammerlink doing good there. Ella Borlin will be next from Sweden. Keeping the toe foot close to a standing leg, relatively so. So working away from one trick to the next there on the second and final 20-second pass. On the instant replay is Noel Hammerlink. And Ella Björlin from Sweden is coming up next. All right, here we go. Ella Björlin has a personal best of 23:10. Likes to acknowledge the support that her parents have given her in being able to pursue her goals here at the European U21 Championships. I think that goes pretty much for every athlete here, if we're being honest. Surface 5 front. There you go, with some side slides at the end, capping off a beauty of a run there. Not terribly high scoring tricks, but they have been performed well, and they will get credit. Ella Björlin of Sweden. Keeping a good firm grip of that line. Okay, so not too much to pick apart on with that run. For Ella Björlin, as we see Marta Suarez from Spain getting limbered up and ready to go. Women's Series 3 tricks. We are 2 skiers deep now. To the back and to the front. Getting in a little bit twisted there. Toe it back and toe it front, reverse toe back and surface toe back to backs. Now she seems to have a better skill set in regards to doing the toe tricks rather than the hands, which can be rather unusual in certain circumstances, especially here. So there we go. That is Ella Björlin of the Netherlands, and she will return to the shore. All right, excellent skiing there from her, standing up essentially both 20-second runs. And now Marta Suarez is coming up. It's very, very soon. The height was good for much of this run. Those toe wake tricks looked pretty clean to me. You only get 20 seconds to do each of the tricks that you have set out on a particular run. I think she expended about 15 seconds of it and no more. As we hear the towboat inflate in the tanks. With some predetermined ballast. We've got on the water Marta Suarez. All right, Marta Suarez getting into a little bit of difficulty with the first few tricks on pass number 1. However, she is able to adequately spin inside the wakes. Go with the ski line back, and now rather unusually with the ski line back, she pulls in with both arms and keeps the hold of the handle with both hands, which is a little bit out in the ordinary here. Wake 5 front to start off with. Quite a bold start, I would have to say, given what she had planned afterwards. Marta Suarez keeping the handle locked into her hips where it would be advantageous to do so. There's a wake back and the front, and then continues on with the ski line back. Trying to get that ski elevated over the wake. So decent skiing there from Marta Suarez, and because she fell, she has been picked up, and we will send her back to the end of the lake as she gets ready for tow tricks on pass number 2. Coming to you from Spain, this is Marta Suarez. All right, rocking and rolling here. Coming in, Marta Suarez. Toe wake back. Making a meal of the landing there, going from inside to out. Toe side, toe back, and toe front. Reverse toe back and toe back to backs. And all nicely done here. And she knew that she didn't get the ski line back originally, so she tried it again with the remaining time that she had after doing toe tricks, and not too sure if it will be eventually scored, because the ski has to completely go over the line without touching the water. But she definitely gave it her all and tried to use her time wisely towards the end. So there we go. That is Marta Suarez. We're in bib 85. That is Marta Suarez. As we now work our way down to the halfway point of the tricking competition. In this series, Series 3. Some good skiing there from Marta Suarez as we now move on to our next competitor. Okay, if the running order reads correctly, our next skier on the water should be Charlotte Korsten from the Netherlands. All right, let's see what she's got. Toe tricks, an attempt there at the toe 5 back. Struggling a little bit with these toes, but managing to make some inroads there and falling on that toe wake front. Skier who we believe to be on the water is Charlotte Korsten. All right, so looking at all right, so a correction here on the person that's out on the water, and I suspected that for a moment, but wearing bib 67, it is from Team Greece, and it is Elektra Dwoima. My apologies for that. So Elektra Dwoima is the competitor on the water, just to confirm, and managing to get about 2/3 the way through her opening pass. But let's see what she does with the second and final 20-second pass. Elektra Dwoima. My apologies for some of the spicy language that has been transmitted from the boat, courtesy of the Greek coach.
Let it be a lesson for next time, huh?
All right then, so continuing on. Coming into the course. Elektra Dwoima. Oh, going in very, very fast with the spins. Wake line back and line front and line back, wake line front. Looking at going here from one trick to the next. And there you go, standing up on pass number 2. She'll be pleased with that. But that happiness will be tempered by the fact that she fell relatively early on in the toe pass and pulling into the dock there. Elektra Dwoima skiing into the dock. So there we go. That completes her run for this Greek competitor, Elektra Dwoima. Spinning very, very quickly at the beginning with those surface back-to-backs. And performing the wake line back rather unconventionally, actually stepping with the foot over the line rather than the knee going over the line. Now, certainly in terms of progression, it's certainly encouraged for skiers to actually use the knee to actually execute the trick first rather than using the foot. But one would probably... All right there, so moving on from Elektra Dweimer, we go on to our next competitor, our next available competitor. It's Ledina Wolfersberg from Switzerland. There we go, going in through these tricks. Looking pretty good at the beginning, all the way through to the end there with a surface O, just for good measure. That may or may not be in time, but some good skiing there from Ledina Wolfersberg. Ledina Wolfersberg managing to make it into the women's slalom final, to the best of my recollection, from earlier on in the day via the runoff situation where she scored 4 on 30 meters, having originally scored 2 on 12. Ledina Wolfersberg, who threw in some step tricks at the early part of that run. And as I was mentioning a little bit there with Elektra Dweimer going through with step moves, planting the foot over the line rather than using the knee. That's a pretty stark contrast between those two competitors. And it would seem to me that probably one of the things that needed to be corrected so far as our tricking is concerned is that method of doing line tricks. However, she probably has flips next on her bucket list of tricks to actually accomplish, and maybe she would eliminate those steps in favor of flips in the future. So maybe it would be a bit of a waste to try and correct the steps if you're going to do flips from that point onwards. But Ledina Wolfersberg, we just saw her with the first trick. It was a surface toe O, and a little unfortunate there. The only points that she'll score will be coming out of pass number 1, with no tricks being contributed from pass number 2. That is Ledina Wolfersberg and Hara Glika from Greece getting ready to go. All right, here we go. This is Hara Glika, our final competitor in women's series of 3 tricks. All right, getting set in, making sure that that toe strap is on firmly. Surface toe O very quickly produced and looked almost completely out of control with that one, but managing to keep enough line tension there in order to do that trick. Surface toe back-to-backs. And there you go, managing to get through that pass with the tricks that she had at her disposal. Hara Glika from Greece pings the rope there and getting a little bit of a hit there, but she knows the way in which she performs that trick and knows to expect that kind of hit. A skier who has a personal best of 29.10 is the current national overall champion. It's Hara Glika. Her interest involved Formula One and cooking, but not quite at the same time. So, Hara Glika getting ready to go. She did say that she follows Formula One. I wonder if she follows a particular driver. Any guesses on this one? All right there, here comes Hara Glika. Women's Series 3, let's see what she's got. She's wrapped in for something along the lines of a Waco, which she gets. Started off with a Toho on the reciprocal first pass. Wake back to back. Line back and line front, using the knee to initiate the trick. Wake line front, and Hara Glika standing up on both 20-second runs. Yeah, of course, for great celebration there from our Greek supporters. There we go, that is Hara Glika to round off the skiing in the tricks event in Women's Series 3. We'll now go on straight on to Women's Series 2 with Staliani Zizopoulou, also from Greece. She will be our lead-off skier in that series. So just looking at the instant replay here. One trick to the next there, just keeping a good line tension. A lot can be said for trick skiers who are able to do that and be able to use that rope to balance with. Some trickers, at least at elite level, have the ability to trick without too much line tension, slack line trick skiing. I mean, you're talking about the likes of Mati Gonzalez. I mean, that guy is a tornado when it comes to tricking. But there you go. Staliani Zizopoulou will be our leadoff skier, followed by Lily Des, then Katerina Kozlova, Vasily Zizopoulou, Vasiliki Zizopoulou, I should say, Elsa Bergsgaard, then Alexandria Vima, then Dominique Kirsten, Sophie van Bergen, both of them from the Netherlands, Stamatina Kosafana, and Katerina Hafner. 10 trickers, and whoever has the best point score out of this series would have an instant shot of making it through to the women's trick final, because we take 12 skiers. However, I think much of the point scoring is not going to be ready instantaneously upon their performances. So it's going to be a while before we know who has made it through to the finals and who is on the outside looking in. In the meantime, Staliani Zazopoulou. Wake line back, line front, line back. Yeah, nicely done. I like where she's going with that run. Good, solid effort there. So, Staliani Zazopoulou from Greece. National slalom tricks and jump and overall champion in U14s. Runner-up in slalom tricks and overall in the U17s. Enjoys running and going on vacation. They do a lot of that in Greece. Well, the running, of course. I mean, everyone knows about the legend of the person who created the marathon. And the going on vacation bit, well, much like other countries in Mediterranean Europe, for those of you who are tuning in from the United States, a lot of the countries in Mediterranean Europe, Greece and Italy and Spain and those places, normally dedicate a full week or two as a holiday for everyone in their population. All the businesses shut down, and it's a time for everyone to take a vacation, as it were. Stalina Zazopoulou. Oh, there you go. Toe wake front and great skiing there from Staliani Zazopoulou from Greece. Standing up on both runs. Nicely done. Can't fault her for that. And the Greeks might actually have a little bit of an inroad now in the team competition. They may not have enough firepower to actually win the team classification, but if their team members all continue to score consistently between now and the end, then we might find them in a rather surprising position whenever the dust has settled. Staliani Zazopoulou. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Looking up with this instant replay. Reverse toe back. Up the top of the wake, you would have expected her to do a toe wake back-to-back, but she settles with the toe wake front reverse. And great skiing there for Staliani Zazopoulou. All right, getting ready to take to the water. Second skier off the dock in this series, Women's Series 2 Tricks Elimination round. It is Lily Dest. All right, then, from Great Britain, it is Lily Dest. Here she comes, personal best of 34.60. Toe 5 back, nice and smooth with the rotation there. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Good rise there on the toe sides, and here she comes with the reverse toe back and toe front. Toe wrapping, there you go, and out. Nicely done there for Lily Dest from Great Britain. Skis out of Hazelwood Ski World and often makes trips down towards Oxford to to go to the Oxfordshire Water Ski and Wakeboard Club. As I say, a personal best is 34.60. Doesn't contribute much of anything else to an announcer's sheet, unfortunately, beyond that. But from what I'm able to ascertain, she is a current uni student. Competed in the British National Youth Championships. So brilliant looking opening pass there, riding behind that Nautique towboat. That is Lily Dest. We see Jeremy Scholl right there inside that Nautique towboat. They're one of our many camera folk here. We see Leo Cedarquist on the tower cam. Dima on dock. Connor on the drone, and with the ones and twos, Vince Stadelbauer. So looking pretty good here. Lily Dest from one trick to the next there, and standing up on both runs, the best that she could do out there. Great skiing there from Lily Dest. We'll see if that's good enough to maybe put her in contention for a final spot. A lot is gonna be dependent upon other skiers, of course, but for her part, Lily Dest, who makes her way back to the dock, and not even so much as a strand of hair is wet there as a result of that performance. Judges looking at each of these tricks for clarity, for accuracy, for seeing if the ski has air, but the ski has air between itself and the water, to properly credit wake tricks. Then we saw towards the end there the line tricks being performed there from Lily Dest, including the wake line back there, a good solid edge. There, putting the foot in the back casually there, and there we go. Some good skiing. All right, then, moving right along. Katerina Kozlova from Czechia. All right, then, folks. The folks from Czechia. There we go, Waco. Going through each of these tricks one at a time, trying not to ski ahead of herself. Oh, look at that. Spin towards the front there for a wake line O towards the end. You very rarely see that. Almost as rare as actually seeing our line tricks. But she does that one splendidly there, just pulls on the line and spins towards the front, and we'll highlight that trick in just a moment. But the fans of Czechia are along the shore side waving their flag, and they're doing their best to contribute to the support of our skier on the water, Katerina Kozlova. Just going through the tricks there. Wake line back. Now spinning. Now she goes line front and line back. And then spins towards the front. Grabs onto the line. then pulls up on it and does the wake line O. Beautifully executed maneuver. Katerina Kozlova, who has a personal best of 36.30. National champion in all events, tricks, slalom, jump, and overall. Hobbies involve watching soccer players from the rooftop of their house. Guessing if I knew what team that she supported, I'd have a better understanding of how that's possible. Oh, and going down there with the toe O wrap in and catching a big old edge, and thankfully her release person was alert enough to that. So Katerina Kozlova but not looking too bad for the first few tricks there. A little bit stiff-legged, which probably contributed in no small part to that really, really hard fall. Toe wake front now. Let's see. Toe back and toe front. And she would have started to prepare herself for the toe wrap-in after doing the toe side slides. Now, let's see. Boom. Yeah, caught her outside edge as she was heading towards the front, or she was actually reaching towards the rope before she'd gotten at least a third the way into the move. That's why she caught the edge. But there you go. That is Katerina Kozlova from Czechia. So now we go on to our next competitor, moving right along from Czechia to Greece. It's Vasiliki Zouzopoulou. Okay, Vasiliki Zouzopoulou coming into the course. Coming in past number one. Back there in front and going through the smaller tricks at the beginning. Now winding on, there's the wake back-to-back, and here's the wake back-to-back reverse. Continuing on, there's the surface O and its reverse. Wake line back there, a little unsteady on the landing, but still able to take that trick and convert it into about three more of them, which were the step sequence, bookended with a wake line front. So great skiing there for our Greek competitors. We see a little bit of a workaround of some of the technology that we're using so far as our camera technology, and also our flying camera ship, otherwise known as the drone. So Vasiliki Zouzopoulou, who has a personal best from last season of a 35.50, Greek national record holder in U14. 2 years in a row national champion in Greece, 2024 and 2025 in the U17s. Competed in the Worlds last year and got 17th in slalom. And aside from what she does here, she cheerleads competitively in Greece. winner at the cheerleading nationals in Greece the last 6 years in a row. Third in Europe, and highly ranked in the World Championships, which I would imagine takes place in the United States each year. Vasiliki Zazopoulou. Oh, and tries to grab onto the line there and gets ready for a toe Waco, but she should be gratified in knowing that she got the majority of the tricks that she wanted to at the beginning of that run. So should be okay so far as of a decent point score, as we see Lily Des there describing what happened there with her performance in the tricking event to her teammates in Great Britain. So Vasiliki Zazopoulou. So taking a bit of an edge catch there with that run, and unfortunately for her, unable to grab onto the line soon enough to prevent that from happening. That is Vasiliki Zazopoulou, as we now work our way to our next competitor. So Elsa Bergsgaard from Sweden. As Vasiliki swims back into the shore. Next competitor is already making her way to the tricking course. Elsa Bergsgaard, who has a personal best of 39.60. Wake 5 back. Oh, she's struggling to control the landing there. Let's see if that hinders her progress any further. Than, oh my word, she's gonna. It's a fight for survival here for Elsa Bergsgaard. Things are going off the rails here as she tries the ski line back, and unfortunately getting caught up in the line and not able to trick herself out of that soup. And when one or two things go wrong, it's extremely hard to fix it going forward, whilst trying to put some tricks together and continue to score. So Elsa Bergsgaard trying her best to tot up the points, but it's not going to happen. The handle pass, jolly ski with our good friend Gennady Gorelia, and we'll be competing in Recetto in the World Championships. We'll also be competing at the Poti Pro event, which will take place in the days to come afterwards, after the World Championships. And those World Championships and that Pro event in Poti in the Republic of Georgia will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. As we see our Swedes along the shore side, they're waving their flags. They might want to look over towards the left here. So our Swedes trying to get as much behind Elsa Bergsgaard as they possibly can. A personal best of just a little under 4,000 points. As we pick up on that. Here we go, Elsa Bergsgaard. Toe 5 back. That was smooth this time. Now let's see if she can keep it going. Toe back and toe front. Oh, holding on there to the reverse toe back. Toe 5 front, toe out. Now, does she go in? There she goes. This is more like it. Toe Waco stomps that one. Toe side in each direction. Nicely done there, all the way through there for Elsa Bergsgaard. A pity that she fell early on with the handle run, but she at least redeems herself somewhat with the tricks that she performed in toe with that second pass of 2. So Elsa Bergsgaard there from Sweden. We're swimming into shore. We won't have too much of a clue so far as the point scorers are concerned. We're trying to make sure that that each of the point scores are obtained using correct timing for each pass. Something we've had a little bit of difficulty with so far, stemming from a men's series 2 and beyond that point. We will endeavor to try and get you some point scores if we can, but right now we're trying to make sure that we use our time efficiently here at the European U21 Championships, and making sure that time is used for competitive action on the water rather than judging in technical situation, which can be done off the water and after the event. All right, then. Coming in on pass number 1 is Alexandria Wiemer of Austria. Getting a little scrunched over here for first trick. Not always a good sign, but she manages to do that wake line O efficiently and credit-worthy. There we go. Look at her go. Foot in the back binding. Wake back. Wake back-to-backs. Surface back-to-back. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Surface O and surface 5 back. Transitioning well here. Getting a little bit pitted towards the end, and there we go. Some good skiing there. The wake line O was certainly the highlight of that run right at the very beginning. And there we go. Good height, good execution there. Not getting trapped in the line or doing anything of that kind. Going from trick to trick here, just making sure that that the backs and the back-to-backs have some degree of separation between the two groups, so the judges wouldn't have that much difficulty in discerning one from the other. And it is that level of separation that's really needed so far as getting all of those tricks a credit. And there we go, Alexandra Wiemer from Austria. Okay, going past the green buoy here, which means that the driver is under no obligation to change the speed unless requested to by the observer or the coach, as it were. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Alexandra Wiemer. Going from one trick to the next. Oh, look at this, keeping the flow going and standing up on both runs. Fantastic skiing there for Alexandria Wiemer, who has a personal best of 37.70 and enjoys horse riding and spending time with her friends beyond the scope of this event, of course. 37.70 is her personal best, and we'll see if that will be enough to send her through to the next round. We won't have too much of an idea if it is or the score that she comes through with, and if it's big enough to see her being a part of the final. Now, we're about halfway through Women's Series 2. We're on skier number 6 of 10. We're actually past the halfway mark. And then right after the 10th and final skier in Women's Series 2, we'll go on to Women's Series 1, where there are 11 skiers. So whoever has the lead coming out of Series 2, whenever you combine all of the scores that were performed previously, such as in Series 3, then whoever has the best score going into the Series 1 would have a ticket through to the next round of the competition. So there's our beautiful drone shot there directly above the starting dock, and beautiful clear water there. You can see the vegetation in the water, and when that boat takes off, you'll also see the buoys and the cabling system and everything that's needed to ensure that these courses are well within specified tolerances. All right, here we go, folks, coming in. This is Dominique Korsten of the Netherlands. Wake line O, good sprightly start here. Going into a step sequence. Dominique Korsten right now motoring her way through the surface moves, wake back and wake 5 front. Oh, managing to get that wake 5 front just in time there before the rope tightened up on her seriously and sending her into the lake. But Dominique Korsten has a personal best of 37.80 and is the Benelux champion in U17 for this season of 2025. Enjoys horse riding and snow skiing, apparently. So Dominique Korsten All right, so some activity around the dock area. We should see Sophie van Bergen, also from the Netherlands, take to the water very, very soon. As we see a rather hazy looking view of the city of Vienna, one of the great cities of the world, and certainly a lot of great sights and attractions, and a lot of great blend of modern architecture and old world charm you'll find there in Vienna. Actually, where we are located here, we are located in Lower Oostenrijk. Oh, look at this. This is Dominique Korsten. Look at her go. Toe wake back, toe front. Does she go for the toe wake line trick? Oh, yes. Look at that. Toe wake line back. She is pushing it to the limit. Nicely done there. She gets through that 20-second run and doing everything that she can to enhance her chances of making it through to the event final. So well done to her, Dominique Korsten. So Dominic doing a fine job out there with those tricks in the second and final 20-second pass. Might be docked on that first trick, which was supposed to be a toe 5 back, but she span too quickly and couldn't smooth it out to a true 540-degree spin. But a very, very smart move there, going in for the toe wrapping and moving outside of the left wake to actually produce the toe wake O. A trick that is been caught in a lot of controversy in recent times, but Dominique Corsten above the fray in that regard, and making sure that she gets that trick maneuver completed within the specifications of that move. So there we go, Dominic Corsten, and there are a towboat getting ready for our next competitor. It's going to be Sophie Van Bergen. Each of the skiers, each of the athletes gives a sheet to the driver, and instructing the driver to drive a certain pattern in relation to the buoys, the speed, the zero offsetting, all the technical gubbins, so to speak. Giving us the exact details of the speed in both the first and second 20-second passes. Invariably, the handle pass will be a faster boat speed than the toes. Although there is an increasing trend in recent times that the boat speed for both passes are the same. Okay, looks like we have a change of driver in the middle of the series, rather unusually. We've got Becky Lathrop. We've just seen Dominique Corsten take to the water and perform her passes. And someone along the shore side taking advantage of the sauna. I don't think it's probably on, because they're still dressed up in yeah, they're not they're totally dressed up, so that thing probably isn't working at this time. Anyway, Sophie Van Bergen, wake line back, line front, line back, slowly but surely perform there. Edging out. Wake back to back reverse. Wake back, wake front. Wake back and wake front. Couple of side slides at the end, and there you go. Just as simple as that. So Sophie Van Bergen. Looking very, very good on pass number one. It doesn't always need to be dramatic. It doesn't always need to be full of flair. It just needs to be effective, and that's exactly what she produced out there. The current Benelux and Dutch champion in the U21s. Enjoys going out with friends, running, traveling around the world, and being with family. This is Sophie Van Bergen from the Netherlands. So balancing well on that trick ski, and almost immediately going straight in for toe tricks. We're not wasting too much time here, that much I can tell you. Letting the leg out a little bit there prior to her turning fully for the toe 5 back. Line tension and control are critical to allow that toe 5 back in to be scored properly, because you've got to move consistently 540 degrees from front to back. And there we go, right to the very end, and doing the toe wake line back there. I'm not too sure what that is so far as clarity is concerned, at least in the minds of our officials, because the ski certainly didn't get much in the way of air. And you certainly need air in regards to getting the toe wake line back. But the tricks that preceded it, though, they look pretty good. And upon reflection there, I'd say that toe 5 back looked pretty good. She seemed to have found a sweet spot on the trick ski and allowed herself to fully rotate from front to back without too much in the way of interruption. Couple of toe sides here. The regular toe side, the reverse toe side, and then she moved her way out towards the left-hand wake. And then goes in for the pulls in and slides that ski over there, and there you go. That's her attempt to the toe wake line back, and that signals the end of her second and final 20-second run. That is Sophie van Bergen. Okay, Stamatina Kosathana from Greece is our penultimate skier in Women's Series 2 tricks. Stamatina Kosathana from Greece. Let's see what she has in store for us. Greek national champion in slalom and tricks in the U21s, and there we go. Wake line 5 front, a very, very dynamic performance of that particular trick there. Step sequence right afterwards, and just piling on the points here very, very aggressively, and almost a little bit too aggressively. Kind of got ahead of that wake 5 front and taking the fall. So Stamatina Kosathana of Greece, her personal best is 43.90, and aspires to be a physiotherapy student at university. And she says that she's just started her coaching journey, whatever that means. But Stamatina Kosathana of Greece not looking too bad on the opening pass, save for that fall on the wake 5 front. Certainly being able to produce those tricks with a little bit of speed to try and conserve time is certainly a major consideration. But if you get too far ahead of the ski, then it gets quite difficult to control and recover from some of the more intricate tricks there, and one of them is the wake 5 front for Stamatina Kosathana. All right, there, coming in, Stamatina Kosathana of Greece. Katerina Hafner getting ready to go for her turn out in the water in the Women's Series 2 trick in elimination round. And whomever comes out of this round as the leader of the tricking event will have their ticket punched in being able to make it through to a tricking final, as we do have 12 skiers in the women's trick final. Stamatina Kosathana. There we go. Toe sides. Oh, look at this. In and out. Look at this. Continuing on. Toe wake back to back. Does she go for the reverse? No, she bulks out on that one. But toe wake back. Reverse toe wake back. Nicely done. She gets it to go. She's happy with that second and final 22nd pass. But obviously her joy is tempered by the fact that she had an earlier fall on the first of two 22nd passes. So we'll obviously keep an eye out on her score and see where it shapes up in relation to the others. But well done so far as being able to stand up on pass number 2. But pass number 1 is unfortunately the memory that she'll take away from this tricking performance. Wishing she'd gone a little bit further down with that run. However, the toe tricks looked pretty impressive. Tremendously agile on top of that ski, which would have to be whenever performing toes, just having that kind of ability is absolutely paramount in accordance to being able to produce tricks at this high level. All right, then, here we go. Last skier out in Women's Series 2 tricks. This is Katharina Hafner from Austria. Let's see what she's got. Toe 5 back. Smooth rotation there. Should get credit for that. Toe back. The reverse toe, surface toe back to back. There we go. Toe wake back to back. Bulks out of the reverse. Toe wake back and toe front. Reverse toe wake back there. A couple of toe side slides. She's losing her balance and losing her rhythm there towards the end. Katharina Hafner. So Katharina Hafner has a personal best of 4,050 points. Has listed a whole slew of high placement in events such as the Europeans in 2020. She was 4th in jump. I would imagine that's probably the U14s way back when. She upped her performance to a podium position in 3rd a year later. In 2023, she was 3rd in jump. 2024, 3rd in jump. And in the junior world, she was 7th in jump and 6th overall. So Katharina Hafner looking to see if she can't put herself on the podium in some measure. Coming to us from Austria, this is Katharina Hafner. All right, the Austrian flag is out and getting ready for Katharina Hafner. All right, as we look over at the starting dock just before we go into Series 1 with our first competitor, Maja Jakobsen. Let's see what Katharina Hafner has in store for us. Look at her go from one trick to the next. Here she goes with the backflip. Oh, Cases the top of the wake, has a hard time recovering, but she does, though. Wake 5 front. Line, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. There you go, able to stand up, and a good solid effort there from Katharina Hafner, who's not only kept herself in contention for maybe a place through to the next round, next round being the final, but may also keep herself in contention in the women's overall competition as well in the process. So Katharina Hafner swimming into shore. Decent effort there from her. But is it going to be enough? We won't know for a while at least. But for her part, Katharina Hafner has come through clutch with the second and final 20-second pass to supplement the total that she would have produced on pass number 1. But the backflip there forced her to transition to a wake that she didn't anticipate for, and from that point onwards, it was pure improvisation with wake line back and line back and wake line front sequence, otherwise known as the 4-trick step sequence, which includes 2 wake tricks and 2 surface steps. But great skiing there. Now we're going on to Series 1, and our first competitor out coming to you from Denmark. It's Maisa Jakobsen. So Maisa Jakobsen on a mission of redemption here after the performance in slalom just a few hours ago. Needed a performance there that would keep her in contention in the overall competition, and didn't quite have the score necessary to do that. Now she can start to fight back a little bit here with the tricks event. There's the Waco. Let's see what she can do. If she can make it through to the next round of the competition, which is the final, then that would take a whole lot of pressure off her shoulders. But let's see what she can do with this one, the backflip. All case in the wake, but managing to get it done, and trying to do likewise with the reverse backflip, but slowing up a little bit towards the end. That's Maisa Jakobsen. Starting off with the Waco to get things up and running there. Maisa Jakobsen, who has a personal best of 3,790. Her best event is the jumping event, where she currently holds the World U17 jumping record with 49.1 meters, and continues to compete on a ramp height of 1.50 meter with the boat speed at 51 kilometers an hour. Those are specifications for under 17s. But even so, she still out jumps all of her competition going into this event. But jump, she may have the best jump going into the finals in that event, but she needs to get a good score here to keep her in contention in the overall. She may not be able to slalom in the women's final. As a matter of fact, she scored a 2.5 on 13 meters in the round previous, so she's not making the finals in slalom, and that's why the trick suddenly becomes more important to her now than it ever has done in the past. So Maisa Jakobsen from Denmark. All right, Maisa Jakobsen, toe tricks now. Toe 5 back, smoothly turned here. Trying not to ski ahead of herself here. Little off balance there with the toe wake back, but managing to regain it with the toe wake front. There we go. Toe in, toe out. And there you go. A shrug of the shoulders there. Just basically summarizing what she'd done out there on the water. And hopefully it's okay. Enough of the tricks there with the handle pass combined with the completion of her second pass of toe tricks. But is that going to be enough to send her through to next round? We'll wait with bated breath, and we'll also see what that performance does for her chances in the overall battle as well. She's definitely a contender in the women's jump final. She won't be a contender in the women's slalom final, but maybe she can qualify for 2 events out of 3 to keep her relatively close to the podium in the overall competition. But in the meantime, we're just seeing the instant replay of Maja Jakobsen from Denmark. First competitor out of 11 in this Women's Series 1 elimination round. So looking good for the most part there. Maja Jakobsen lost a little bit of her axis there with that toe wrap in. I think that she may have wanted to reach for the rope and try and edge outside the wake for a toe wake-o if she had that within her capability to do so. So now our next competitor from Belgium is about to take to the water. This now is Victoria Dijden. So, Victoria Dijden, a trick specialist, European Championship silver medalist in the Europeans, which took place at Botas, just outside of Toledo in Spain. Working her way from one trick to the next. Personal best of 43.80. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Does she have anything left? There you go. Doesn't have an awful lot of tricks there on her handle pass, but the tricks that she does are pretty clean from my perspective. So Victoria Dijden. So solid effort there with the wake line O to get things up and running. Then she goes into the step sequence. 4 tricks. Wake line back, then line front and line back and wake line front. So there, Victoria Dijden, not much to say beyond that little performance there with first of 2 20-second passes as we check out the scenery along the shore side. We see Kelvin over there taking a little bit of a breather. We got deck chairs here. We got it all over at the International Wasserski Club of Wien. Victoria Dijden. There you go, keeping some good flow here. Toe into wrap, toe wake-o, toe wake back. Couple of toe sides, and does she have anything more? Nope, but she has 2 stand-up runs. That's exactly what she has. And if And if all of those tricks are counted, then maybe she has an inside look at a final championship appearance, to be in the championship final. So Victoria Adaiden. So good effort there all the way through. So looking in very, very good shape. She kept her axis for a lot of these tricks, especially that one, which is notoriously difficult to get perfectly right. So there we go. Victoria Adaiden getting those 2 20-second passes under her belt and moving right along. Sofia Schuster of Slovakia. All right, setting the boat speed and making sure everything is good. Sofia Schuster. Sofia Schuster has a personal best of 43.30. Second at the U17 European Championships 2022. In the U14 Championships, I should say, in the 2022 in Spain. Slovak national champion in tricks, slalom, jumps, and overall. I would imagine that will be in the U14s as well. Oh, look at this. Beautifully executed. Nicely done. Good skiing there for our competitor out there on the water, Sofia Schuster. All right, Sofia Schuster, and take a look at this this angle right there. That's a toe 7 front. That is how you do toe tricks, folks. Making them nice and smooth. Hours of practice to make sure that each of those tricks are well balanced and are consistent from one venue to the next, including that one, the toe interwrap. Then there's the toe wake-o, and then the toe wake line back. A little bit forceful there with the shoulder lift, but getting the job done there with pass number 1. We'll see if she can replicate that feat with pass number 2. And we see our good folks there with the food truck. They've been feeding us and been doing a fantastic job with that, and I can definitely heartily recommend the burger that they have there. All right, here we go, folks. Come on, let's see what we've got here from Sofia Schuster from Slovakia. We're about a third the way through this list at this time, maybe slightly over that mark. Wake line O, then into the step sequence, making sure that she performs those tricks precisely. Wake back to back and wake back to backs. There we go. Surface back to back. Now 5 front. Good solid skiing. Wake 5 front. Oh yeah, nicely done there. Both were 20-second passes. Beautifully executed. And using some of those surface 5 fronts and surface O's to basically beef up the points value of that second 20-second pass, and doing it rather intelligently. So, Sophia Schuster. Remarkable effort there. Wakeline O to get things up and running. A fairly standard trick there for skiers of this level, at least for some of them. And then going in for the wakeline front and foot in the back binding straight away. Good knee bend, good ankle bend, allowing her to fully control the ski without any kind of signs of slippage here. And then the surface turns were the piece de resistance here for her. Wake 5 front and then turns to the back. And then wake 5 front. And then that was pretty much it there. So she got a good grasp of that effort out there. All right, skier about to take to the water. Julie Fay from Switzerland. All right, then. So Julie Fay from Switzerland coming on in on pass number 1. Past the green buoy now, and so Julie Fay, let's see how much she's recovered from that crash in slalom a few hours ago. So line tricks there at the beginning. Working her way through the remainder of the pass. Now she winds it on there for oh, there, look at that. An unusual way to wrap on that particular trick. But there you go, some good trick in there from Julie Fay out of Switzerland. Certainly, I would say that she has recovered a fair ways of her composure after that dramatic fall in the slalom competition earlier on this morning. Now, Julie Fay, in the process of that fall, actually did qualify for the slalom final. Julie Fay has a personal best of 45.10 in tricks. The 2023 U21 Slalom European Champion. That's from 2 seasons ago, and the U21 Swiss National Champion from last season. So now looking at the dockside and seeing some activity there, increased activity, and Nelly Scholes will be our next competitor to take to the water. And then we'll have the next competitors after that before we head in towards our final 4 out of the Elimination Round Series. And every event from that end point onwards is a final round. Okay, let's have a look and see what Judy Fay has in for us here. Toe 5 back, keeping the toe foot very close to a standing leg. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Keeping herself composed here. Almost lost the grip there with the toe wake O, but there we go. She continues on And there you go. That's how you redeem yourself. That's how you recover. That is Julie Fay, who's probably tricked high enough to make it into not just one but two event finals in the two events that she typically skis in. And there we go. Julie Fay swims into the shore, and she should be pretty happy and satisfied with the performance that she puts out. Okay. All right, then. So as we see Julie Fay, I have a little bit of breaking news for you good folks who are looking at the schedule and wondering what events we have coming up next. Julie Fay getting through the pass, the second and final 20-second run, and beautifully performed trick there, the toe Waco. And then stalled it out towards the end, and confident that her performance there would be enough for a final round appearance. Now, here's the breaking news, folks. Directly after the end of this series of tricks, we will go on to the men's jump final. Men's jump final will be the next event. Then after the men's jump final, we will go on to the women's jump final. And after that, then we will end. That will be the end of the day's action. There is not going to be any room in the schedule towards the end of the day to have another final, whether it be women's or men's slalom. Once we get done with this, we go into the jump final for men, jump final for women, and then that is an end of day number 2. So hopefully that clarifies a lot of the questions many of you have. So if you are a slalom skier and you are wondering if you'll be part of the festivities today, the answer to that question is no. Here we go. Wake 5 back, Nelly Scholes. Oh, and moving across the wakes there rather rapidly there and throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this one, including that little abbreviated step sequence right at the very end there. That's Nelly Scholes. All right, so Nelly Scholes getting through that pass. She didn't anticipate this much of a fight in terms of making it through this first of 2 20-second runs. But Nelly Scholes, who has a personal best of 46.70 from this season, and has competed at the U21 World Water Ski Championships over at the Lakes of Castingstone in Canada. For those of you watching from that side of the Atlantic, a big old shout out for the good folks watching us from Alberta and specifically the city of Calgary. If you're watching us right there, then we certainly appreciate your participation. As we have a look at the ramp, and that is going to be the first of our finals, the men's jumping final. It's going to be a titanic battle and could have a huge bearing on where the overall is going to go. That is going to be our first of our finals, and then the next event of our finals will be women's jump. So it's men's jump final first, women's jump final second, and then that will be the end of today's action. Now, rather unusually, we would still be a little bit in the dark so far as the tricking scores are concerned. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge to calculate the overall contenders and where they all sit without having all of the results to hand. but we'll try and keep you informed going forwards in that respect. Nellie Shawls coming in on the second and final 20-second pass. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs, toe wake back to back. Does she go for the reverse? No, she doesn't. She bulks out of that one. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back. And she tries the toe 5 front, and unfortunately feeling that ugly feeling that comes from having fallen on a trick that you're used to making and being able to ski through. But unfortunately for Nellie Scholz, our German athlete and the first third of the list, Nellie Scholz won't be getting much out of this second and final 20-second run. Yeah, didn't fully commit to the 360-degree turn. Was more concerned about reaching for the handle and trying to grab the line rather than committing herself completely to the turn. But there we go. That's Nellie Scholz. Marta Olsson from Sweden comes up next. All right, then, working away into the water and getting ready for 2 20-second runs. We've got Marta Olsson. We see another of our skiers getting limbered and ready. We've got Malatina Morel. She is certainly one of our contenders in the overall competition, and Marta Olsson might well have something to say about it herself. Her personal best is 42.20. Jumps is what kind of lets her overall performance down, with 18.6 in that column and 3 at 14.25 meters under the slalom column. So this is more or less a specialty event. Marta Olsson of Sweden. Wake back to back, reverse. Slamming that ski down. Wake-O into wrap. Wake-O out. There we go. Just building up the intensity, and not a bad opening run there for Marta Olsson from Sweden, the Swedish national champion in tricks and overall in the open category for this season, the Scandinavian champion in tricks and overall in the U17s for this year, and holds the Swedish national record in U14 tricks for the girls. So tricking a little over 4,000 points as a personal best. We'll see if she's able to replicate that kind of performance here and now. All right, so as one of our previous competitors swims into the shore. Marta Olsson getting ready to go into the course for a pass number 2 representing Sweden, and our Swedish support is very visible and very vocal. The boat now is turned and making its way back towards the dock. So let's see how she fares with pass number 2. Ideally, she would like to stand up all the way through. but almost as importantly, making sure that she gets credit for all the tricks that she conjures up. Looks like she's wrapped in for something like a toe 5 back. Indeed it is toe 5 back. Toe 5 front right there in the end of that sequence. Toe wrap in, toe Waco. Good solid effort here. Toe wake back and toe wake front. There you go. Just as simple as that. She ends off her second and final 20-second run. Just plain flat out ran out of tricks there. She performed in so quickly. She only had it. She only did that pass in about 15 seconds. No, with that second and final 20-second pass of tricks. Looking very good indeed. There we see Leo Cederquist there behind the camera, and we have other camera operators on site as well. We've got our drone pilot there, Akana Pesic. We got inside the towboat Jeremy Shaw, and at the opposite end on dock side is Dima Thompson. With the ones and the twos is Vincent Stadelbauer. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company during the 2025 European U21 Championships being brought to you live from this facility, the IWWC, the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And we thank all of the organizers here and the sponsors and everyone that has a stake in making sure that this event is run successfully. Also among our crew, I do need to mention Kelvin Kelm as well, who's recently flown in from the United States to be part of our crew. But here we go. We've got Leona Berner. Wake line O to get things up and running. Let's see if she can up the pace a little bit here to try and fit in some more tricks. Foot in the back binding. There we go. That is a wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Surface back-to-backs. Wind on. Wake O. Now she's edging outside to do the backflip. Oh, look at that. Pitching the ski behind her. And nicely done as she puts some side slides and I believe a back or a front there just for good measure. But I tell you what, that is probably one of the gnarliest looking backflips I've ever seen in quite a while, and I've seen quite a few. Leona Berner has a personal best of 47.30, and coming up this fall, we'll start skiing at Rollins College and pursuing a degree in international relations. And just looking at some of the tricks that Leona has conjured up here. Waco towards the end, and then edging out for the backflip. Hui, boom. I tell you what, she has enough room at the end of that backflip to do a handle pass, more like a supermobe. Well, maybe when she gets to Florida, she'll have the resources and the coaching and the instruction necessary to be able to try and do a supermobe, as well as add in some more flips to her repertoire, of course. But let's see what Leona Berner can do right here and now. Runner-up in the Junior Masters Jump Championship. Runner-up in the U17 European Championship. Looking to try and strike gold here. But let's see what she can do. Leona Berner. Oh, and going down on a very, very first trick there. That is Leona Berner spinning and a little bit too quickly for her to control, and unfortunately going in the water and will be swimming into the shore. But the obvious agitation is very, very palpable on the face of Carla Bashik, who is in the boat there, and ultimately released the rope that sent Leona Berner careening towards the back of that trick ski, and for her part, probably will not be a participant in the tricking final. Would still have to wait for certain in terms of determining that fate. But there we go. That is Leona Berner, unfortunately unable to get through to the second pass. Get through the second pass, I would say. All right, we're down to our final four. We're going to see Claudia Komentova. We see Sofia Hosdevia and Maria Popova. But before those three, we'll have Melatine Morel. So Melatine Morel getting ready for a first of two 20-second runs, and I think that the French contingent have basically offered some pretty sage advice there towards Melatine Morel. Just do the tricks that you know to do, and don't risk too much going forward, because they've seen the amount of people that have fallen early, and that opens up a raft of opportunities here for Melatine Morel going forward. But those opportunities only exist if she does her part in making sure that she advances through to the women's trick final. An overall contender here in this competition, Melatine Morel. Her personal best is a little over 5,000 points. Doesn't put too much information on the bio sheet beyond her personal best. Whoa, and getting in a little bit deep here. Now she skipped a few tricks before she goes into the flips. Here she comes. A big shunt on the landing there. Flip twister back to front is all over the place, but managing to throw in a surface O at the end, and was probably heavily relieved that she was able to get through that pass relatively unscathed. So a couple of our jump competitors making their way towards the dock, and will no doubt get ready for the jump finals to come up in the next few minutes. Right now we've got Melatine Morel from France. So Melatine Morel really thumping that ski down hard there off the first of her two back flips. She was able to go and landed somewhere on towards her back foot, and that sometimes landing like that can be extremely painful. But there you go, Melatine Morel, flexible enough to be able to get herself out of that kind of situation, and able to ski all the way through to the end. The boat is now motoring around, and will be heading back towards the course, and inevitably back to the starting dock. But the question is, will Melatine Morel still be on top of the water by the time that happens? Only time will tell. Now our driver mashes the throttle. That is Becky Lathrop. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got Melatine Morel. So Melitine Morel, let's see what she can do. Can she make an inroads into the European U21 Women's Trick Final? Toe wake back-to-back. A lot of competitors are balked on doing that trick, but Melitine Morel says, I'm going for this one. There we go. Toe wake-o. Toe wake line back, good elevation there, and getting some toe sides. Yes, she stops tricking from that point onwards. And great skiing. Did that second pass of toe tricks in about 18 seconds. And a great effort there, courtesy of Melitine Morel. Skiing back to the dock. Mission accomplished in terms of making it through with two virtual stand-up runs. So great skiing there from her. So as Melitine Morel settles down and calms herself after this effort, we're going to see Cloudy Komentova take to the water very soon. But there you see the toe wake back-to-back that many of a trick skier in this section of the competition have missed out on. Not by accident, by their own decisiveness, and they're wanting to make sure that they wanted to get past a particularly notorious trick for sending even the best trickers into the water, the reverse toe wake back-to-back. But Melitine Morel confident enough in her abilities to not only perform that trick but perform it well. So now we'll go on to our next competitor, a third from last off the dock. It is going to be Cloudy Komentova. Okay, here's Cloudy Komentova coming in on pass number 1. Toe 5 back, keeping that toe foot close to the standing leg. There you go, good rotation. Oh, and going down there on pass number 1. About halfway down there and trying to recover off a toe wake-o is Cloudy Komentova. Personal best coming into this event of 63.60. Won't get anywhere close to that now. But let's see how much of the deficit and she can recover with the second and final 22nd pass. Certainly not outside the realm of possibility for her to actually make an inroads into the trick and final, but she's going to have to work. She's going to have to work quickly and intelligently going forward. Cloudy Komentova. European trick champion in 2024 in the U17s. Was an entrant in the US Junior Masters this season in the tricks event. And enjoys surfing, windsurfing, snow skiing, snowboarding, hanging out with friends and family, and also boxing as well. Boxing's all okay or anything. It's when they start hitting back that's when things start going a little sideways. All right, then continuing to rock here. Quite a bit of activity going on with the live chat, and if you want to be a part of that conversation, all you have to do is to go to the TWBC YouTube channel and hit the subscribe button. Then you'll be part of the live chat, and you'll also be informed as to the next time we go live. And beyond the scope of this event, it's the big daddy of them all. It is the World Championship, which will be coming to you live starting Tuesday of next week from Rocchetto in Italy. Cloudy Komentova. Now let's see if she can recover as much as she can out of this run. Wake back-to-backs. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 front reverse, positional to the back. Here she goes with the back flip. She's got to go perfect on these. Twist to the back, flip twist to the front. Oh, recovers that well. She held on for dear life on that one. There you go. Great skiing for Cloudy Komentova. Could she have just done enough to make it through to the 12 skier trick final? We won't know that for a while yet, but she's done her part. We'll see if the judges will look favorably upon the tricks that she performed and award the points accordingly. So Cloudy Komentova, third from last skier out. And then we've got two more competitors to go, one representing the white flag and one representing Ukraine. But we're taking a look at this instant replay once again there for Cloudy Komentova. Driving harder through the wake and getting good lift here. Making sure that that the ski is brought down at exactly the right point. Using that good Avalon trick ski to great effect and almost gotten pitched over. And there we go. Flip twist to the back. And then she, she was happy with that pass. Maybe not so happy going into that after the fall on pass number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor representing the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. This now is Sofia Hozdevia. Okay, Sofia Hozdevia has a personal best. Check this out, folks. 72.50. U14, U17, U21 European champion, third place in tricks and overall in the Open Europeans not too long ago over there in Salmsee, just outside Linz in Austria. Sofia Hozdevia, look at her go, in and out. Taking a second or two to recover there before the toe wake line back. Does she recover this one? Toe wake front, there we go. Probably not her best toe pass that she's ever produced out there, but it is enough. It is enough for her to stand up on. There's a few of our folks check out the merch here for this event, the 2025 European U21 Championships. Just looking at this, just remarkable, the precision, the accuracy of these tricks, and the tempo more than anything else. And one of the things that I notice a little bit so far as skiers from her particular area of the world is their use of the arms. Just trying to limit the amount of extraneous movement, but actually using them to coordinate some upward thrust and spin. And doing a fine job in the process. That is Sofia Hozdevia. And Sofia Hozdevia, no doubt, will be a major feature in the overall competition going forward. Sofia Hozdevia, she scored 3 on 12 meters to make it through to the slalom final. And I believe jumped enough yesterday to make it through to the jump final as well. Yep, she's made two finals out of the 3 so far, and looking for the ultimate treble, making all 3 finals as our judges continue to monitor the events that take place here. Sofia Hosdevia. Let's see what we've got here. Setting the boat speed up. 30 kilometers an hour exactly. Oh no, and going down on the first trick there for Sofia Hosdevia. That is a rarity for her. And that could open up an opportunity for a competitor who may have thought that they were eliminated and completely out of the picture in terms of making it through to the tricking final. A golden ticket through to the next round. Courtesy and almost gift wrapped by Sofia Hosdevia. Now, not totally out of the realm of maybe clinching the overall competition, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it would certainly be an uphill struggle for her to make up any kind of deficit with just 2 events out of the 3 being in the finals for. And you know, the way that this event has been going recently, I mean, Sofia might even be in the tricking final, where once we get all the points together, it'll be a clearer picture of determining who has made it through to a trick final, granted. But you just never know. I mean, it's been one of those competitions where a few of the favorites have come up short on their performances, and yes, I mean, 2 aspects to that maybe an unfancied competitor will be through to the trick final, but then by the same token, 1 or 2 of the skiers who perform well enough with half an effort, half a pass maybe, might find themselves through to the final as well. So now, under 21 Women's Series 1 tricking is down to our final competitor in the Elimination Round Series. That final competitor is in the water at this time and getting ready to take to it. Ladies and gentlemen, our last competitor in the Elimination Round Series is going to be Maria Popova of Ukraine. All right, setting up the boat speed there. Maria Popova. 6,650 points is her personal best. Tricks champion of Europe and Africa this season. Jump champion also. Overall champion, yes, of course. Let's see if she can recover well here. There we go. Continuing to rock here. Front flip. Just getting... Oh, and the reverse front flip as well. Beautifully executed. Great skiing there from Maria Popova, and certainly hasn't been without its challenges in this competition as well. Just trying to claw herself back into contention in the women's overall competition, but has to do it under the strength of her trick event, because she certainly didn't get much out of the slalom event, to the best of my recollection. Maria Popova managing to get up there with the flip twist back to front, and then she goes with 2 front flips. Boom, hits that one. And then she recovers just well enough, and then she thinks, okay, why not try reverse? May not be in time, but it looks impressive. So there we go, Maria Popova from Ukraine. Now, so far as the tail of the tape here for her is concerned, Maria Popova scored a 2.5 on 14.25 meters, so well behind the 8 ball so far as slalom is concerned. However, in the jump event, that is where her forte lies, and she she, to the best of my recollection, is through to the jump final. She'll be third off the dock in the jump in the final. So Stepan Spak there just trying to keep her focus and trying to guide her every step of the way, Maria Popova. All right, here we go, Maria Popova. And see what she's got. Toe 7 front, nails that one. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back reverse, toe 5 front. Toe O in, toe O out. Toe Waco, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. Pulls in incredibly hard there for the toe wake line back, and there you go. A stand-up run there on the final action in the preliminary rounds series. The elimination round series, it belongs to Maria Popova, and every event that we have from that point in is a championship final. There we go, rounding off the elimination round series, and the next event that we will have is the men's jump final. So just looking at this once again, a beautifully executed toe 7 front there to get things up and running. Just using her arms efficiently for balance. And there we go, toe 5 front there as she works her way through. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe O back in, then the toe Waco. Certainly getting plenty of a balance, and almost lost her axis there, but she was very, very quick on the uptake there and was able to slow everything down enough to where she could continue with that run, including that toe wake line back. And after that point, she believed that she'd done enough to make it through to the final, and for all intents and purposes, she probably has. And certainly a little bit of redemption invoked in that one. She tricked a little bit. She slalomed a little bit earlier on today and came up with 2.5 on 14. So needing to recover from that in the battle for the overall. Now, that concludes the elimination round series. We're now going to go into the women's jump final. So make sure you stick around with us, folks. This is live and continuing coverage of the 2025 European U21 Championships, coming to you live from the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And when we return, we'll have some championship jumping next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kicking and go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What am I falling into? This feels like something new.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
everybody. I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live action here at the 2025 European U21 Championships, coming to you from the IWWC, that is the International Wiener Wasserski Club. And certainly looking forward to the next set of action, which is the women's jump final, when we've got the men's jump final prior to that as well. We've got Maximilian Wienerreuter. He'll be our lead-off competitor. And then we've got Sergei Danierski. Those are the first two competitors. And we're going to be ending off with this guy right here, Florian Paff, but he's doing a little bit of fishing back there. He's not even catching enough for a sardine salad there. Anyways, all right then. So enough hilarity. Let's get back to the serious side of the competition. We've got the men's jump final. Our Nautique boat is waiting at the dockside, waiting to pull our first competitor. And there are your list of competitors. We've got Max Wienerreuter, Sergei Danierski, Oscar Domino, David Schmidberger, Eduardo Lamalfa, Clarence Laveau, Vincent Ahama, Tom Parkin, Vincenzo Marino, Vasali, Mazurkovic, Tim Wild, and our one and only competitor to jump at 1.80 meters is Florian Paff. 12 competitors, one championship. Let's see how this resolves itself. So, representing Austria, it is Maximilian Wienerreuter. Now, the reason why we are hosting the jump finals at around about this time, as opposed to the end of the final day of competition, which is what it typically is scheduled for, as it's the grandstand event, as it were. We're making changes to the schedule, kind of on the fly a little bit, to maximize the amount of good conditions that we have present here, and trying to avoid some of the worsening weather that's in store for us going forward. And there is someone who you definitely want to be at the helm of your jump boat. That is Franz Oberleitner. And here we go. This is Maximilian Wienerreuter. Personal best coming into this event was 49 meters. He far exceeded that jump. We're jumping with 52.4 in the previous round and taking a pass on jump number one. That is Maximilian Wienerreuter. So Maximilian already suited up, plenty of protection there. The cattle collar thrown in there just for good measure as well. So if the unlikely thing happens, then he would be better protected against what you would probably guess would happen if things start going sideways on him. But let's have a look and see Max Wienerreuter, so far as his titles have been that have been achieved by him in recent seasons. Second in the U17 Jump Championship for this season. Won that silver medal at Botas Ski in Spain not too long ago. Junior Austrian champion in jump, slalom, and overall for this season. He's only age 17, so he's still got plenty of eligibility left in the U21 Europeans. Sponsors by Carton Sport. Let's see what he has. He has a brand new personal best of over 50 meters for the very first time in his career. Here he comes. Let's see what he has. Wind starting to pick up here and not in the best direction that you would think of. Here he comes. This is Maximilian Wienerreuter. Jump number 2. Pass on jump number 1. What does he have here? Turns, drives in. Bam! Decent looking opening jump. He would land and ski it out. Our last competitor to make it through into the jump final and thus being first off the dock, Maximilian Wienerreuter. We'll get a jump distance any moment now, and looking a little bit flustered coming through the wakes and making it towards the jump. Maximilian Wienerreuter. Oh, look at this jump, folks. 51.4 meters. 51.4 meters. Had he have not jumped over 52.4 yesterday, that jump there would be regarded as his new personal best. But it's his second longest jump of his career, it would seem. But he has one more jump to come. Let's see if he can unload on this one. 0 offset at U, 2 foot wide. Boat speed sub-max at 54 kilometers an hour. Let's get behind him, folks. From Austria, Max Wienerreuter. Oh, and taking a pass there and didn't like the look of that setup. And almost crashing into the piling there next to the lake. But ladies and gentlemen, your leader after one jumper with 51.4, Max Wienerreuter. There, the Austrians doing absolutely bonkers out there. They got the flag, they got the support, and they've got Max Wienerreuter on 51.4 meters. So fantastic skiing from Max Wienerreuter. A personal best, not once, but twice. And there we go. We got Sergei Danyushki getting ready to go as our second competitor to take to the water. Just trying to stay relaxed here, which isn't always possible with the jump event. Sergei Danyushki and would normally be out in the water by around about this time. The transition seems to be taking a little bit longer than anticipated for. All right, so on the water, skiing under the red flag, under the white flag, as it were. This is Sergei Danyushki. Personal best jump of 58.3 meters, equivalent to 191 feet. May be an uphill task to get anywhere close to that, but he certainly had to work to make it through to the jump final. Let's see if he can unload on at least one or two of these next 3 attempts that he has at his disposal. Sergei Danyushki probably hears a little bit of buzzing right behind him, and that's courtesy of our drone. Here we go, letter V, 2 foot wide, 57 kilometers an hour. This is max speed. He's going for it here. Here he comes. Sergei Danielski, and unfortunately his timing was a little ways off, so taking a pass on jump number 1. So on the first, each of the first jumps from each of our first 2 competitors resulting in a pass. Sergei Danielski. I'm sure that his elder sister, Sasha Danielskaya, is probably watching. And I wonder what advice she would give her younger brother right about now. All right, so Sergei. So jumping a personal best not too long ago and landed a 58.3 meters. Here comes Sergei Danielski. Letter V, 57K. Let's see if he can knock one down. Here he comes. Oh, my word, and drops the handle here as well. Does not feel at all comfortable taking a jump out there. I don't know if it's exclusively to do with the timing or something else that he feels out there that is just not going well for him. So Sergei Danielski passing on 2 out of his 3 jumps right now, and just does not like the look of what he's sending in with the first 2 jumps. Now, what do you do at this point? You're down 2 refusals. You've got 1 more jump, 1 more throw of the dice. Wearing bib 81, that is Sergei Danielski. So let's see what he has. He's got 1 more attempt to supersede that jump there of 51.4 meters. The current lead score courtesy of Maximilian Wienerreuter. Here we go, coming in, jump number 3. He's got to take this jump to score. Oh no, and he's out of position and just couldn't find a rhythm or on any of those attempts. He's out of the bindings and out of the competition. And Sergei Danielski, but do give him a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. He had to work hard to get here. Sergei Danielski, representing the white flag of the IWWF, and unfortunately just couldn't find a rhythm, couldn't find his positioning in the end, and had to let go. And yep, came across the wakes, his weight distribution all over the show on that one, so wise to drop the handle. And he'll no doubt be a little bit annoyed with that, but we'll continue right along to our next competitor. This is going to be Oscar Domino. All right, from Denmark. Skier on the water right now. Having jumped 52.7 meters to make it here. It is Oscar Domino. So Oscar Domino, one of a new breed of tournament skier coming out of Denmark that are looking to set the world on fire so far as the jumping event is concerned. Last weekend, Oscar Domino got into a little bit of a pickle so far as the European Open Championships were concerned, damaged his equipment and had to find replacements in a hurry. His personal best is 54.6. Jumped 52.7 to make it here into the men's jump final. And here we go, folks. Oscar Domino, jump number 1. Let's see if he takes this one. Oh, and doesn't like the look of that jump. So now in the last 4 jumps, actually the last 5 jumps have all ended up with a pass. The only jump that we've seen scored is the middle jump distance from Maximilian Wienerreuter. Just didn't like the look of that attempt, and we'll see how things shape up with the remaining jumps that he has at his disposal. He has 2 jumps left. Max Wienerreuter in the lead after 2 competitors, and Oscar Domino on a goose egg right now with 2 attempts remaining. Oscar Domino, the current Scandinavian slalom and jump champion. Among his hobbies, soccer or football. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, during Sergei's jump in, Sasha might be watching, and sure enough, she was. Hi there, Sash. How you doing? Hopefully she'll reply. And a whole bunch of other celebrities from across the world are also tuning in to the action here live from the IWWC. This, coming in, is Oscar Domino. There you go, takes the jump and takes a score. And for the first time in 6 attempts, we have a landing and a score, courtesy of Denmark's Oscar Domino. Again, a little bit stretched out there from the turn all the way through to the base of the ramp. So not pressing all the way on that jump, and it is 53.1, which isn't that far off his personal best, and certainly outstrips the opening round distance in which he produced a score, which was 52.7. So he's leaving here pretty happy with some decent jumps, and he's taken the lead and will finish no worse than 10th. Here we go, folks, coming in. This is Oscar Domino, 53.1. Settling on letter U, split, 57K, max speed. Here he comes, Oscar Domino. Let's see if he can launch one. Unfortunately, passing up on jump number 3. So the only 2 jumps that we've seen out of 9 attempts is the 54.1 meter, 51.4 meter jump of Max Wienerreuter, who's currently in 2nd place and will finish no worse than 11th. And the 53.1 meter jump there, courtesy of Oscar Domino, which is currently in the lead and will mean that Oscar Domino will finish no worse than 10th. Sergei Daniuski, unfortunately unable to take an attempt there, and will finish last, unfortunately, unless something changes in his general direction. So, next competitor up, coming to us out of Austria, it is David Schmidberger. All right, David Schmidberger out of Austria, who jumped 53 meters exactly to make it here in the jumping finals. Came into this event with a personal best of 54.7 meters and would need something around about that range to not only take the lead, but also put a little bit of heat on the remaining competitors to do the same. David Schmidberger. Let's see what he has with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Let's see if he can approach this intelligently. And here we go. Letter X. Bow pass split, 57K. Those are the particulars. Waiting on that ramp, waiting for the time to turn and set his speed up. There you go. Good effort there, and that jump should be enough to take the lead. That is David Schmidberger. Tremendous jump there, and the very, very first attempt to be landed so far out of the 4 jumpers that we've had so far. The jump distance should be up on the screens for most of our folks along the shore side, and will be up on your screen very, very soon. David Schmidberger, as the Austrians continue to support one of their own. David Schmidberger will get the distance coming through. It is 52.8 meters. All right, so let's continue on. David Schmidberger. Look at that, big speed. And a little bit better lift there, but 52.8 meters on jump number 1 is good enough for second place at this moment. He's looking for a little bit more distance and looking determined enough to go for it. So David Schmidberger, all right there, 51.7. It's going to come down to his last jump. If he seeks to take the lead, then it's got to be done with the 3rd and last jump. A little bit heavy on the left ski coming off the top of the jump, and then having to pull across to straighten out his flight. All right, here we go, folks. Here comes David Schmidberger. In on jump number 3. Needs to fly over 53.1 meters to effect a change in the lead. Here he comes. And it's not going to be done with jump number 3. That much I can tell you. So, firmly in second place right now, David Schmidberger. We'll wait the jump distance on jump number 3 just purely for housekeeping purposes. But 52.8 meters, putting him about 30 centimeters shy of the lead. And there you can see the frustration there from Carlo Bashik. We'll get the jump distance to you any moment now. Just laid an egg there with jump number 3. And it's going to be about a 43.2 meter jump, 43.2. But that makes no odds there for our skier from Austria, David Schmidberger. So now we come down to skier number 5. Our 5th skier to take to the water. Probably has an outside chance of moving up in the overall competition. But ladies and gentlemen, our skier next is Eduardo Lamalfa. All right there, continuing on, Eduardo Lamalfa, and here I'm joined here by Zane Nicholson. How you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm good. We got a jumper over the ramp. He's in the lead right now, so I'm kind of enjoying things right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing these the rest of these guys get out here and hit the ramp. Conditions are all right. We got a little bit of a tailwind, but it's European finals, so big jumping, and we're looking forward to getting Eduardo out here for jump number 1.
Eduardo Lamalfa, his best jump from the round previous to this one is a 53.4 meter jump there. And let's see if he can get the bit between his teeth to not only get a decent jump out of this set, but also maybe climb up a little bit in the overall competition. But Eduardo Lamalfa at this time and not getting much out of the ramp with that first attempt. What do you see here?
Yeah, you just see him. He gets there a little bit late, so he kind of crushes on the ramp. You see him slip out, kind of has to check off the ramp, so not getting the full potential of that jump there, Tony. So he'll kind of scrap that one. That was a 42.6 meter jump, so good thing he's got 2 more, and we'll see if he can make a few adjustments and get a little bit of a better turn and get his legs up under him here.
And if he does manage to get his legs up underneath him, he could fly towards a new personal best. His current PB is 56.4 meters, and Eduardo Lamalfa hasn't exactly had an awful lot of luck with the airlines recently. They actually lost his ski bag on his way back from Canada from the U21 World Championships right there at the Lakes of Casting Stone, and apparently within about the last day or so they've managed to locate his bag, but obviously not in time for this event.
Yeah, but at least they found him, so that, definitely get you an air tag if you are flying with some skis. But here we go, we've got him in jump number 2, Tony. See if he can get a better turn here. That looks a little bit better here. How does he look off the ramp?
Oh, hugging the bottom right-hand corner and pushing down on those on top of those jump skis there, pressing forward. I think that jump is going to be further. We know that, but the question is by how much.
Yeah, I mean, still he was working to get on. You see him kind of slip out, I think, just a little bit as he hits the ramp. Got a much better jump, but you see he kind of splits, and I don't think he quite got all of that jump there. So we'll have to wait and see a distance, but 53.6, so he is your new leader.
53.6, not bad. That puts him within striking distance of his personal best, which is about a 56-meter jump. And if he jumps that kind of distance, then the possibility of making it into the top 3 gets a pretty significant boost, considering who is in the top 3 right now, the likes of Vasily Mazurkovic and Tim Vild and Florian Paff as well. We'll see those folks coming forward. Here we go, Eduardo Lamalfa, letter P. boat path split. Here he comes. Here he comes, bringing it hard, and unfortunately taking a pass on that third and last jump. So he has the lead, but for how long for? 53.6 on the jump number 2 for Eduardo Lamalfa. So we'll take a look at the instant replay, and looks like the boat was in the process of picking him up, but they shouldn't have bothered because that was his third jump. And what do you see here, Zane?
Yeah, Tony, just not quite getting the skis all the way around like he did on the second jump and electing to pass. I think he kind of, you saw him snowplow up at right at the 7. He was kind of feeling a little bit rushed, and I think he was a touch early there, Tony.
All right, then, continuing right along, our next competitor to go is going to be Clarence Laveau. Clarence Laveau. With a best jump out in the previous round of 53.7 meters. Now, Clarence Laveau has had a pretty good tournament. I believe he's got markers in all 3 events and could potentially move up from his current overall spot position. Now, take this a little bit with a pinch of salt, because while I'm watching the jump distances come through, I'm also seeing updates to the overall, and you're probably thinking, how on earth are you going to see updates for the overall when we don't even have the full trick scores? That's the thing. Treat any speculation in regards to the overall with a pinch of salt. I'm telling you right now that up on my screen with the results service up on my tablet right here, it shows the men's jump final running order. It shows their distance in relation to each other, otherwise known as the results. And then on the right-hand side of that is the U21 men's overall results. And it's giving me live updates to the overall positioning right now. And currently, Clarence Laveau is currently in 7th spot right now, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're having to wait for those trick scores. I think they were retiming everything, so we'll have to see how that all falls into place. But you know, right now, I think he's got his mind on this jump set, trying to go really big here and push this lead. And you know, he needs to go over 53.6. We just saw from Eduardo right there on that last jump. So let's see what we've got here as we bring him in jump number 1.
Clarence Laveau, who hasn't had the best of fortunes in recent times, especially where it comes down to the U21 Worlds, and here he is. Oh, look at that. He took hold of that jump and really busted it out there, and that could well be the new lead right there. Clarence Laveau. Clarence Laveau has a personal best of 56.1 meters. Slipping out a little bit on that one, but that jump should be pretty close to 50 meters based upon, it is over 50 meters. It's 50.8, 50.8.
Yeah, just slipping out on the ramp there, Tony. So, you know, not getting it all out on that jump. So we'll have to see if make a little adjustment here, get his legs up under him, keep the skis under him, and get a good kick off the ramp.
All right, here we go. Clarence Laveau coming in on jump number 2. Now let's see if he can produce a tidier turn and produce some better position to work with. Here he comes. He's getting a little bit bogged down here. He's lost a bit of speed off the turn, but he manages to connect better with the ramp this time. Now, can he get up? Yes, just about. Clarence Laveau. Probably won't be anywhere close to 56.1 meters, which is his personal best, but it's a darn sight better than his previous jump of 50.8.
And 52.7 there, Tony, so not enough to take the lead.
52.7 meters. So great skiing there from Clarence Laveau, and we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank there. The current lead score is 53.6, courtesy of Eduardo Lamalfa. Let's have a look and continue on right here with Clarence Laveau. 57 kilometers an hour, letter V, here he comes. Oh, and getting pitched over the left side of his body there, and unfortunately not getting much out of that jump. And no doubt will be a little bit frustrated with that effort, but Clarence Laveau, an interesting competitor in the jump event, doesn't jump all that much, as a matter of fact. You know, his home in the Caribbean, in the island of Guadeloupe, doesn't have a ramp, and doesn't spend an awful lot of time training when he does have access to a ramp.
Yeah, and you just see that upper body crush as he hits the ramp. So 51.5 on jump number 3, so not enough to take the lead. That's going to leave Eduardo in the lead here with 53.6, and you could tell he just wasn't very happy with that one. You kind of see him here. He kind of gets pulled up right there at the bottom of in the wakes, and then that kind of causes him to crush. So he tried to kick it there, but just couldn't quite get it all together there on those 3 jumps.
All right, certainly tried his best out there, no two ways about it. But that jump of 52.7 meters, that currently puts him, I believe, in 3rd spot right now. So Eduardo Lamalfa still in the lead with 53.6. And the skier on the water at this time is Vincent Ahama out of Austria. No doubt the Austrian crowd will be getting behind the competitor out on the water. Vincent Ahama. We'll try and get you the stats on him in just a moment, but I'll tell you what, a great competition right here, and it's it's unusual to be running the jump event at this time at this hour, and the reason why we're doing it is to make sure that the competitors get the best conditions possible, and try to beat the weather. 59.2 is his personal best for Vincent Ahama. Here he comes. Jump number 1. Oh, yes, he connects with that one. Yes, he likes the look out of that jump. So great skiing there from Vincent Ahama, and not a bad opening attempt here as we get the distance.
That was big, Tony. We'll have to wait on the distance here, but that was big. And 59.8 meters, so that was huge, Tony. That was up there with some scores of our top jumpers in the preliminary round. So,
and it's a new personal best as well.
Yeah, and that's huge. That was great jumping there out of Vincent, and you see this drone shot here. This will make this one look even more massive. Big jump, had a really good turn, worked way into the bottom of the ramp, and great jump in there out of Vincent.
All right, so Austria's last hope in this men's jump event of putting a jumper on the podium, Vincent Ahama. He's certainly doing his part, 59.8 meters, but does he have anything left over after that? That barrier of 60 meters is still very much on his sights right now. Let's see if he can get over it. Letter V, boat path split, and here he is. A little bit more tight line off the turn, and unfortunately unable to take the extremely powerful pull of that correct craft Nautique.
take a look at the replay here. See, kind of got the hands into the chest and got pulled a little bit, just not liking the look into the ramp there. So electing to pass, and you're going to have one more. I know he's chasing that 60-meter jump, and you know, it's that nautique boat they got out there is super strong and definitely giving these skiers the opportunity to go far. So we'll see if he can make an adjustment here for jump 3 and maybe get one over 60 meters.
So Vincent Ahama, let's see if he can drop the hammer.
I was waiting for that joke yesterday, Tony, and finally you got it in here. So, yeah, we'll see if he can do it. I thought he dropped the hammer on that first one. Maybe he get a bigger one out here and definitely put a poke out over 60 meters. That would be really, really cool for him and definitely put some pressure on these last few guys in this event.
All right, he's got to conjure up some magic here. He's got to dig deep. He's already found a personal best jump distance of 59.8 meters on the opener. Let's see what he can do by way of a third and final jump distance. Here he comes. A little early coming up to the base of the jump and not carrying much of his speed off the turn, but he'll ski into the dock and he will be happy there with 59.8 meters on his opener.
Yeah, and you're right, Tony. It was a little bit early. You're getting in and then kind of slipping just a little bit there off the ramp. So that won't be as far as the first one, but still, that was a big jump. That was 56.9. So that jump there would have been enough to take the lead, but he had already taken it with 59.8. So, he'll be happy. And then he's put some pressure on these last 5 guys.
All right, is that enough to maybe hold the lead for a few more competitors? If this lead jump distance of 59.8 holds that lead for 3 more competitors, then Austria could well have its first podium medal of these championships. All right, next competitor up, coming to you from Great Britain. This is Tom Parkin.
So Tom went 54.6 in the preliminary round, so going to have to dig deep here. Not sure what a PB is. He might have to go a PB today to take the lead, but see him taking a look at the ramp, making sure everything looks good, just getting everything dialed, kind of pushing the nerves back as we see Franzi driving down the lake. He's driven quite a few PBs this week, and we'll see maybe we can get a few more.
U14 European jump champion and runner-up spot in 2019 and 2018. U17 World Jump Championship, 4th place in that event.
And then there you go. You see Carlo right there giving Vincent some, he's happy for him. That was huge. That was great jumping there. And, team captain for Austria is really excited, just like we were here in the announcer's booth. But right now, eyes on the water for the British skier Tom Parkin.
Yes, indeed. His personal best is 55.8. Let's see if he can connect with 1 or 2 of these next 3 jumps. Decent, but leaving a lot back there. So not a bad looking turn, fairly light on the jump skis, which certainly aids with the acceleration and coming up and just not getting much connection off the top of the ramp, and it is a jump.
53.4 there, Tony. So gonna need quite a bit more if he's gonna want to take the lead from your last jumper, Vincent Ahhammer. But still, nice opening jump. See if we can make a few adjustments here for jump number 2.
All right, good effort there on jump number 1, but he needs to connect with something a little bit more substantive and So Tom Parkin, who claims he has a handicap of 18 in golf, apparently he enjoys black pudding. And it's black pudding is just one of those things that you just do not want to know what goes into it. And here we go. Here comes Tom Parkin. Here he comes. Jump number 2. Impacts, pushes, and seems to not get that much in the way of height, unfortunately, and that may be due in some part to the wind direction there, Zane.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a tailwind, so the jumpers aren't getting the benefit like they had yesterday with the wind pushing the skis and giving them a little more extra lift. So it was a little bit further. I thought it was about in the same ballpark, so that was 53.7, so just a little bit further, but still not enough. So he's going to have to dig deep here on jump number 3 if he's going to want to, put himself in a shot to take the lead.
All right, right you are. And looking at this from this perspective, certainly a clearer perspective on where he lost a bunch of that distance coming into the jump. As we see our final competitor getting ready to go, Florian Paffer, just trying to offer us some words of encouragement to his fellow Italian compatriot, Vincenzo Marino. Here we go, folks. This is Tom Parkin. 57 kilometers now, letter V, and a split down the middle with the boat path. What has he got remaining? Here he comes, Tom Parkin from Great Britain. That's better, but not altogether there.
Yeah, and I think he knew on that one was not going to be enough to take the lead. So that was definitely not his best jump. You see him as he hits the ramp. A little bit of an upper body crush, kind of splits out on the ramp. So I don't think that one will be his furthest one, Tony. We'll have to wait and see what the distance is. But I think he knew there after he landed that he hadn't surpassed his furthest jump.
And almost got pulled over the left ski and just prevented himself from going any further.
All right, and 51 meters there on jump number 3. So best jump was jump number 2, 53.7.
So now we move on from Tom Parkin of Great Britain to Vincenzo Marino of Italia.
Yeah, and we got our first speed suit of the day, Tony. So, looking to use that to help him out there, get him a little bit more push through the air.
All right there. So we just see the leaderboard there. Vincent Ahama, our lead competitor, with a jump of over 56 meters.
Yeah, and Vincenzo sitting in 5th right now, if I'm not mistaken, in the overall campaign. So looking to maybe try to get a little bit more out of that, maybe move himself up on the leaderboard there.
And in order to do that, he's going to have to improve upon his initial first round distance in order for him to affect a change in the overall. He's got to jump more than 54.6. Still out in the lead is Vincent Ahama with his jump of 59.8 meters, just a skosh short of the 60-meter mark. Let's have a look and see what Vincenzo Marino has in store for us. A skier that has jumped in excess of 60 meters. There you go. That is how you do it.
Yeah, that was a nice opening jump there for Vincenzo. I don't think it was far enough to take the lead, but still a nice, good opening jump.
All right, Vincenzo Marino. A little bit of slack on the turn, which might have been a little bit of a distraction coming in. And surprisingly...
Yeah, that wasn't as far as I thought it was there, Tony. That was only 50.5 meters, so definitely going to have to make some adjustments here. And, he knows how to go over 60 meters, so we'll see if we can, make adjustment out on the counter, get the rope a little bit better, and get it in, so get a better kick here.
All right, his personal best is actually 60.1 meters, and Vincenzo Marino has scored a number of titles recently. Enjoys golf and soccer. I think that's probably the case with a lot of Italians. Here we go. This is Vincenzo Marino. Boat speed 57K, letter T, split on the boat path. Let's see if he can use that combination to great effect here. Here he comes, Vincenzo Marino. Good extension there into the landing. I think that one is going to be more than 50 meters, but probably not enough to take the lead there, Zane.
Yeah, no, he was better off with the rope and in the turn here, I thought. So, definitely looked a little bit better than jump number 2, but still, I agree with you there. I don't think that's going to be enough to take the lead there. We'll have to wait on a distance. You see him as he lands, almost goes over the front of the skis, and 53.0 meters. So definitely going to have to dig deep here if he's going to want to take the lead or get himself a shot to get on the podium.
53.0 meters. That puts him ahead of David Schmidberger, who has now been relegated to the position below him with 52.9. Now Vincenzo Marino in 4th place at this time. Still out in the lead is Vincent Ahama on 59.8 meters. Here he comes on jump number 3. It's now or nothing. Here he comes. Oh yeah, look at this. He really comes into the jump with a lot of speed, and on that shake of the hand, he was almost pushed it too far over the limit there.
Yeah, and you saw him. He came off the handle really quick there, Tonio, and he came off the ramp. So definitely getting kicked and not feeling as well, but went. I believe that was his furthest jump. We'll have to wait and see on a distance, but you see there he gets pulled off the handle a little quick, grabs it again, but I think he was in 56.9 meters, so still not enough to take the lead, but that was the furthest jump of the set. Definitely had more speed here when he turned in, got the skis around, got the boat to work for him, got a lot more speed into the bottom, and there you go, you see, checks up with the hands, grabs it again, and makes the landing. So still, that leaves Vincent Ahama in the lead with 59.8 meters.
And that's the target for anyone who aspires to be on the podium. Anything more than 59.8 meters has a spot on the podium. And that delay of emotional outpouring there from Vincenzo Marino, they're very self-evident. As we now go on to our final 3 competitors, we'll see Tim Field and Florian Path take to the water soon. But before them, and skiing for the IWWF white flag, it is Vasily Mazurkovic.
Vasily had a good tournament at the Open Europeans a couple weeks ago here in Austria. I believe he jumped a PB, so he'd be looking to do that one again. Definitely going to need one if he's going to put himself on the podium this week. So we'll see if he can put it together here on his 3 jumps.
Yes, and it was during those championships that he established a new personal best of 58.3 meters. So he's definitely got some recent form in this discipline, and we'll see if he can use that to great effect here. Vasily Mazurkovic, provisionally at this time, 2nd place overall. But there is a huge gulf separating him and first, and currently provisionally in first is Tim Field in the overall competition. But let's see what he can do. Oh, look at this. He just goes out there and just stomps the first jump there. Question is, how far is it going to be?
See here, gets the skis around, waits on the skis to come around before he loads the boat, so gets a good swing into the bottom, gets a good kick here, and we'll wait on the distance. That's 56.1, so that's a nice opening jump, but definitely going to need to make some big adjustments here to get a few more extra meters out of it.
So again, a good launch off the top of the jump, and let's see if he can compose himself a little bit more now with the second attempt being imminent. That is Vasily Mazurkovic, as we see Florian Parf get ready for his go. And Tim Wild shouldn't be too far away. He'll be the next person. We're down to our last three competitors. Vasily Mazurkovic. Here he comes, turning in, driving hard. There you go, impacts the jump and gets good pull in the air. And that jump getting closer towards 59.8 meters. Let's see if he has the distance to take him closer.
Yeah, and you see him hitting the ramp about middle of the ramp, so a little bit early. I think he could get it, if he could just relax a little bit as he makes the turn, wait a little bit longer, he'll get himself a little bit later into the bottom, have to work a little harder, and that'll get him a little, that'll get him, a little more distance on it.
All right, so 55.5 meters on jump number 2 and 56.1 on jump number 1. So here it is. Jump number 3, in order to take the lead and to deny Vincent Ahama potentially of a medal on the podium, he's got to go more than 59.8 meters. If he comes up short, then Austria have a medal on the podium in their highly favored jump event. Here we go. This now is Vasily Mazurkovic.
Again, Tony, he was a bit early when he got to the bottom, so
yes, he was.
I do not think that is going to be enough to take the lead from Vincent, and we'll have to wait on a distance, and that was, I don't think it was as far, so we'll have to wait and see. I think that's going to guarantee Vincent a spot on the podium, and that was 55.4 meters, so Vincent Ahama guaranteed no worse than third here at this European Championship.
All right, then. So Austria have a medal on the podium. The question is it going to be bronze? Is it going to be silver? Could it be the championship? We'll find out within about the next 6 jumps. 3 of those jumps will be taken by Florian Parf, the last competitor to take to the water after the ramp is raised to 1.80 meters. But the 3 preceding him all belong to our current leader in the overall provisionally. It is going to be Tim Wild.
Yeah, and Tim breaking that 60-meter mark yesterday for the first time. So he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to take the lead away here from Vincent.
All right, then, getting some encouragement there from the team management there of Germany. Tim Wild, who achieved the unique distinction of being the first ever male competitor to win slalom, tricks, jump, and overall at the Junior Masters earlier on this May in Callaway Gardens. And he's been having a rip-roaring season there at Tim Wild. He's titled and gotten close in a number of events. The U21 overall world champion, and a personal best of 59.4 meters. And he's going to have to get another personal best right here and now to better that jump, better his incoming personal best of 59.4. He's already jumped over 61 meters, 61.6 as far as my memory recalls. 61.6 there on his middle jump yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, Tony. He doesn't go like super duper late when he turns, but when he hits the ramp, he kicks it and goes straight up. It's almost like it's a 6-foot ramp or a 180 ramp. So we'll have to see what he's got here. Jump number 1. Can he get over 60 meters here? Big turn.
Here he comes. Oh, there you go, and getting some good speed, but unfortunately the control that he needs to take that speed out towards distance kind of deserted him on that opening jump there.
Yeah, and I mean you can see he was really early when he got to the bottom of the ramp. Almost comes off the left side. You see that ski goes off that left corner, so definitely going to want to. To me, I thought he rushed the turn a little bit. He could be a little more patient there, and that would put him in a much better spot in the ramp to get the lift that he needed. And jump number 1 was going to be 54.3 meters, so definitely going to need to make some adjustments here if he's going to want to put himself on the podium.
And it's certainly not easy to aim those skis towards a solid object when turning at speed. I mean, you've got an angle of deflection of 100 and 150 feet from one side to the next, over 180 degrees. And I mean, when you're out there and you're wide and you're getting ready to jump, you're basically aiming for something at that angle and perspective, not too much larger than a postage stamp. And then as you get closer in, then you've got to make the adjustment from there on in.
Yeah, I mean, that ramp's coming at you pretty quick here, so let's see if he can get these skis around, weight on the boat a little bit better. I thought he did much better there at the turn, Tony.
Oh, look at this. Good position. Came into land. Is that going to be enough?
We're going to have to wait on a distance, but I don't think that was enough to take it away from Vincent here. Didn't look nearly as good as his biggest jump yesterday, but much better than jump number 1. You see him, he waits on the boat a little bit, got into a little bit better spot on the ramp. So we'll have to wait and see. It was close, I believe, and it was just short, so 59.4 meters. So he needs 0.4 meters further to tie for the lead, and he's getting there. That was much better. Let's see if he can make a little adjustment here, get a little bit better kick, and get it over that 60-meter mark.
That does, however, with 59.4 meters, put him in second spot right now. So if nothing improves beyond here, then Tim Vild would have a distance that puts him on the podium with one competitor to go. So Tim Vild, in this instance, would finish no worse than third, but would finish no higher than second. Here we go, 0.4 of a meter short there. Now, if he has any desire to win this title, he's got to jump close to what he produced yesterday. Here he comes. And I'm not sure on that one, Zane.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait on a distance on that one. I think we saw a little bit of an upper body crush there, and maybe not getting all of it out of that one. We'll have to wait on a distance. And we're hearing, I think I'm hearing some cheering down the bank, so we'll have to wait and see what we got. And there you go, Tony. That was a big one. That was 61.1 meters, so that was enough to take the lead.
Take the lead and take a podium spot as well. We'll finish no worse than second. But I tell you what, we've got 3 more jumps to come to conclude the men's jumping competition in the European U21 Championships, coming to you here from IWWC International Wiener Wasserski Club. And 61.1 meters, which is his second best jump ever.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday came out and broke that barrier, and now he's done it again. So welcome to that 60-meter club there, Tim. You see that left ski kind of started to creep on him, but he kept it up and, got the jump, got what he needed, and takes the lead. So now we're gonna raise that ramp up to the 1.80 meter, and we'll see what we can get here as we bring it in. Our last jumper, Florian Parth.
All right, then, and while we wait for that ramp to go up to 1.80 meter, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will bring on Florian Parth for his 3 jumps next.
At Houston Cadillac, At the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Right then, folks, 3 more jumps to determine the destiny of the European U21 men's jumping crown. My name is Tony Lightfoot alongside Zane Nicholson, presiding over the last 3 jumps of the competition in the male category. And ladies and gentlemen, on the water from Italia, it is going to be Florian Path.
All right, and we got the rain back. You see Franzi behind the boat, got the rain gear on, so he's staying dry. It's going to be a little tough here for Florian. You got to get a bunch of speed into the bottom, and then you got the little rain pellets kind of hitting you in the eyes. So that is something that could play a factor here. It's not raining too hard, but you see him going down the lake. He's trying to keep it out of his eyes, trying to block it. So, this is something. We can't control the rain. At least it's not pouring rain, and we're getting this jump event. We moved it a little further forward just so it would be a little bit better for the jumpers. I think the wind's supposed to be pretty bad tomorrow. So right now, Florian Parth, jump number 1.
All right then, here he comes. 61.1 is the lead jump distance courtesy of Tim Field, but ultimately he would like to jump in excess of 62.8 meters to maybe claw the gap between himself and Tim Field in the overall. Whoa! How on earth?
How did he say that, Tony? I don't know. I thought he was twisting all the way, checked off the ramp, and got twisted, but got his feet under him, so at least got landed safe. Kind of like Florian kind of looked like a cat there, always landing on his feet, but you see him here. Just crushes there as he hits the ramp and pulls it back. So,
wow.
Going to need to toss that one away. Going to forget that one real quick. And 51.5 meters there on jump number 1. And so, we saw him at Under 21 Worlds. I was expecting he was the favorite to win and just not quite able to get it done. Was a little frustrated afterwards and ended up second. So hopefully he can redeem himself here at the Under 21 Europeans.
Yes, and he's definitely going to have to conjure up something here with the remaining 2 attempts. If he can jump more than 61.1 meters, it will take the jump title. But if he wants to try and claw back the distance between himself and overall, where he's lying right now in 3rd, and where Tim Field is lying right now in first, then he's got to bring it on and jump more than 62.6, and it's not going to happen on jump number 2, so it's crunch time now.
Yeah, and that rain is coming down, Tony. It is starting to pick up. So.
And I don't know, and it looks like the rain is coming down to the point where it's just absolutely dangerous to jump right now, and he's making gestures towards the judges and towards the towboat in particular to see if they can suspend the jump in for a little bit, at least until the rain subsides enough to where it becomes just that little bit safer. Yep, that expression there, very, very palpable. And looks like he's requested a re-ride for rain, and certainly probably rightfully so as well. You're kind of across the wakes and hitting the jump at speeds in excess of a 65 mile an hour, and you need to be able to see what you're hitting.
All right, and it sounds like he has been granted that. I think we're gonna pause and see if we can get this rain to subside. And I kind of agree with Florian there. That, with this jump event being how it is, that rain's coming down. If it was just a little bit, it would be maybe a different story. But you can see it coming down on the camera, and I think that's the right call, just on a safety aspect of it for Florian there.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is the amount of time that you spend out there. When you jump in, when you've got 3 jumps consecutively, then your feet don't get cramped as much, because you spend about 6 minutes in those jump bindings, and they're enough to numb your feet.
Yeah, no, those bindings, so they double wrap them, so they're extra tight, and that way you have more control of the skis, and so you gotta, you can't keep your feet in them too long, and so we're gonna take a little bit of a break here and see if we can let the rain go. So we'll hit a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get Florian Parth back out on the water for his final 2 jumps.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Side flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go. Here we go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right then. So we've got something to update you with. My name is Tony Lightfoot. This is Zane Nicholson right there next to me, and Florian Paff has been granted 2 jumps, a re-ride on the second, and obviously his third and last one. No warm-up jumps there because the delay time hasn't exceeded 10 minutes between the attempt here that he made on the ramp on the second attempt and where we are right now.
Yeah, and that rain was coming down, Tony, on jump number 2. I think it was raining a little bit more at the ramp than it was here at the announcing booth. And like you said, he wanted to re-ride, and I think, he deserved it on that one. So judges granted it to him. They've kind of come back and said it's now skiable. I think the rain is kind of died off a little bit. It's still sprinkling just a little bit, but definitely better than it was, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago.
Yes, and pretty much the entire entourage from Italy around the dockside, just trying to offer their voice of encouragement going forward, especially from Ricky Caselli, the main coach that they utilize at this level of skiing for the competitors on the Italian water ski team. Okay, looks like the delay has exceeded 10 minutes, which means that Flo will get a non-scoring warm-up jump. So he's in total, he's going to get 1 non-scoring warm-up jump.
Yeah, now this will work in his favor. He gets a warm-up jump there, not having to go out and do it in the first 2, and this will kind of, Tim Fields on the bank, he was hoping that he'd only get 2, but it's okay. We got him out, so get a non-scoring jump here, and then we'll take him in for his next 2 jumps.
All right. There we go, Florian Paff. So 3 jumps now, 1 non-scoring, 2 official scoring jumps there. The re-ride over the second one, and the third jump proper. Franz Oberleitner at the helm of that Nautique towboat, and we'll see what we shall see. Non-scoring first jump coming up. Okay, let's continue on, shall we? Non-scoring warm-up jump there for Florian Paff. Letter X, 2 foot wide, 57K. Here we go. and passing up on that jump. But no worries, that's a non-scoring warm-up, and he has 2 jumps remaining at his disposal. Both of these will be scoring jumps there, so we kind of have expected him to pass on that opener.
Yeah, just getting out there, kind of getting everything warmed up, and that's definitely difficult to be ready to go and then have to take everything off and then restart it. So, kind of got his timing back. Like you said, I think the rain has it's definitely died off quite a bit. So nothing like jump 1, and now this jump here will be for a score.
Okay, so at the moment, Florian Paff, based upon his first jump, of 51.5, is currently lying in 5th place right now. So it'd want to end up higher than that, and if he can take the lead, which would be more than 61.1 meters, it'll be enough to take the title. But if he wants to claw the gap between himself and Tim Field, he's got to go further than 62.8 meters, which maybe under these conditions it's going to be a rather tall order, but let's see what he can do. So, for the win, here he comes. First things first, let's see if he can win the jump event with this attempt. Getting good lift there, but not as much speed as we've seen him produce before.
Yeah, and I don't think that was quite it, Tony. He didn't look very happy with that one, so we'll have to wait on a distance as we see the replay here. Didn't quite get the lift that he did yesterday in the preliminary round, and we'll wait on a distance. I do believe that was under 60 meters, so you see here he makes the turn. Got an okay turn, but really just kind of crushes on the ramp. Didn't quite get the kick that he wanted, and that was 55.2 meters, so not enough to take the lead, and definitely going to need more if he's going to put himself on the podium.
All right, it comes down to this jump to determine the destiny of the men's jump title in the U21 Europeans. All right. Making the turn.
For all the marbles there, Tony, he needs more than 61.1, so this is big.
Here he comes. Vincenzo Marino looking on as a potential podium candidate based upon the distance on this 3rd and last jump there. Coming in for a good landing and looking a little bit frustrated with that distance there. That is Florian Paff, and that concludes his set there.
And I don't think that was enough, Tony. We're going to have to wait and see the distance, but I don't think that was enough to beat that 61.1.
All right, so the boat will return back to the dock, and the rescue craft will be coming out towards the jump ramp to lower it to 1.50 meters for the women's jump finals. And Florian Paff looking justifiably frustrated with the effort right there.
All right, and that was a 58.6 meter jump, Tony, so not enough to put himself in the lead, and he is, you can tell he's frustrated over there. The weather coming in and just not quite what he was looking for there. That's a bit of a bummer there for Florian.
All right, and that therefore means that our podium is set, and your winner is Tim Field. Tim Field has won the European Jumping Championship in the U21s with 61.1 meters. And let's have a look at the podium. Tim Field, your winner, ahead of Vincent Ahama, and in 3rd spot is Florian Paff. So congratulations to those podium occupiers. And looking at this jump here from Florian Paff on his 3rd and last attempt. Tried to get as much out of this jump as possible, but unfortunately the it was not to be there for Florian. No doubt frustrated with that effort of 58.6, I believe. Vincent Ahama seeing himself with improve from a guaranteed podium position all the way up to silver. So Vincent Ahama, with his effort there of 59.8 meters, beg your pardon, enough to grant him the silver medal. But your European jump champion in the U21s there is Tim Wild with 61.1 meters. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, and Tim Wild has been having a just absolute ripper of a season, and gets to add another title to that. And this is definitely one of those seasons that you dream of, and Tim's been working real hard, and congratulations to him on breaking that 60-meter mark, but then too he wins this jump event.
All right, then, there is your full jump leaderboard. Your top three consist of Tim Wild with 61.1, Vincent Ahama on 59.8, Florian Paff with 58.6, and then moving down the list to your top five of Vincenzo Marino in fourth, Vasily Murkovic with his jump of 56.1. Then moving down the list to sixth place is Tom Parkin, seventh is Eduardo Lamalfa, eighth spot is Oscar Domino, ninth spot David Schmidberger with his jump distance, and Clarence Laveau in 10th, and Maximilian Wiedenreuter in 11th, and Sergei Danyushki. So, top 12. All right then. So we've got a quick team captains meeting that has been called to discuss one or two aspects in regards to the weather. But in the meantime, we'll try and keep you occupied with a few of the jumps that were produced. Let's pick. We'll have a look at Tim Wild a bit before, but what about Vincent? So the winning jump here from Tim Wild, which occurred on his third and last attempt, just absolutely drove it in off the second wake and got everything out of that jump. Beautifully executed leap there for Tim Wild, our top occupier of the podium. 61.1 meters. He jumped 61.6 the day before as well. So he's not only is he the champion of Europe, but he's also clutching two personal best level jumps and jumping over 200 feet for the first time in his career. So there we go. That was Tim Wild, your winner. But what about the Austrian competitor, Vincent Ahama, who nailed the jump there at 59.8 meters on his very, very first attempt there, and kept that lead going right up until Tim Wild took to the water. And we'll have. So he impacted the jump for three attempts. Actually, two attempts. He refused in the middle one and tried to outstrip his first jump distance with a 56.1. But his jump of 59.8, a brand new personal best for Vincent Ahama. He just looked poised and looked ready to rock here with the jump event, and Vincent Ahama was ready for the competition and didn't know it at the time, but it was enough to place him second on the podium in the European U21 men's jump final. So well done to him. Got on the speed, got on the good pull off the boat, and then the flight was where he exactly wanted it to be. So there we go. That was Vincent Ahama. So, and just looking at the last jump distance here for Florian Parf, which was enough to put him on the podium eventually, but would have liked to have put in about 2 or 3 or even 4 meters more beyond this to not only grab the European jump title, but to also claim a little bit less of a deficit between himself and Tim Field in the overall competition. Now now from what I understand, they're still working on putting in the official scores for tricks, which could ultimately affect how the overall is going right now. But as it stands, with the overall results that are currently placed before me right now, that young man Tim Field currently in the lead. But we wonder if it's enough to keep that lead all the way through to the end of the tournament. Currently, Tim Field is ahead of Vasily Mazurkovic in the overall, and he is ahead of Florian Parf. So it is Field, Mazurkovic, and Parf 1, 2, 3 provisionally in the overall competition. And we see here Florian Parf just angry, frustrated, all of the negative emotions that come with coming so close yet so far. But there we go. That's Florian Parf, and we're going to get some news in a moment regarding the continuing events here at the U21 European Championships, coming to you live from IWWC. That's International Wien Wasserski Club. And we're trying to ascertain the information from our officials and the team captains meeting, whether that they're going to decide to continue on with the women's jump event today, or whether that. So we understand that the slalom finals will take place as the first events tomorrow at around about 8 a.m. That much we know, but beyond that, we'll try and get more concrete information. And obviously tomorrow being the last day that we can have the finals, we'll have the tricks of finals as well. But from what I understand, the slalom finals will be taking place at the earliest events tomorrow. And then from there are 3 other finals to take place. There's the men's trick final, then there's the women's trick final, and then you've got the women's jump final as well. So we have 5 sets of finals potentially taking place tomorrow. All right, then. So, slalom, jump, and trick. Slalom, jump, and trick in that order. So we're done for today. We're going to return tomorrow morning bright and early at 8 a.m. Make sure you join us for continuing action of the 2025 Euro U21 Championships. Just to re-emphasize, we're going to go slalom, jump, and trick in that order. The slalom finalists will be taken to the water in the morning. Then we've got the 1 jump final left, and that's the women's jump competition. And then we're going to go into the trick to round off these championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. And on behalf of everyone here and those that have a direct stake in making sure that these championships are a success, including the complete crew here at TWBC, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., it's ciao for now.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!